Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Marketing Edge National Marketing Stakeholder Summit 2025. My name is Bababumi Agbebi, and I'm truly honored to be your anchor for today's prestigious virtual gathering. Over the past years, the summit has evolved into Nigeria's most exclusive annual meeting, a general meeting point for leaders and professionals in the integrated marketing communications industry. This year, our theme is both timely and transformative. AI integration, leveraging new technologies to achieve business objectives. Throughout the day, we'll dive deep into thought-provoking topics such as new creator value, a reassessment of the traditional creative industry, and the conception and ideation transitioning from traditional methods to innovative strategies. This summit is structured into two impactful sessions, each designed to provide insights, foresight, and actionable takeaways. We have an outstanding lineup of speakers and panelists, industry pioneers, tech innovators, and visionary leaders ready to share their expertise. To officially kick off today's event, please join me in welcoming the host of the summit. He's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Marketing Edge, Mr. John Ajayi.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello? Have I been muted? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you,
Okay.
sir. We can hear you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we can.
Very much for this event. As Marketing Edge National Stakeholder from 2025. I'm delighted to speak to you today as the opening of the Marketing Edge National Marketing Stakeholder Summit 2025. The themes of which are AI integration, leveraging new technologies to achieve business objectives, and new creator value in the assessment of traditional cases industry. These things are particularly significant and relevant, even as brands, interesting thought leaders, and stakeholders quality in the face of authenticity, while leveraging cutting-edge technology, especially in intelligence. The first thing will be addressing how industry stakeholders to build proactive businesses and leverage artificial intelligence and other technology-driven innovation to achieve sustained growth. Tangible benefits of AI-driven digital transformation. It depends on how AI integration accelerates business innovation and brings agility to empower the workforce and increase efficiency. In the global AI market expected to reach $820.70 billion by 2030, brands and businesses are increasingly investing in AI to keep pace with the competition. It's according to recent study. Almost 30% of business leaders say AI is fundamental to their corporate strategy today, or will be in the next 2 years. And brands and businesses leverage artificial intelligence to achieve objectives. AI power tools now analyze vast data sets to uncover insights, predict trends, and streamline operations, leading to greater efficiency, enhance strategic decision-making, improve customer satisfaction, and a significant competitive advantage. This rapidly evolving digital landscape makes it easier for companies to stay ahead of the market stages, develop new products and services, and ultimately achieve long-term success. The second thing will explore how the global paper economy is quickly reshaping modern marketing and brand engagement. With an estimated 7 million content creators worldwide in 2025, which includes individuals monetizing their content and expertise of platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and X. I'm going to raise the recent crop report. There is a notable shift in how marketers evaluate cases a campaign. They are now moving away from traditional vanity metrics that follow accounts of basic engagement based toward more tangible but some of funnel outcomes such as customer acquisition, conversions, and revenue activity. While contemporary creator economy is at the center of serious business strategy, the global creator economy reported a $256 billion in 2024, reshaping how brands and businesses build loyalty, self-engagement, and growth. And a recent Goldman Sachs report indicated that the global capital economy will double to $480 billion by 2027. What is more? Social commerce is at the heart of the capital economy evolution. And according to statistics, it is expected to reach $2.9 billion by 2026. Essentially, users are leading the way, shaping how consumers discover, engage with, and buy from brands. Today's summit is more fundamental and it's more genuine. As you know, it's a bigger build-up to the Critical Edge Awards event scheduled for tomorrow. At Marketing Edge, we are excited and thrilled to have an array and a galaxy of industry intellectuals, achievers like Baba Awopeki, new strategic consultant at Stanford, UK, with over 2 decades of progressive expertise across the marketing and branding landscape as our team speaker of the tool, AI integration, leveraging new technology to achieve business objectives. We are confident that he's going to share his expertise, knowledge, intellect, and in-depth insight to inspire our audience for the tool. Mr. Awopeki is known for market complexity, for solving market complexity into clarity, and has led transformation growth across global sectors and organizations. We are confident that with well-packaged presentation will make the ground up for a summit of strategic insight, audacious ideas, and faithful discussion. We are equally confident that our keynote speaker for the second theme, New Creator Value, in the assessment of traditional creative industry, ably led by a skilled industry creative person, highly knowledgeable, respected locally and globally, Mr. Obi Afikpo, the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture. He is bringing his experience of many years with industry insight and public sector knowledge, with his vast strategic public sector and private sector experience to bear for the benefit of our esteemed audience. Mr. Afikpo is a known name, brand name in the creative sector. He has been a field driver and leader of the creative industry in Nigeria for more than 30 years. He's an ecosystem builder who, before entering public office, convened and launched with Oliver, a multi-sector collaboration platform. Having meticulously selected this array of galaxy of global reference, Gino Suka, we are optimistic that they are the well-chosen panelists who are experts in various sectors of the world economy with their trade record of achievement and performance in their respective endeavors. You know, can export the team to the utmost. Let me say that the aim of this summit is in line with Marketing mantra of promoting the brand idea as we continue to expand the industry understanding of contemporary challenges while discovering best practices of managing successful brands with cutting-edge technology. Besides, our commitment and dedication to this conversation is also a tandem with the DNA of Marketing Edge, a very rich intellectual industry engagement that continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge in marketing, advertising, and business development. It is my conviction that the conditions of our keynote speakers, business panelists, and participants will make this summit a worthwhile effort. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Marketing Edge team who has brilliantly put this together for making today's event a success. It is my great joy that the case and insight at this summit will involve conversation, further conversation, for innovation, and greater synergy among industry participants and stakeholders across the board. We are not into this enterprise or adventure of just substance or the award gambling for the sake of it, but to set the industry above and create new company for the industry players to navigate the difficult terrain of evolving market. Okay? Thank you all for your time. We thank you all for your attention. We thank you all for honoring our institution to be part of this noble and very, very valuable initiative. I welcome you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajayi. That was such a powerful keynote address. Now let's move right into our first session. It will be moderated by an experienced marketing communications expert and strategist, Mr. Ozomena Mbanifo. He is fondly called Ozone. He is a creative force and mentor shaping Nigeria's advertising and marketing industry. He is the founder of O2 Academy, the nation's foremost school of brands and communications, born in 2007 from his modest apartment. What started with free training for 200 youths has grown into a movement, producing 6 out of 10 millennials in today's ad industry. Armed with over 24 years of experience, Ozone has worked with top agencies like Insight, DDB Lagos, TBWA. His creative fingerprints are on iconic brands from MTN and Fanta to Knorr, DSTV, UBA, and Fidelity Bank. He is also credited with Nigeria's first 3D zebra crossing, blending artistry with social impact. A graduate of mass communication, he continues to inspire and empower through the Oxygen platform. Ozone remains a visionary voice committed to transforming millions of young lives through creativity and innovation. Please welcome Ozomena Mbanifo. I need to be unmuted. I think you need to be unmuted. It needs to be unmuted.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. Baby, I really appreciate. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Marketing Edge Stakeholders Summit. And you and I know that Marketing Edge is unarguably the biggest marketing stakeholders summit in Nigeria. And of course, this is an event that brings together stakeholders across marketing, creative industry, tech, FMCG, academia, real estate, including government. And, it's a platform for thought leadership, dialogue, innovation, and networking. Today we're just going to have a beautiful, beautiful conversation because we are loaded with some amazing, amazing speakers with wealth of experience. And lots of subject matter experts today are going to be sharing on the topic, AI integration, leveraging on new technologies to achieve business objective. And today, our first speaker, a man I respect so much, Baba Awepotu. And I'm just going to quickly read his profile as we have him share his insights before we start taking on questions. And so Baba Awepotu in marketing and strategy stands tall as a professional who's sorry, 1 minute. Okay. So, whose work speaks louder than titles? With over 20 years across Europe and Africa, he has built a reputation as a strategist, business transformer, and growth driver. Today, as he heads the Stragma, a UK consultancy, he helps organizations turn complexity into clarity and insights into results. His impact spans leading brands at Optegra, Ike Healthcare. He delivered a 30% rise in profitability, while at Laser Microsystems, he drove double-digit growth and an 86% surge in qualified leads. Earlier at Nutricia, he pioneered innovative Alzheimer's care products, showcasing his coverage to break new grounds. Beyond the boardroom, he has judged the Pharma Times Awards, edited the Journal of Medical Marketing, and chaired the ECOMED conference in Brussels. Armed with a BSc in Pharmaceutical Sciences, a Master's in Strategic Marketing, and chartered marketer status with CIM, Baba remains a leading voice on data-driven storytelling, modern marketing. Today, Baba Awepotu will be sharing some powerful insights on integrated leveraging new technologies to achieve business objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's make welcome Baba Awepotu. You're welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for the very generous introduction. I hope everybody can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, if you just give me a minute, I'm just going to try to put up slides that I just would use to walk through in a second. Okay, I think I'm able to do that now. Okay.
We can see your screen now.
Yes, just bear with me. I'm just gonna. Right. You can see my screen that says AI integration, I hope.
That's right.
Okay, wonderful. Great. Okay, good morning. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Ajayi and the Marketing Edge team for the platform that they provide for marketers to exchange, to share, to challenge one another and to learn and grow. And I think that whenever the opportunity comes to attend, participate, or to indeed share some insight at one of these events is always something that I answer very quickly and I look forward to. As it happens, of course, despite the fact that some of the work that we do is outside of Africa and indeed outside of Nigeria, I genuinely believe that the talent base and a lot of the future innovation in marketing on the wider space will come out of Nigeria with all the talent and capabilities that we have there. Having said that, today I'm going to talk very briefly about AI integration and and um, and leveraging new technologies to achieve business objectives. I'll give a overview around it and talk about some of the opportunities, the challenges, what's going on within the space. And of course, I look forward to some of the other contributors in the discussion that we're going to have. So just before getting started, I maybe just give a little bit of an overview around Stragma and what we do. So Stragma is as has been said, is a boutique consultancy. It's really about strategic marketing centered on growth, and the point around growth really fits into the point that we're going to be talking about today in terms of AI and how does it fit in and how can it help us to facilitate the growth that we're seeking. There's myself and a range of other consultants with a range of different experiences that help to make up Stragma. I won't spend too much time on that. I mean, we've already had a bit of an overview. We work with clients across Europe a lot within the healthcare space and deliver a range of solutions and projects. Also as well, we have regularly produced reports and research on a range of topics, and certainly if any of those should ever be of interest, then certainly they're usually accessible on a website or via LinkedIn profile. And just generally, whatever we do, one of the ethos of Stragma is really to try to bring inspiration, to try to bring energy, and to try to bring optimism to whatever we do and wherever we try to engage. So I think that where I'd like to start the discussion today is really to talk about change. To talk about change in the sense that we are in an environment that's changing and is changing rapidly. And as it is something that we normally have to deal with, but perhaps at this point, it's worth pausing and thinking about the kind of change that we're facing. When we look at it, it is not unusual that there are geopolitical challenges in the world, and that has an impact on what we have to deal with. We have matters like climate changes, the global economy, and recently we had to deal with a pandemic. But technology can be an interesting one because it can be quite transformative. It can present opportunities just as well as it can present challenges for us. But not all change leads to improvement. But the key thing is that without change, there is no improvement. And often when we talk about change, it's something exciting because it means there's an opportunity for things to get better, for things to improve, for things to change. It doesn't guarantee improvement, but it opens the door and it presents us with an opportunity. And I think that what we're talking about, certainly around AI, is one of these moments. We're all familiar with the famous quote from Charles Darwin that says that it's not the strongest of species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And this is always worth pausing and reflecting on, despite the fact that we are all very familiar with this, because it's this point about responsiveness. The change is an opportunity, and ultimately is about how we as marketers and individuals respond to it. How do we take advantage of it, and how do we engage with it? About 4 years ago, we did a piece of research. We asked a number of executives in terms of what the biggest opportunity they can see. And what you can see here is that represented in this word cloud were some of the things that they came up with. These were healthcare executives that we asked across the globe. And what you notice is that even back then, there was already a significant clamor about the impact of AI. This was pre-ChatGPT or any of the generative AI solutions being mainstream. So this has been common. It has been something that had been noted and we've been aware of. 2 years ago, we asked some further questions around this. We asked these same group of executives in a separate survey whether they believe that AI poses a significant threat to traditional roles and processes. And you could see there was a mixed picture. Some agreed, some disagreed, and certainly the picture was somewhat unclear. Further, we asked that whether they felt that automation and AI will replace marketers over the next decade. And in fact, and you see there is that most disagreed and did not think that AI was something that was going to cause to marketers being replaced. And then just the final piece in this thread is we asked them how they'd rate the organization's current understanding and utilization of AI technologies in marketing. And what you could see here, only 5% were able to give a 5 out of 5 to say it was very good. A majority was a mixed picture. So clearly, this is something that as a collective, we're getting up to speed with, and there's probably more opportunity than there is time in order for us to get up to speed with what we're faced with. So the future is here, and it's no question that we have a landscape around us which has been shaped, been influenced in a 360-degree way by AI. And in many ways, the question that we're trying to come to terms with is whether this is an innovate or die moment, whether the cost of not adopting quickly may be more significant than it usually is. But in the midst of this, I think that one message that I'd certainly like us to keep at the forefront of our mind is that ultimately customers are still in charge and the customers are still the boss. And in the midst of it all, ultimately, we still need to make sure that we keep the customer as our center of gravity. And there is clearly an opportunity for us as we move forward to drive growth with the utilization of AI. Now, there's a lot that's been said. So, for example, in terms of the opportunity of AI, in terms of replacing hours that we waste, in terms of reducing cost. Some have said that AI would do 95% of what marketers, agencies, strategies, and creative professionals are doing. And there's the conversation about AI agents joining the workforce and materially changing the output for companies. One important point is this fact around superhuman artificial intelligence, smarter than anyone on Earth, that could exist as soon as next year. And perhaps we have a breath of those that say that everybody in the world is now a programmer, and this is the miracle of AI. And just a final point, that the expectation that AI agents will become mainstream in 2025. I think that the key point is that there's clearly a lot of noise around AI, and it's clearly beyond hype at this stage. Of course, there is a need to still critically evaluate some of these points and to understand that we have to take some of these statements and comments with a pinch of salt. But what's clear is that the direction of travel is pretty clear. And the question is, how do we get on board, and how can we get on board? This is a little bit more than change. This is quite transformative. And to make this point, I'd like us to just reflect on some of the transformations that we've had in the past. So electricity is one of these. Productivity leapt not because of the availability of electricity itself, but because of the way that we were able to reorganize ourselves around electrical power. In other words, it wasn't merely swapping steam for dynamos that worked out. And somehow, as we think about AI, it's not just adopting it and adding it to what we do, but in many ways is how can we rethink what we do and how we deliver our solutions with AI. And similarly with the internet, a lot have had big gains because of the rewiring around what's done in terms of distribution, service, advertising, and many other aspects. So same with the AI opportunity, that we have to think about how does this reinvent what we do? And rather than thinking about how do we use it, which probably there's a lot of at the moment, to do what we already do better and easier, how can we redesign what we do and how we do it with the support and the opportunity that AI presents us with? Is this the beginning of the next industrial revolution, reshaping entire industries and creating new ones? Do we need to think about where the boundaries of marketing start and where it finishes? What does marketing mean? And can we go beyond just thinking about what we communicate and how we communicate and really try to take advantage of the opportunity that AI presents us with? So one thing that struck me was that for example, in Nigeria with the landline phones, when mobile phone became available, it gave us a significant advantage because we didn't have the network of landlines that some of our Western competitors had. So what it meant was that this opportunity around mobile actually allowed us to really move quickly, take advantage, and led to many innovation. In other words, we were able to make a step change at this junction. And therefore, I wonder that whether there is going to be a similar scenario that AI presents an opportunity to use this window to make a step change and maybe to level up the playing field with some of our competitors around the globe. I think that this opportunity is one that provides this leveler. And we have to think about how quickly this is spreading. Do you think how long it took for the telephone to reach 100 million users worldwide? The mobile phone, the web, 7 years. Twitter, Facebook, these were really fast adopting products. And when you then think about the fact that ChatGPT, for example, reached 100 million users in only 2 months, this gives an indication of the kind of transformative opportunities that we are dealing with right now. I think that it's almost impossible for us to fully compute the scale and the size of the opportunity and what our world will look like in 5 to 10 years' time. So where are we in the AI life cycle? Well, we're right at the beginning in many ways, and this is really the infancy of it. And that's why the opportunity to get on board and to make sure that we engage in and we are part of the journey as it progresses. So what do we know? We know that AI agents are now being deployed at scale. So 52% of executives whose organization use generative AI have adopted AI agents in the productions. So 88% of these see ROI on at least one of their Gen AI use cases. So this is already, people are already seeing returns on the back of this deployment. Again, 39% of the executives saw ROI on Gen use cases for productivity, for customer experience and also in sales and marketing. So ROI is thriving. People are starting to demonstrate. And remember, this is still very much the infancy. And executives from organizations with C-level sponsorship report seeing ROI as well across the board. So it's clear that even though it's very early days, we're already hearing and seeing documented report of green shoots of what AI is delivering within marketing and across industries at large. Why does this matter now? Well, it matters now because there's a window of opportunity, particularly within marketing, in order to have an impact, both in terms of the spend and the return that we're able to get. We can get this uplift. And there's not a more common question within marketing than how do we get better efficiency, productivity, return on investment, reach more customers in a more effective way, and to persuade them in the line that we're trying to. Some have been able to demonstrate through piloting that they are able to save time in terms of what they're able to do. But most importantly is that the impact of Gen AI is measured in trillions per year. So significant amount. And this is only likely to grow. The opportunity is enormous and it's worthwhile, and it is worthy that we take some time to reflect on it and to see how we can begin to accommodate and to go on the journey as we try to leverage AI in what we do. So before we get into some of the options and opportunities that are currently available and how it's been leveraged, we need to focus on the job to be done. We need to focus and make sure that we don't lose track of what we're trying to do. So for example, if you look at this scenario here, if I were looking for knowledge, information, and insight, once upon a time, this was something I would have to do through books, encyclopedia, support of libraries, and the like. And then the internet allowed Google to help us in terms of answering this very question. And what's interesting is that the reward for Google answering the question the way it did, we are all able to see in their market value. And today, AI is presenting an opportunity around that and starting to take and answer the question and provide insight and knowledge and information and solve problem at a level, at a scale of sophistication that's beyond what we've seen in the past. I always like to use this scenario to make the point that we need to keep a mind around the question that we're trying to answer for our customers, and to keep our customers at the forefront of our mind as we go on this journey. Getting to work on time in the 1830s was around, or horse and cart in the 1880s was the early car, automobile, standard cars in the 1980s, and perhaps increasingly electric cars. So what does getting to work on time look like now? And in some cases, the answer to this question today is something as dramatic as what we're using to support what we're doing now in Zoom. And the point is that it's this type of transformation and change that we need to be open-minded to, or we need to be ready to challenge ourselves and to be challenged to think about answering old questions in new ways. And this is the opportunity that AI will present us with. We're all familiar with all the elements that we have within our marketing tools to answer questions, to solve problems. But ultimately, fundamentally, we're either trying to find customers or we're trying to keep customers. And it's important that we keep that in mind as we adopt some of the possibilities that AI affords us. So AI integration in today's world is already quite vast. So some in SEO, there are significant examples of people using AI to track keywords, manage backlink analysis, content gap identification, creating content. And in fact, I have a small case study that I'll share later on of an SEO company that completely runs the whole SEO solution through AI. Analytics is one of the areas where we're having the biggest impact, being able to understand user behavior, predict trends, and provide insight in real time. Email marketing, personalized content, optimized and automate, and being able to segment at a detail and a scale that normally is not possible. Social media management, and chatbots. And again, I have an example later on that I'll share around how chatbots and real-time customer service are facilitating conversions. And one thing I always say is that when we think about AI, we have to imagine that this is a system that's going to continually optimize. A year from now, all of the possibilities would have moved on significantly. If you remember looking at the life cycle that we looked at earlier, we are at the very beginning of this journey. Monitoring on social media, influencer marketing, and even in some cases, some AI-driven influencers getting traction. Social listening, customer segmentation, and video and analytics, and many, many more areas. The impact is already quite broad, and I would say that I'm convinced that we're at the very early stages, because these are about adding AI to what we do. And I think eventually we are going to have to re-engineer what we mean by marketing and really go back to thinking about how does this allow us to answer old questions in new ways. So customers ensure that we stay grounded. And the challenge with technology is that sometimes it can get us distracted in terms of the need to understand, deliver value, communicate it to our customers, and ensure that they feel the impact. And ultimately, this is the really important piece as we think about adopting, to make sure that we keep the customer at the center and we keep reminding ourselves why we're doing it. And all of these exciting conversation around AI is about facilitating us to be centered around our customers, to be obsessed with our customers, and ultimately to deliver value for our customers. And if it's not helping us to do that, then it's not doing its job. The only way that we know we are on the right track is through our customers, how they feel, and what do they want, and what do they need, and to what extent are we able to help them with that. Ultimately, customers are leading indicators. And I think when we come into an environment like AI, which is quite transformative as a technological impact, it's important that we have something that keeps us grounded. And we remember that, particularly as marketers, that we're the custodians of the customers, and staying close to the customers and keeping that empathy with the customers will ensure that we adapt and adopt technologies in a way that facilitates value creation for our customers. Many years ago, we walked through this slide to talk about the Amazon journey and to talk about where it might go. And what we'd said was that this company started off sending books and selling books around the globe to everyone. And then at a point in time, they really came up with the idea of this one-click access, which really was quite transformative, which meant that, you know, the purchasing process was, the friction was reduced significantly. And then there was the idea that we would subscribe so that we would have the opportunity to buy. So, and funny enough, millions of people were willing to subscribe so that they could have the opportunity to buy. And so therefore we had this kind of subscription, this relationship. And the question was that, so what would happen next? How would this evolve? And what we felt that the evolution would be really to prescribe. In other words, that we would allow these organizations to be able to basically send us products that we haven't asked for, but they know that we need and that we would likely accept. And the point of this was that these are the kind of things that AI would accelerate, because the insight goes beyond understanding what your customer wanted yesterday, what your customer needs today, to what the customer is going to want tomorrow, with an accuracy that means that the customer is likely going to be able to adopt this product from us. And these are some of the things that AI will be able to facilitate. But we still have this deficit in customer centricity. 2 surveys that we ran in 2021 and 2024, we asked the question, how would you rate your industry's expertise in the following areas? Understanding a product, 73 and 69% rated it to be excellent. But when we asked about customers, 10% and 16% said it was excellent. And why do I raise this now? I raise it now because this is going to be critical. The technology cannot be the custodian of having empathy and understanding of our customers. Ultimately, we lead, we guide, we set the vision. And as long as that's the case, then it's really important that this gap needs to be closed, and we need to make sure that we really are very close to our customers, not just in terms of the data and the insights we have on them, but also in terms of our value and our ethos. The power of what AI will be able to do for us is significantly greater when we are close to our customers. So some of the use cases today, customer engagement. So there's the chat bots that handle thousands of customer queries. And in the beginning, some of these were a little bit, let's say, they had some glitches in them, but they're getting better and better and better and better, and the value is being seen. Personalized marketing. So this is now routine. The e-commerce platforms are really able to personalize. The concept of personalized marketing that was, let's say, a dream is becoming much more a reality. Content creation, which we're all familiar with. And next, we're seeing AI being used for video and design. And again, this is really getting traction, and we're getting videos of really high qualities being possible. And AI-driven dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing is not a new thing, but AI allows dynamic pricing to be done at a scale, at a level that is really quite impactful. And then the deeper cultural resonance, ability for the AI to present in different languages and to be able to do it increasingly at a quality that's acceptable. And this autonomous marketing agents, something that we're going to have to come to terms with, that there will be autonomous marketing agents that will be able to take on work and actually do a lot of work independently. This idea of decentralized creative network being empowered by AI tools so collaboration could work. And then the ability to use synthetic data to train and to develop, in other words, to move and to simulate what might happen. So that means that a startup can really simulate things to try to play out scenarios in a very simple way with the use of AI. That means that they prepared for all eventualities. So AI-led SEO solutions. So this delivered 75% more efficiencies at 10% of the cost. It's a company called Digital Think that does this. So identifies technical error, strategic opportunities. It then starts to optimize the websites, does all the crawling, assists in optimizing the local listing. And ultimately, this means 99% reduction in manual task, 10 times faster to implement. And the role of the human is simply to approve. And the result here, you can see in this scenario, significant increase in traffic, ranking, Google business ranking, and increased client queries. What's interesting here is that we have to consider that we're at the very, very beginning of this journey. And as I said, that as time goes along, we will move from optimizing what we already were doing to re-eventing and rethinking what we do.
Now we're in a position.
So this is an AI as a sales agent, and I'm been quite impressed the quality of which these have got to in a very, very short period of time. Have a look at this.
Now we're in a position where we can actually do like a test call here. Okay, so I'm going to come here. I'm going to update this for my phone number, and then we're going to do a test call. All right, and so you can see now I'm getting a call. And so I'm going to answer this, put this on speaker, and let you guys listen to this. So this is where we're at right now. Hello?
Hey there. How's your day going?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. My name's Alex. I work with a local company called Memberify. We build websites for small businesses here in Tennessee. I actually noticed your business doesn't have a website, so we just went ahead and built one for you. No charge or anything. Just wanted to show you what your business could look like online. It's already done. Do you mind if I email you the link real quick so you can take a look?
You built me a free website?
Yeah, that's right. We just went ahead and built a demo site for your business, totally free, no catch. We figured it's more helpful to actually show you what your business could look like online instead of just talking about it. If you're curious, I can send you the link real quick so you can check it out. Would you like me to email it or text it over?
Yeah, could you email it?
Awesome. What's the best name and email to send it to?
So there.
All right, so we'll stop it there. But ultimately, what you could see there is that there would be, I mean, that would sound like you were talking to another person. And these are getting increasingly sophisticated. And we have to sympathize all of these and to try to understand the scale of the opportunity that we're going to have at our hands as we move forward. Higher lead conversion and more pipeline are some of the obvious things that these systems and AI solutions can help us to do. And there's studies that are able to demonstrate significant improvement in leads conversion rate, cost savings and scalability. And there's incredible opportunities to save cost, but more importantly, to scale, to be able to cover different periods, to have a larger reach than we currently do. Improvement in lead engagement and follow-up. Lots of areas where we need to keep the opportunities warm, to keep them engaged, to work them, that again, AI, and then ultimately revenue growth and sales productivity. And that's now, and we're just getting started. So if you think about a playbook in terms of how we do this, we need to think about picking 2 to 3 cases with line of sight to money. And that's really important, that we need to understand and have a clear hypothesis about how it's going to help us to create value via serving our customers. The one downside around AI is the need to manage the elements around data and taxonomy and how we organize things so that the AI can work with and can help us in terms of what we're doing. But then we need to pilot like a scientist. So we're already very familiar from digital marketing, doing a lot of A/B testing and controls, and we need to keep that kind of ethos and spirit, because that's one of the ways that we're able to train and to get the systems right. And we need to budget for what's known as the J curve, and that simply means that in the beginning, it can be slow and it can take a while to find the right formula. So we need to maybe redesign, we need to train, we need to prompt, and it takes a while. But then when it takes off, it really takes off. And then obviously we need to make sure that there's the right appropriate level of trust and compliance in place, particularly when we're dealing with this. And perhaps certainly thinking about this is to think about designing what we do, always consider having a mobile first mindset in terms of what we're doing here. So maybe I'll conclude just on a few points in terms of what I think that this whole situation around AI presents us with. So I think the first point is that the answer to this question is not really about AI replacing us in any way. It's about what human plus AI is able to deliver. Because ultimately our creativity, our judgment, our cultural insight remain irreplaceable. And I think that despite the ultimate increase in agents and the like being available, I think that we, as the driver of these systems and of the technology, is critical. So it's about us plus the AI. I think that we need to start now. The AI train is leaving the station. In fact, it's left the station, and it is one that's full of opportunities. We need to have the right mindset in terms of being able to take advantage of it, but the time is certainly now. We stand at a defining moment, and I think that this also requires us to be inspired. We should think about opportunities for step changes. And we should remember that when we look back 20 years to this time that we're in now, this will really look like the infancy. And the people who are going to shape the future are those of us who are here now. The future has been written by people and those that act. And that's why we need to be the author of what will happen. AI is not going to replace marketers, but marketers who use AI potentially are the ones who are going to thrive. And maybe just one last point on this is that this is probably the most transformational moment for generations. And customers are key to help us to apply gravity. But also, I think that one of the beautiful things about AI for us is that one is that I believe that those who are closest to the customers, who have the greatest empathy with the customers, have the greatest potential to really maximize the value out of this. And the second point is that this is an incredible leveler. That means that actually it brings the level playing field across the board, and it means that the raw talent and the raw ability that we have can really come to forth. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. All I can say is wow. Thank you so much, Baba Awekote. I totally enjoyed your session, especially the last statement you made about the conclusion, and you said this is the most transformational moment for generations, and that's so true. That's so true. Great insights, and you have loads and loads of questions, and I hope you're ready for them.
I'll do my best.
Awesome. Okay, but I'm gonna start with mine because I listened carefully to everything you were teaching, especially the fact that at O2 Academy we have a particular new course package we call the AI Essentials, and when you were talking about the video thing, and honestly, it keeps blowing my mind because I also sit in those sessions. Yeah. So you talked about leveraging, and you said finding and keeping customers is the goal, and that's the truth. You also talked about focusing on not losing track because technology can get us distracted, and this is so true. Now, my question is, how do we avoid these distractions and still be able to utilize AI in customer acquisition and retention? Would you like to just quickly speak to that? I have
Yeah,
more
no,
questions.
yeah, no, definitely. So one of the key areas where we have a practice is around customer centricity. And the point is that there's two ways of looking at AI. We could look at it from a technological lens, which is this exciting technology, and we get caught up in all the technology. What I'm asking and persuading us to do is to look at it from a point of view of this is an amazing technology that can enable us to answer the question we've always been wanting to answer, which is how do we engage our customers? How do we create value? How do we remove friction? And I think that it is telling us to always be at the other end, that end of how can it help us too? And we keep directing it to our question. The issue is not the wonderful things that AI could do. The issue is how can those wonderful things help us to answer our question, the applications. As I said, at the moment, we're in the infancy. We're using it to do what we've always been doing better, faster, cheaper. But at a point in time, we need to start to think about reorganizing what we do and what we can do with the support of AI. And I think that that's the kind of questions that needs to be really near the front of our mind. So we don't get caught up with adding AI to what we do, putting the engine on the back of the horse to help it go faster rather than designing a car. This kind of concept. Some people have said that, if you end up with a car, for example, that can drive itself without a driver in that context, would you design it like the cars look today? And it's that kind of really changing our thinking around what we're trying to do. Ultimately, our job is to help the customers to get what they need, to help them to be happy, and to help them to understand what creates the most value for them. And we need to make sure that we start the thinking from that end, not from the end of all the technological things that AI is able to do.
Yeah, that's it, because it's just an enabler, and we mustn't lose our originality as the concept originators. I agree with you. So the second question from the audience, this says, what are some of the ways brands and agencies can integrate artificial intelligence to boost brand equity, customer loyalty, and sales?
Well, to be honest, I think that that's very simple. I think that what we need to think about is what are all the things that are stopping our customers from being able to engage with us, for being able to understand us better, convert more, and then we apply our the possibilities around AI to be able to support that. So that means that how can AI help us to get better understanding? That's about, research, gaining data, being able to analyze, and then getting the output from that and then acting on it, being able to multiply the amount of testing that we can do, the speed at which we could do the testing, which means we could figure out what works and what doesn't work much faster, and we could double down and we could focus on what works. And of course, there's the piece where AI can help us to, the ability to test now is exponential. And it's much, much easier to be able to do because we could do different versions and videos and all sorts really, really quickly. But I think that despite all of this, the genius in it, as you rightly alluded to, is the marketer, is us, is our ability to design and come up with relevant hypotheses that we want AI to be able to enable, that we want AI to be able to help us to answer. And I would say that, myself and all of us, we should allow ourselves to challenge even more than we normally do what we do, how we do it, and why we do it.
Challenging what we know, how to do, why we do, and how to do it. Yeah, I totally agree with you. The second question goes, will the increase of use of AI lead to a shift towards in-house marketing, or will agencies still play a vital role in the industry?
That's a very good question. And to be honest with you, I'll give an opinion. I don't know the answer to that question, but I will answer it in this way. I think that it is going to be up to agencies to make sure that agencies continue to demonstrate the added value that agencies are able to provide. I do think it's a beautiful question in the sense that that is the part of an indication that the world is changing. The world is changing.
Yeah.
At the beginning, I showed the Darwin quote, which is quite formal. It's about being responsive to change. And we need to really stay close, pay attention, and to make sure that we're responding, we're adapting, so that the role of the agency may change, but maybe there's a bigger opportunity to add value.
Exactly. Bigger opportunities to add value. That's it. And like I told you, there are lots of questions, and you're equal to the task, and I'm totally enjoying the entire journey. Yeah. So how do you think agencies will need to adapt their compensation models to remain competitive in a landscape where AI is also accelerating turnaround times and changing the nature of work?
Yeah, but that's another big strategic question. I think that clearly I showed an example there, and I said that this SEO organization was suggesting that the cost is down to 10%. And at the end, it's very, very difficult if we don't have a monopoly not to address the market reality. And of course, if the cost of doing something goes down significantly, eventually the market will ask for it to be reflected. We have to adapt. We have to adapt. We have to create, if the cost of doing something goes down to 10% of what it used to be for everybody, and we want to maintain the value that we were, let's say, able to extract, but then we need to adapt. We need to answer new questions. We need to come up with different ways of helping our customers. So we go back to the center of gravity. What are we trying to achieve? We're trying to make we're trying to find more customers, and we're trying to keep those customers. So we need to work in that space of answering that question, not in the space of doing a particular task, which maybe now could be done at 10% of the cost. And I think, whilst I don't think I've answered the question fully, I think that is the space where we're going to find the answer to that question. But I don't think we're going to be able to maintain, let's say, the price. We can't do what we did 5-10 years ago and maintain the same level of value. We need to come up with new solutions to those questions. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. New solutions, Yeah. So, and the other question says, today, the word trust has become very crucial to consumers. Now, how do we ensure that the integration of AI does not water down the essence, thereby making consumers to feel insecure?
Yeah,
Trust.
no, that's another big question. I think it's inevitable that the ability to present a glossy front is much easier now than maybe it was in the past. And even brands that lack credibility can present credibly. And I think that's true. So authenticity is going to be a key factor. And you know, whenever we talk about branding, one of the things is that what is the best way to be seen as an authentic brand? And the answer to the question is to be authentic, right? So I think the first thing is that we need to focus on making sure that we are authentic. What we say and what we do, and the way we use AI is elaborating, accentuating our authenticity rather than trying to present that what we're not. I think that over time, consumers will usually figure out what's real and what's not real. And usually these things that lack authenticity, they don't last the test of time. And over time, usually the lack of credibility will show up. So I would say that we should all focus on trying to be as credible as possible, because brands don't survive without credibility.
Awesome. Awesome. So we're just going to give you one more question, and we will send the rest of the questions to you so you can, speak to that. Thank you so much. So the last question is, and a very interesting one. Do you think that with the disruptive nature of AI and the imminent shift reshaping the roles of CMO, do you think agency in 2030 will need CMOs will need chief operating officers trust?
Would they need the chief operating officer's trust?
Yes, we'll need the chief trust officers. Yeah, that's actually what the person said. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I generally don't know with regards to that. What I can say is that I think that the role of the chief marketing officer will obviously change significantly. And I think that maybe one of the things we should consider is that in 5 to 10 years' time, we're going to have totally different chief marketing officers than the ones that we have today. They'll probably think differently. They'll organize their organization totally differently. And, one of the things I said is about we have to be careful, and I am guilty of it as well, that at the moment, a lot of the way we're thinking about AI is a turbo. We're thinking about it as a turbo. We're not yet in the space of totally rethinking how we organize ourselves and how we go about addressing the challenges. I think that the chief marketing officer of the future will be answering a different marketing question anyway. So therefore, all of the points that are being made in terms of the relationship with other parts of the organization are going to be true, because I think that marketing, if we get it right, we probably will creep and embrace some of the roles that have been solved in different parts of the organization. After all, we're the ones who understand the customer, who understands their needs, who knows what they want, who understands the market. And I think with that insight, with that leadership role that we play in that space, we have the possibility to expand the scope of what we cover and what we do. Thank you. I think you're mute at the moment, Mr. Ozan.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the coordinators is trying to fix that as at that time. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you, Baba Wepetu. I really enjoyed your sessions, and we're going to send you our questions so you can speak to that and we'll forward it to everyone involved. It was a very good time with you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure with Marketing Edge, and I'm grateful to Mr. Ajayi for the platform that allows all of us to be able to have these exchanges. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Exactly. And you too, bro. Enjoy the rest of your day, sir.
All right. Thanks.
Great. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Baba Awekwetu. As we move on to our next speaker, this is a guy that I have amazing, great, beautiful, and awesome respect for. Yeah. He is the chief executive. Okay. She is, hold on. Okay, so Victoria. Hold on, please. I think I'm getting. Okay. So the next speaker, there was a switch. There's a switch. So the next speaker is Osato Obiowam. She is a dynamic marketing leader with over 15 years of experience shaping some of the Africa's biggest brands. She has built a strong reputation for driving profitable growth across FMCG and alcoholic beverage sector. Her expertise spans consumer behavior, competitive strategy, and strategic brand execution. Osato has led marketing campaigns for world-class brands in personal care, home care, and luxury beverages. She has worked across key African markets, including Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire. Her career reflects a deep understanding of Africa's diverse consumer landscape. Currently, she serves as marketing director at Moet Hennessy, Nigeria. And she previously held leadership roles at global giants Unilever and Diageo. Wow. Passionate about mentorship, she is committed to nurturing young professionals. Today, Osato will be joining us in discussing leveraging AI at the Marketing Edge National Marketing Summit 2025. So please, let's make welcome Osato.
Thank you so much, Ozone, or Ozone, or Ozone, if I stick to the nickname.
Ozone is fine, ma.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the really warm welcome. And thank you to Marketing Edge for giving us the platform. I have to re-echo what Baba Awekwetu said. It's always nice to be able to connect with the industry and connect with people who are driving the industry forward. I'm also excited to be speaking on the platform today. And I think Baba has set the context really well and created or provided a really strong foundation for us to continue the conversations that we're having today. I'm just gonna, if you give me a moment to share my screen so that I can put up my slides. And then let me know once they are visible.
Yes, we can see your slide now. Please write on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Good morning again, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be on this platform today, speaking about a topic that actually sparks my curiosity and my sense of wonder. I would love, again, to thank the previous speaker for the valuable insights he shared. And like I said earlier, it's the perfect foundation for the conversations that we will be having. I think that what I'm going to do today, my hope, is to use existing everyday examples to add to the body of knowledge that Baba has shared in a way that gets you inspired and leaves you with new perspectives and practical takeaways. So let me start by asking you to think of the last ad that caught your attention. The chances are that it felt personalized, relevant, and maybe even timely, as if someone was eavesdropping on your conversations or reading your mind. And that is AI at work. It's not coincidence. AI is no longer a futuristic concept. It is in our everyday, it's powering process, it's driving businesses, and it's shaping our experiences in ways that we never expected that it would. And it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It will only get more advanced, and it will be used for many more things than it is used for today. And for marketers, the real challenge, and that's what I want to be able to share today, the real challenge is not about not using AI. It would be about how to use AI for results without losing the human touch. Our consumers today expect speed, they expect relevance, they expect personalization. In fact, 80% of consumers are more likely to buy from brands that offer personalized experiences. But the traditional marketing tools that we have today just cannot keep up with the volume of data available. They also can't keep up with the complexity that is required to harness all of this data into actionable insights. And that's where AI comes in. AI bridges that gap between data abundance and actionable insights, and it helps us get better marketing results faster. AI is already driving a lot of marketing results today in many ways. The previous speaker alluded to some of them, and I'm going to dive a little deeper into a few of them that I think are very relevant to what we're doing today as marketers. At the top of this list is personalization at scale. And I'm going to use examples. Let's take Netflix and Spotify as examples. I'm sure a lot of people have Netflix accounts, at least in this room. Netflix uses machine learning algorithms to analyze viewing behavior. So they analyze the time of day you're watching, analyze the devices that you're watching from, your completion rates, how often you pause the show, how often you rewatch shows. And this algorithm tailors recommendations. It tailors the thumbnails that show up on screen. And even the promotional trailers that you get, tailors them uniquely for each user. Over 80% of the shows watched on Netflix are driven by recommendations. I can't remember the last time I went on Netflix and tried to search for something to watch. It just would show me, because you watch XYZ, try this. And a lot of the things that I've watched in my spare time are based on the recommendations. So AI is technically keeping us hooked and directly tying into the business objective of retention and lifetime value. Spotify's Discover Weekly is another example. It's powered by AI that analyzes listening habits, audio patterns, and similar users' behaviors. The AI curates playlists that feel like they're handpicked for each listener. And I think when I think about listening to music on Apple Music or on Spotify, sometimes the stress of having to pick the songs that I want to listen to can be difficult. But it's amazing that AI can curate a playlist that has just the right kind of music that I want. This way, it increases daily active use and increases brand stickiness through music personalization. Spotify reported that Discover Weekly drove 40% increase in engagement when it launched. And the impact for these two brands is that both brands are driving loyalty, they're improving their consumer engagement, and they're reducing churn in a subscription-driven business. Next is innovation and demand generation. I think Baba mentioned an example with Coca-Cola in his presentation, and I think Coca-Cola is an amazing organization that does really great stuff where marketing is concerned. In this example, Coca-Cola uses AI to track social listening, consumer feedback, and trend spotting to inform product innovation. They've also used AI in creative development, like this example, the Coca-Cola Y3000 limited edition flavor. It was actually co-created with AI to imagine the flavor of the future. I mean, you'd almost think that's unrealistic, but it was a way to engage with consumers. It allowed the brands to stay culturally relevant and to appeal to younger, tech-savvy consumers. Of course, the campaign also generated strong buzz on social platforms for innovation. But similarly, let's look at Starbucks. Starbucks uses an AI platform called Deep Brew that integrates customers' preferences, store-level data, and even contextual insights which helps them personalize their app offers. There's so many positive rave reviews of the Starbucks app because apparently it recommends beverage options, and it can recommend beverage options based on the time of year. So in the winter, it can recommend a beverage that is tied or relevant to winter, and recommend something that's tied or relevant to summer. It can also suggest food pairings, and this drives frequency of purchase and enhances the consumer's overall experience. But what's interesting for Starbucks is it doesn't end there. With the data and insights that they get from user habits, they can also optimize their inventory and staffing and improve overall operational efficiency. So it's going beyond retaining the consumer to driving business efficiency. Third, and more widely known, AI is also being used to optimize creative campaign development. We talk a lot about content generation, ChatGPT helping with copy, Gemini helping with campaign development. And that is what we are most familiar with at this point. And it's a fantastic addition to the suite of tools that we use as marketing professionals. A good example is Heinz, who ran a playful experiment asking AI tools to draw ketchup. Across the iterations that came back, the AI almost always generated a bottle that looked like Heinz. Talk about truly owning a category. But what's interesting about this campaign is that it turned AI into a proof point for brand distinctiveness and consumer associations. It also reinforced Heinz's category leadership and their brand iconography, sparking a lot of conversation and boosting brand affinity. Nestle is another example of a company that uses AI to generate, adapt, and localize creative assets across more than 200 markets. AI facilitates the automation of content creation, which enables their brands achieve consistency and efficiency in global campaigns, which is one of the big pain points of giant multinationals who want to ensure that their brands are represented the same way across different nationalities and markets. But what this AI does for Nestle, while it helps them achieve this consistency, it also maintains local resonance. So it's not about taking the generic copy and just rolling it out everywhere. It is about taking local nuances and building into those assets. The impact on the business is a significant reduction in production timelines and costs, and it enables faster go-to-market campaigns at reduced rates. In a world where speed is currency, this, I think, is probably one of the strongest business cases for AI. Another way AI is transforming marketing is in the area of brand engagement and experience. Sephora's virtual artist is a really good example of how AI is combined with augmented reality, and their virtual artist allows customers try on products virtually. Imagine trying on lipstick before you buy. This really enhances the digital shopping experience and reduces friction in trial and purchase. Of course, the result is increased conversion rates online and definitely strengthens consumer engagement, because as a consumer, what is better than getting confidence in what you're buying before purchase? But I'll talk about a personal favorite of mine, which is the Nike Fit app. The Nike Fit app uses AI and computer vision to scan a customer's feet using their smartphone camera. And with this data, the app provides personalized size recommendations for every Nike shoe model. If you're like some people who really struggle to find their shoe sizes and who don't want to go through the trouble of trying shoes all the time in the store, this would be a fantastic solution. But beyond just providing those personalized recommendations, it reduces the rate of return and improves customer satisfaction with their purchase. This is an example of AI solving a real consumer pain point. And if I go back to what Baba had said earlier, at the end of the day, what we really need to be focusing is on how to answer the questions that are being asked by our consumer, how to solve those needs, how to give them what they're looking for with the help of the technologies that we have available. They're amazing, they're fantastic, they can do really great things, but they're not as useful if we're not using them to answer the real questions that we have as marketers. And then now I'll talk about, something that is a little more abstract, but equally as important. And this is on media optimization. AI can also optimize media for reach and for efficiency. Unilever does this very well, applying AI to analyze media buying performance across platforms, optimizing advertising spend in real time, and ensuring that their brand messaging reaches the right audience segment. So instead of blasting out communication to all and sundry, with this technology, they're able to pinpoint the actual cohorts that they want to communicate specific products to and target their communication to those consumers. This drives efficiency in global media spend and improves the return on investment because you're more likely to reach the person that you're talking to for whom your product is most relevant. Now, while AI is a fantastic resource, brings fantastic results and is a fantastic resource, it is not without its challenges. For example, there are ethical concerns to consider. So data privacy and trust is a big one. Consumers are increasingly concerned about how their data is collected, stored, and used. Even I, as a person, I'm very hesitant to provide my data on a lot of these sites or even to people when they ask, because there's no surety of what it's going to be used for or whether it's going to be mismanaged. There's also questions around data bias and fairness. The reality is that AI models are trained on data. And if the data is skewed to certain consumer groups, then the recommendations and output may be questionable or even discriminatory. There are also questions around over-personalization. At what point does personalization move from interesting to creepy? While personalization can be really powerful, when it feels too invasive, it may backfire. Suddenly you get consumers asking, how do they know that about me? Can I trust them? And so those are questions that we need to ask, especially as we think about further integrating AI into the work that we do. There's also the problem of losing brand authenticity and cultural nuance. If we depend solely on AI to drive creativity, we may end up with very generic content that lack originality and are potentially even detached from the brand voice. AI needs to be positioned as a co-creator, not a replacement. And brands have to be transparent and ethical with the data, or they risk losing consumer trust. So now that we've spoken about what AI is doing and some of the challenges that AI can potentially raise, I wanted to look a bit about what could come. And I think Mr. Okweto also spoke about some of those potential changes that we see coming. Like him, I think that we're also at the beginning. With all the amazing things that AI is facilitating, I think that the fun is just starting. I think that AI will increasingly become an invisible enabler of consumer experiences, and not just any kinds of experiences. It'll be experiences that are seamless, contextual, and always on. We think we were doing always on communication through digital. Just imagine what we can do with AI. Brands will move from fixed one-off campaigns towards always on adaptive relationships with consumers, all powered by AI. Think, for example, hyper-personalized real-time experiences with AI analyzing live behavior to serve content, to serve offers, and product recommendations that change intuitively. I'm imagining a skincare brand app that adjusts product recommendations in real time based on the weather. For example, suggesting a hydrating serum on dry days and an SPF product on sunny ones, and linking this instantly to purchase. That just removes all the friction from awareness to conversion. We could also get voice and conversational commerce. And I think that was an example that Mr. Okweto shared in the video. where shopping and brand interaction will take place via the consumer's natural language, not clicks and taps. Add to cart will suddenly become spoken word. And you could ask, say, Alexa to recommend a cocktail for date night. And AI would suggest a recipe featuring a specific tequila brand, followed by a one-click order to the nearest delivery partner. That's one way that our brands and us as marketing can really drive results in the work that we do, leveraging AI. We could also see a move towards emotion-based AI systems. This one, is a bit concerning to me because then it would really show that AI is so sophisticated. But we could move to emotion-based AI systems that detect and respond to consumer sentiment through facial expression, tone of voice, or text sentiment. Imagine a brand live streaming a product drop, being able to track consumer excitement through chats and emojis, noting which product generate the most love and the most excitement, highlighting limited stock for popular products, or even switching the live stream presenter if attention drops. Imagine that we had that functionality in Zoom now, and Marketing Edge decides that, this presentation is not so exciting, we need to switch to someone else. That could become possible. We will also see even more immersive environments powered by AI and augmented or virtual reality that let consumers experience products or brand worlds virtually before buying. Imagine walking into a premium car shop, and the car brand can give customers a chance to test drive a car or customize it in a hyper-personalized virtual showroom where every detail adapts to their preferences. I mean, they don't have to take the risk of you potentially ruining the car in an accident. And you also get a really good feel for the handling and the power and just the aesthetics of the car. The possibilities are endless. And I could go on and on, but my challenge to marketers and like myself and teams is this: we must build AI literacy to stay relevant. Many of us lack AI fluency, and it's not through any fault of ours. We're still, trying to understand what it can do. A lot of organizations in this part of the world have not fully adopted the use of the tools that are available. But we do need to invest in upskilling marketers in AI. Because right now, we are either underusing or misapplying the tools. And upskilling marketers to become AI literate is just as important as adopting the tools. There are many business benefits to gain by adopting AI, not as a replacement, but as a co-pilot. The future is human plus AI. And it's interesting that Mr. Okweto also mentioned this, but this really is the case. The next campaign will build itself in hours, not weeks. And the question is no longer whether you will integrate AI, but how fast and how well you do it. And I would like to re-echo what Mr. Okweto said earlier. AI is not about replacing marketers. It's about freeing us to do what humans do best: storytelling, strategy, and creativity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osato. Great insights. In fact, at some point I was actually getting scared a little bit. Especially your last quote that talks about the fact that the next campaign will not be filmed or shot or produced in weeks, it's in hours. And to be honest with you, so true. So true.
Yeah, but there's nothing to be scared of, Ozone. I think we need to fully embrace it and get ahead of it so that we can harness it in a way that, we get the benefits to come through.
That's it. And that takes me to the first question. Is AI undermining agencies' client relationships or reinforcing agencies' roles?
My opinion, I don't think that it's undermining the relationships between agencies and clients. I think that agencies need to be able to adopt AI at the speed at which their clients are adopting AI. Otherwise, they risk falling behind. And the clients will be looking for agencies that are forward thinking, that are, being innovative, that are moving with the times. The truth is, organizations are never going to employ the number of people that agencies have. It's not going to happen. They will have their marketing teams, but they will always need service providers to manage some of the things that agencies are managing now. It is now left to the agencies to upskill themselves and find ways to provide value that does not create opportunities for clients to think, okay, perhaps we don't need these guys anymore.
Excellent. I agree with you. And here comes our last question, because we're going to send the rest of the questions to you because of time. So customers are constantly discovering products. What does that mean for brands in the integration of AI?
So they are constantly discovering products through different ways. I mean, I just scrolling on my phone based on some of the things I've said, because yes, the phones do listen to us. And based on some of the things that I've searched, new products come up. If we want to make sure that our products are in discovery, we need to be able to understand the AI tools that we can use to ensure that we're present in the tools like SEO, we're present in the areas where they shop, we're present on the websites where they are, but also in a way that we are leveraging the things that they've done, the behaviors and the habits, because sometimes it may not be about the obvious choice. I may be looking at an adjacent category. I may be looking at something that's completely different and complementary, but it's still an opportunity for a brand that is not necessarily in that category to create presence. We need to be able to anticipate some of these coexistences, some of these synergies, and be proactive in ensuring that our brands are present in those spaces where sometimes the consumer is not necessarily looking, but will be happy to find us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Osato. We're going to forward the rest of the questions to you. And I want to say thank you on behalf of Marketing Edge and the entire participants of this session.
Thank you so much, Ozone. Thank you. And thank you to the Marketing Edge team for the opportunity. I think I will be looking forward to what the rest of the speakers have to say. I certainly hope that I have served to inspire and not scare people, because I think sometimes we misunderstand the value of what AI and the technology can do. But thank you again and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
I need to. Take care. Have a nice day. Okay, so that takes us to the next speaker. Pritesh Siraj. Pritesh is the Chief Executive Officer of the Laureus, Africa and the Middle East. Laureus is the most prestigious creative award, Africa and Middle East, and he has led the platform to become a powerful driver of conversations on how creativity fuels economies and cultures. Before this, he was CEO of Product of the Year South Africa, where he helped global brands and turning insight into innovation. He is a respected thought leader. He has spoken at major international forums on marketing, technology, and cultural change. Siraj is widely recognized for linking creativity with commercial value, shaping the future of brands across Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Pritesh on the stage. Hi, Pritesh.
Hi, good morning, Ozone. So good to see you. And yeah, it's great to be able to chat to you like this.
That's right. That's right. It's been a long time.
It feels like way too long. It was a few months ago, but it does feel way too long right now.
Exactly. Thank you for showing up, Pritesh.
Amazing. And thank you to Marketing Edge for the invitation, and so good to be able to chat to all of you. Should I just jump into it, Ozone, and just
Yes, of course.
So amazing. Thank you so much for everyone for the time. My presentation seems to be, there we go. Ozone, I just want to double check. Can you see the presentation up on screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Amazing.
Yes, of course.
Fantastic. So such an honor to be able to speak to you about AI integration today. So there's going to be a lot of data. So I'm going to take a very, I know from a creative side, but I'm going to do a lot of data. And the way I've actually approached this is really just to go into 9 think points. That's all I really want to do is like, and really quickly. So these are the think points we're going to think about, really think about, which is the key thoughts on utilizing artificial intelligence in communications and how we can actually find value from it as well. So that's useful for you to know in terms of what are the 9 key things that I want to focus on. And jumping straight into the first one. And the first thing I want us to think about together as a group is, in this journey, I was listening to the previous speaker as well, and there's this fear that we all have in terms of artificial intelligence. But we should also look at the journey that we've gone. How has technology improved human ability to communicate? And if you think about it, in ancient times and our ancestors, when we wanted to communicate, we had rock paintings. So you'd paint on these walls and you'd be able to share and communicate the experiences that we had. But eventually, this wasn't working anymore. And therefore, you had the famous Gutenberg Bible that actually was created. But it was just an evolution of the same human capability that happened. And eventually, to a point, we went into things like Photoshop, where we're then able to create at a much higher level. And that's the thing, one of the things we're going to think about, as in terms of the timeline, in terms of how things have gone and the technology we've developed. All we really have in this journey is that artificial intelligence is just another step in our ability to be able to communicate, make a difference, and connect together. On a marketing perspective, though, it also supercharges it. It supercharges it on a vision perspective, from business in terms of the goals, the enterprise, the management of our marketing communications. So really what artificial intelligence is here as a tool to be able to assist us and guide us and help us in terms of this overall process. But having said that, again, every single time, and apologies for the scary image, but that's what Hollywood's done to us. It's brainwashed us into this idea that artificial intelligence is really, really this big, scary monster coming for us. And I think one of the things I want to highlight at the first step in our first thing point here is don't fear artificial intelligence in communication. It is a logical evolution in communications. It is a tool to improve capability and experience. It's going to be a very valuable tool for all of you here on the call today. The second thing point is, what is artificial intelligence in communication? Really, if we think about what is it? And essentially what it really does is we live in a world with lots of complex data. There's so many data points. We can collect data now at a rate that it's never been done before. But human capability just doesn't have this ability to be able to utilize this data to be able to come up with the thinking that we need. And that's what artificial intelligence is there for, to take this massive amounts of data, apply human-centric thinking, and to be able to organize it in a way that's really beautiful for us so that we can derive value out of it itself. So we live in a world of abundance, with an abundance of data, but the world of data requires advanced systems to rationalize and utilize this untapped value. That's where artificial intelligence comes in. So obviously the process in terms of generating the data, we're storing it, processing it, but in the end of the day, where we want is actionable insights. Predictive signals need to be generated in which we can actually act upon. And this is where artificial, specifically generative AI, comes into the process itself. AI improves and automates the decision-making process for marketers, and therefore data can be processed and value extracted at levels that now supersede human ability, which means we also are able to enhance human experience at a much faster rate. Our third thing point is your data providing the right AI outputs? And this is something that's really important for us as marketers as well. Something that I was taught really early, and I did a little bit of programming as well, was that, if you have garbage in, garbage out, any person from a programming environment would have heard the term GIGO. But also now we live in an environment where you can have value in and garbage out. And that's a sad and scary reality where you can have value and you're creating it, but the outputs are not real. But you use artificial intelligence to ensure that you have value in and value out. And the way you're actually able to do this, and the process you do this, is by ensuring that our artificial intelligence systems, our generative AI systems, have an ability to utilize really clean data. As a marketer, you should be thinking about the kind of data you have access to, the kind of data these LLMs are basically going to be able to use. So have a data quality plan in place. Make sure that you're continuously correcting the right data at the source. You're measuring data accuracy. You're managing the duplicates that are going to definitely come in as you use multiple sources. And then you append this data as it actually happens. So ensuring that you have a sound and robust process is going to be so important in this artificial intelligence world. AI is only as good as the data that is used to inform the pattern recognition process that triggers actions. Bad data will create biases in the way that your brand communicates to consumers. And that's a risk we all need to watch out for. Bad data is going to be the biggest challenge to all of our businesses because we now act so quickly on the data that we're able to actually source out there. Think by number 4, do you actually need AI tools in your communication? Think about it in terms of your business itself. And there was an amazing study done by Deloitte State of AI and Enterprise. Their 3rd edition of the study showed that 26% of the people surveyed and 45% of AI adopters highlighted that AI has enabled them to gain a significant advantage over their competitors. That's the reality that you have ahead of you right now, that you can actually absolutely gain a significant advantage over your competitors if you move quickly to adopt artificial intelligence and utilize it in your business overall. So what are the advantages of AI in marketing? Obviously, you've got the improved efficiency, fast and accurate customer data processing, and optimized marketing campaigns. While we do this, we also need to be aware of the disadvantages of AI in marketing, which is data privacy, big challenge, concerns of biases and inaccurate information from the larger population set coming into our marketing communication. And very importantly, for somebody like me that I care about, is the lack of creativity going into a world where we lose our ability to have that human experience. And therefore it comes to the next point. Is creativity still relevant in an in an AI generated world? I just want to make sure my sound is sharing. So apologies while I just double check and make sure that my audio is there. If it doesn't, there's no issues. So Ozone, can I check? Because I don't seem to have the control to be able to share audio. I'm going to play this. And this is just an example of a case study in terms of utilizing technology and even artificial intelligence to be able to go out and create campaigns.
The new Polo was launching with IQ Drive, VW's intelligence system, aimed at a digitally connected audience who play everywhere, except where we do. They block, skip, and avoid ads. So how do we create an ad campaign for people who want nothing to do with ads? We play a game of our own. Introducing Game On, a gamified ad campaign fueled by currency our audience love it. NFTs. We began by transforming the streets of Joburg into an African corner of the metaverse. We then worked with the leading NFT platform, OpenSea, to create a unique collection of NFTs inspired by these very streets. And then we hid them in our advertising. We hyped the release with gamer influencers and a series of teasers. With the community primed, we dropped our gamified ad and challenged consumers to find the treasured NFTs. Every day, we released new clues across social. To win them, gamers needed to track down the NFTs, take screenshots of the content, then tweet us the images. And millions who avoid ads were now watching our ad over and over again, frame by frame, for 5 consecutive days, while turning their social feeds into free ad space for the new Polo. Within minutes, we were trending, engaging millions of South Africans, and the new Polo leveled up as this hard-to-reach community embraced the campaign. We announced the winners. While we handed over freshly minted NFTs, our dealers began handing over keys as our audience went from the virtual streets to playing with a new polo in the real world. The media took notice. They smashed every high score. Proving that no matter where you play, when you're in the new polo, you win.
So essentially, this is the world where technology and artificial intelligence specifically is going to allow us to create experiences for consumers that mimic their real world experience overall. But as we go down that
new polo
process,
was launched.
whoops, sorry. Let's see if we can like skip that. The important thing is, we still go down to basics. And like, as David Ogilvy said, you cannot bore people into buying your product. You can only interest them into buying it. And therefore, what we've got to be careful is that artificial intelligence creates a world where we lose this creativity itself. The human connection is still the beating heart of resilient brands. Even in an AI-dominated world, you cannot go past human connection itself. So my advice is your audience will still demand creativity. The efficiencies brought about by artificial intelligence does not allow you to abdicate your responsibility to wow your consumer with your product and service. So it is not a cure-all. It will not solve all of your business challenges. All it is, as we've always highlighted, is just a tool to go down that path. As Sir John Hegarty said, creativity is oxygen for business growth. So why are we holding our breath? In the AI-driven world, as we have more artificial intelligence, don't hold your breath. Continue pushing creativity, continue bringing the human angle to it, and don't rely on AI to be able to deliver this for you. Thing point number 6, is the cost of AI implementation worth it? It's expensive. Early adopters pay quite a bit to be able to utilize new technology. And you're going to find that right now the concern is, are you really bleeding money in exchange for the value that you're getting from artificial intelligence itself? And what you actually look at is in terms of AI marketing tools for return investment tracking, reporting. These already exist. The metrics, the processes exist right now as well. You want to measure and track your return on investments. It's essential for evaluating the success of marketing campaigns, and AI tools can provide valuable insights into this regard. AI tools can analyze marketing campaign performance, metrics, customer behavior, as well as your financial data to calculate and track return on investment in real time, which is so different from the past. Machine learning algorithms can identify correlations and trends within data, provide marketers with actionable insights for optimizing future campaigns, which can happen a lot quicker than ever before. And AI can automate the reporting process, generating comprehensive reports with visualizations and recommendations, allowing marketers to focus on strategic decision making. So tools are there, and if you're able to utilize this, it means that more of your time, more of your bandwidth can be focused on the strategy where it's still needed, where AI is still very, very weak. Think point 7, what are the risks when AI drives communication overall? And there's some of the risks. The risks in the use of AI in everyday working life. Number 1 is an overestimation of the possibilities of AI. There's always this worry, and there's always this assumption that AI will solve our problems. And the data that we have here shows that that is not true itself. You also have immature quality of results and loss of uniqueness and creativity, which always sits right at the top. For anyone interested in more of the legal stuff, insufficient legal regulations, and obviously there's the reduction of jobs itself. These are the top 5 that we should be considering as we use artificial intelligence every day in terms of our marketing campaigns. But we should never forget the overestimation of the possibilities of AI is what's going to hurt a lot of brands. And as smart marketers, we should make sure that we don't fall into that trap. Thing point 8, how can Nigerian brands harness the power of artificial intelligence? And it's this simple. Start now. Literally, find every AI tool that you can, that your business can utilize and your business is willing to be able to go out and invest in, and start now. Trust me, like I shared with the data right up front, as soon as you start utilizing artificial intelligence, you'll see the benefits from it as well. I have this amazing Sandpiper data here, and obviously it's a global data, but it also compares Middle East and Africa with Asia Pacific, Europe and the UK, and North America and Canada. And what I found really interesting about this data, and hopefully you see it as well, is this interesting thing where when they asked industry leaders must move faster to capitalize on opportunities, 78% of people in Middle East and Africa, the greatest of anywhere in the world, higher than the global average and greater than even North America, said that they agreed that industry leaders must move faster to capitalize on opportunities. Yet, when they were asked this question, whether industry leaders are acting too quickly to integrate generative AI into their offering and ways of working without fully thinking it through, without fully thinking through the potential implications and consequences, Africa and the Middle East, once again, was the highest in the world in terms of the fear. So we've got this dichotomy where we know that AI is really going to have a massive difference. We want leaders in the business to be able to adopt it, but there's there's a significant degree of fear that exists out there as well. And so therefore, I think one of the key things we need to do is it's in lockstep. We need to continuously adopt and utilize the tools, while at the same time, we need to continuously be proving to your audience, and especially to people who are going to be using the AI tools, that this is not going to be a risk to them, that they're actually going to derive benefit from them. And in this process, you'll be able to build greater acceptance of the tools that you implement within your business overall. Now is the time to invest. It is the best time for you to be able to go out there and find the right products itself. We cannot have a situation where we are left behind. And I'm going to show you this. You know, there's a global AI and marketing data for 2021 to 2028. And they give you all of this amazing data on the focus on the top left-hand corner of the screen. They'll tell you about the data for North America, for Europe, for even Asia Pacific. But where do we sit as a continent? When they look at Africa, they put us in the rest of the world, and so tiny over there. There is this sad reality where the world is not looking at us and does not believe that we will be able to adopt this technology and use it fast enough. And my wish to all of you is, let's prove them wrong. Let's prove them wrong. Let's go. And thanks to Marketing Edge for platforms like this. Thanks to Marketing Edge for being able to create that tension to say, how can more Nigerian brands be able to utilize the power of artificial intelligence to leapfrog other markets out there as well? And the way we're going to do this is starting the investment right now. And my final think point number 9. What will you do with all of this information right now? And one of the things that J.C. Penney, the founder of the famous J.C. Penney store, said is, theory is splendid, but until it's put into practice, it's valueless. I mean, on a day like this, where you're going to be taking in so much of information, I want you to remember this. You know, as you go through this, you're going to get so much of theory. I've shared a lot of theory. The speakers who've been before me have shared a lot, and there's a lot more to come throughout this day. But if you don't latch on to 1 or 2 points and really say, I'm willing to act on it, this entire day would have been valueless to you. So I hope you'll find a way to find useful information that's valuable to you, valuable to your business, that you can latch on overall and be able to utilize. And that's it for me. So thank you so much. That's AI integration, leveraging new technologies to achieve your business objectives. And so good being with all of you today.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Pritesh. You know, following some of the things you said, it's so interesting seeing some of this data. And one of the ones that really struck me is when you were talking about the risks in the use of AI. And the first on that is the overestimation of the possibilities with AI. And that's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
at some point, we now lose track of the fact that, look, this is artificial intelligence, not real human intelligence. You know, yeah. So
Yeah.
awesome, awesome. So Pritesh, we're just gonna give you 2 questions, and because of time, we'll send the rest to you.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, so the first one says, how can CMOs of today successfully master their evolving roles, expanding responsibilities, and the challenges they face? How can they redefine their roles and strategies for success?
Amazing. Is this in the context of AI or just in general?
Yes, yes, in the context of AI, yeah.
Context of AI. Yeah, I think one of the things is for us to recognize that we have massive information gaps and massive knowledge gaps as individuals. And I think what happens is there's been a time where CMOs could go through a process and there was this organic process of learning that happened where you continuously learn best practices and that was fine. But we're in a different space right now. Generative AI has grown at such a point that every CMO out there is sitting with massive knowledge gaps. And what I think a lot of CMOs need to do is understand, one, recognize that you have the knowledge gaps, and then two, put the plans in place for you to be able to fill it. And there's two ways, and it's a two-pronged approach. One is to be able to fill that gap individually. So being able to go and source as much of this knowledge as possible from the sources, platforms like this as Marketing Edge has put together, but also formalized platforms at schools to be able to go study and learn some of the stuff. And the second is to hire the right people, to find the talent who are AI natives. We always spoke about digital natives. We now have AI natives, being able to get some of these individuals who are able to come into your business and bring that learning into it. If you're able to do this as a CMO, then strategically you'll have the right knowledge and you'll have the right teams to be able to execute at the requisite level to ensure your brand can have really robust performance in the marketplace.
Awesome, 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 awesome. And one last question. How can organizations prioritize the privacy of users in the pursuit of AI use, giving them the control, choice, and transparency over how their data is used?
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a challenging one that you have out there as well. But essentially what's going to happen is organizations are going to be able to build their own LLM models and to be able to ensure that the data they have has been sourced from the adequate kind of resources out there who have taken the necessary governance steps to ensure that it's clean data and that the users know where it's going to happen. But that's the process you need to go down. It's not going to be an individual kind of process at this point where it's the business and the individual and being able to collect the data and utilize it in artificial intelligence, large language models. I think the best thing you can do to protect your business is to ensure that the providers of this data, the research companies who are collecting this data, are able to give you the assurance that the data has been collected in line with the best protocols in terms of government protocols, in terms of ethical protocols that are out there, so that you as a brand are protected. But it's an industry and a space that's in a state of flux right now. It's not going to be perfect. You're going to have challenges that are out there as well. So just be prepared for that and have and at least have a policy in place that goes that if we have a challenge, if somebody tells us that we are utilizing the data, how do you respond as an industry? Because it will happen. A number of major brands are going to face this challenge.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, Pritesh. And we hope to see you again.
Thank you so much, Ozan. Very good seeing you, and congratulations again to the entire Marketing Edge team. Always a pleasure to join everyone.
Same here. Enjoy the rest of your day, Pritesh.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Okay, so our next speaker is Victoria Abiola Ajayi. Victoria is the group CEO of TVC Communications, and that's the owners of TVC News, TVC Entertainment, Max FM, Yanga FM, and Adaba FM, reaching over 27 million people daily. She has earned recognition as one of Nigeria's top 100 career women and media CEOs of the year. Victoria is an elected member of the Global Governing Council of ACCA, where she also serves as vice chair of the audit committee. She sits on the boards of a gender, finance, and impact investment, fintech, and the financial institution. She is the author of The Precision-Led Women, a guide for women aspiring to executive leadership. Through her YouTube channel, she inspires women to excel as leaders and top performers. She actively mentors young female professionals and champions women's leadership. Her academic journey includes a global executive MBA for ISS, a master's from Liverpool John Moores University, and a BSc in applied accounting from Oxford Brookes University. She has also completed executive programs at Cambridge, George Business School, and Harvard Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Victoria Abiola Ajayi. Hello, Victoria. Are you here?
I am. Good morning, everyone.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much, Ozone. Thank you to everyone. Hopefully they can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
And wonderful presentations so far. I listened to Pritesh, Osato, and Mr. Awokwetu, and they have touched on quite a number of areas. Thank goodness I'm speaking from a different angle. And I'm going to focus more on the angle of leveraging AI in broadcast and media and how we have used it, because I mean, Pritesh has done a good job showing numbers. Osato gave lots of examples of how, brand marketing agencies can use AI to develop creative campaigns. And Mr. Awokwetu gave some frameworks. So I will go straight into, as media and broadcasters, we tell stories, right? So I'm going to use a story to explain what it is that we do. But before I go into that, I would like to say well done to the Marketing Edge team. What you do is very, very commendable. You bring all the brands together. I often watch the show on our channel, TVC News, and I see all these brands and all the CEOs, and from there, I'm able to get, contacts to say, oh, I would like to meet with this market, with this agency, or I'd like to meet with this company. So it's really good because it helps us, within the industry to know what's happening in the various companies around us. So well done to you. So I'm going to go straight into the topic. I do not have a slide. Like I said, it's more of storytelling for me, but I do have some examples which I've shared, which you'll just play, some links, which you just play just to show you real life examples of what we have done at TVC. But I would like to start by giving some not examples, but stating why AI integration is very important for marketers. Now, traditionally, we've built experiences that are average or for the average. We do things just generally for everybody. But now AI lets us design experiences for individuals within the crowd. You can now know which product demo would resonate with Bola in Ibadan versus Chima in Enugu. It's not based on guesswork, but on insight. You can test, you can learn, you can adapt, you can deliver in real time. And this is not just personalization. Osato mentioned it's personalization at scale, doing it at scale. This is what AI does for us these days. And beyond tech, it means we can start telling stories that are contextually intelligent, they are emotionally aware and culturally responsive. I emphasize this because we as Nigerians, we as Africans should look at using AI that for us, and not necessarily just embracing it the way it's been given to us from, the diaspora or from people using AI in the diaspora. We should look at how we can apply it to ourselves and develop solutions for our own selves. Therefore, it would be culturally responsive to us. So AI isn't just about automation. It's really about intelligent orchestration. There's a Yoruba tradition I love. It's the concept of oriki. I don't know if everybody knows what an oriki is. It's a personalized poem, a praise poem that speaks directly to your identity. Most times, grandparents, leave this tradition. When you go visiting your grandparent, you would hear them, eulogize you and call out praises. So even if you are having a bad day, that day, the moment they start with an oriki, starting to praise you, you burst out in a smile, or even if you had a very long day. Now, the reason I use oriki and I'm relating it to AI is because an oriki speaks directly to your identity, your history, your essence as a person. So imagine if every customer interaction felt like an oriki, uniquely crafted, deeply personal, emotionally resonant. That is the promise of AI in marketing. It's the Oriki of the future. I call it the Oriki of the future. So I'll go straight into my story. And, you know, at the beginning of this year, I stood before my leadership team and I declared to, you know, one of our top strategic objectives. I said, we're not going to just talk about AI. We're going to use it to transform the way we do business. And of course, the room went quiet for a while and everyone, of course, we've all heard of AI and everyone was curious. But most people were still treating it as something that we talk about at conferences, at webinars like this, you know, not something to anchor our business strategy. And so for me, it was different. I knew that if we wanted to remain relevant, if we wanted to meet audiences where they are, then AI had to move from theory to practice, and it had to move quickly. We had to move today, not tomorrow. And so it was a strategic objective for me. And because I made it a strategic objective, it meant it had to be done and something had to be completed. And so fast forward a few months, that decision has reshaped our business in remarkable ways. We launched Africa's first AI news anchors in 5 languages: English, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and Pidgin. We all know Pidgin is almost global now. So even if you don't understand the indigenous languages, I can speak to anybody in Africa in Pidgin. If I go to Ghana, Mozambique, Zambia, and I speak Pidgin, somehow they would understand what I'm saying, right? So we decided we'll start with those 5 languages. So imagine the power of reaching millions of people in their own language with news presented by a digital anchor that never gets tired, never mispronounces. Well, it does with some of our names. You need to see us burst out in laughter when we were training, you know, the AI model, and we asked it to pronounce the governor's name, Sanwo-Olu. It just murdered the name, and we tested different names, you know, with it. But after a while, we hacked it. We knew that, for instance, the way it is pronounced is how it should be spelled. Let me give you an example. Olamide was pronounced as Olamide all the time. And so we decided we will spell Olamide as Ola and then me and day, D-A-Y. And so we hacked it. So we knew how to then, you know, make it work going forward. And yes, it's just, this is what personalization with AI is about. This is how you learn how to use it. And over time, you know, the system itself already understands what it is that you're trying to achieve, because it's Africa, it's Nigerian. We have pronunciation of names different from English. And so as I continue to, as we continue to develop the model, we worked with it in a way that it was for us, for our audiences, and we stuck to our guns in terms of the reason we were doing it. And so our AI doesn't miss a deadline. Our AI anchors, you know, don't miss a deadline. That's, you know, it's innovation, not for the sake of innovation, but for the objective of inclusivity and scale. Because think about it, in a traditional, you know, media broadcast house, how would you get anchors to speak 5 different languages? It means you need to get people who can speak those languages. They need to come on the set, prep, do their makeup, do all those things every day. But we don't need to do that. We hacked it with using AI, and, you know, every day your news bulletins come out in the 5 different languages, you know, speedily, and, you know, people are able to get the news in the language that they understand and they've grown up with, rather than just English. Now, aside Africa's first AI news anchors, we also began using QR codes, because this is not just about AI, but about technologies, new technologies. We also began using QR codes in ways that even surprised us. A simple code on the TV screen now allows viewers to instantly find our programs on YouTube. You're able to read the latest news on our website. You're able to join a live studio audience. You're able to participate in games. You're even able to receive telemarketing offers tailored to you. So, you know, telemarketing has become much easier. You can scan a QR code and it takes you straight to the place where you can buy a product on TV. So suddenly, TV is no longer a one-way street. With one scan, it becomes interactive, measurable, and deeply personal. And then you also have our augmented reality project. Instead of just showing front pages of newspapers the old-fashioned way, we now project them in giant form, floating in front of the anchors, sometimes even standing right beside them into your living room. So it's no longer about you walking to the newspaper stand, to get a newspaper. It now comes in 3D, in real time, in your own space, and you can see the front pages, middle pages, back pages of the newspaper, right, that very day. So I mention these examples because it's very critical for us to see how we, as a company in Nigeria, have applied AI. And it's no longer about talking about it, but about walking the talk. So all these weren't random experiments. They were deliberate steps that we took to achieve clear objectives. We wanted to grow our audience. We wanted to strengthen our brand. We wanted to increase engagement, and we wanted to create new revenue streams, right? And this solution actually brought all of that, because I'm sure some of you may be wondering, yes, how does this even, bring about more revenue streams? That's a story for another day, but we had those goals in mind, and we were able to achieve every single one of them. I would like at this point so that I'm not just talking, for me to show some examples of what I've just spoken about. So Ozone, I don't know if you already have that, the links, the first two links, it's just 1 minute. If you have that, please, can you play maybe the pigeon one? There are 2 links that I sent, just so that people can see how we have used AI.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the link will be shown to you in a moment. Yeah, the technical team, they are putting it out now.
Okay.
Just in a moment.
Brilliant. Yeah, that one. There's no audio. There's no audio there. Okay, whilst that's going on, whilst you're trying to get that sorted, let me just continue because of time. I hope the example will come up soon. So the call to action for me, for a lot of leaders here, is that it's no longer enough to talk about AI in boardrooms, in webinars. It's also no longer enough for us to use it individually, because a lot of us are exploring it, using it on our smartphones and on our laptops. The real challenge for business executives is to think about this. How can we integrate AI and other technologies into the very heart of our objectives? For us at TVC, it's making news more accessible. It's making news more interactive. It's making news more engaging. So for you, it may be customer service. It may be branding. It may be creating ads. It may be, supply chains. It may be whatever it is, logistics, financial inclusion. Whatever it is that you're trying to achieve, the question remains the same. How do we stop admiring this technology and we start applying it? And so I thought I may put out, something that we have used, and TVC is just a framework, very simple, very easy. And I used the mnemonic LEAP, 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 the LEAP framework. Now, because I feel integrating AI is about taking a leap, taking a big step into the world of artificial intelligence. The L there is for listen. Start by listening to your customers, your clients. What are the pain points of your clients? What do they actually need? The E there is for experiment. Don't wait for a perfect blueprint. We didn't even know how this will go when we started with the project. It was a learning process for us, so test with small pilots like we did. When we initially started the project, let me give you a very good example. We thought, oh, AI, everyone is using it. We got this platform for which we wanted to carry this out. The first platform did not have any of the Nigerian indigenous languages. It had over 150 languages, but there was no Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, or Pidgin. there. Yes, English was there, but it did not really have what we wanted. And so we thought, what do? We went to the next platform, very big platforms. I'm talking about, by Indian companies, US companies. It had over 150 languages. Another one had about 250 languages. Still did not have, 3 different platforms did not have our indigenous languages, right? So we were stuck. We thought, are we just going to do this in English and just, we already have anchors, doing English. What's the difference then using AI? We wanted to bring about inclusivity. And so we decided to do it another way. The reason I mention this is you won't have all the perfect answers. It's once you launch into it and you start to use it, that's when you learn along the way. And that's what myself and my leadership team did. We didn't wait for it to be perfect. We found another way around it and we said, okay, what do we do going forward? And recently, I think at the GITEX event, the Minister of Digital and Communications, I think Dr. Bosun Tijani mentioned that, we're going to be launching a language learning framework that would include our indigenous languages and all of that. And I said, wow, praise the Lord, because we had to go through that phase where we wanted to innovate, but there was nothing available for us in Nigeria to suit our Nigerian languages. So we had to find a way around it. But thankfully, the government is looking into it now. I'm sure there are many other people who are trying to develop things, because we approached lots of Nigerians who had very good ideas, who were working on something for Nigeria, but it was still at early stages and they were going to use us as guinea pigs. So we were a bit further along the line than they were. And, we didn't want them to slow us down. So we decided to go for our own solution and we built something that worked for us. You see, so you will experiment along the way and learn as you go. So L for listen to your customers. E for experiment. You don't have the perfect blueprint, just experiment. A for align. Now, ensure that every AI initiative or technology advancement initiative that you have going on in your business is aligned to your business objective. What is that business objective that you want to achieve? Otherwise, you'll be derailed along the way. So at TVC, our AI anchors weren't just about looking cool. It was about audience reach and inclusivity. So if we didn't achieve that goal, then whatever it is we have done, is null and void. So we were focusing on audience reach and inclusivity. And lastly, P, perform. Scale the projects that work, build them into your operations, have a way to measure impact and let them drive performance. We are able to see, firsthand how our AI anchors are doing, those bulletins, how it's doing online. We're able to see because we were able to then create, several pages for them. We have AI anchor pages for Hausa, so we have TVC News Hausa, TVC News Igbo, TVC News Yoruba, TVC News Pidgin. We're able to monitor on the various social media platforms how people are interacting with it, what it's doing, and even the areas they are watching it from and they are listening to it from, we're able to tell. So there's very, very rich data for us. Now, I would like to to state emphatically that AI isn't a magic wand. It reflects the values of those who wield it, right? So if you're someone who has ulterior motives with AI, it means that will translate into the solutions that you propagate or you put out there. So we must be intentional, as ethical use of AI is not optional. Osato spoke about, it being intrusive, sometimes, because there's a fine line when you use AI, you're talking about data protection, etc. So we must ask, each time, is this personalization respectful? Is it transparent? Are we building connections, or it's just conversions that we're after? If we're trying to scale experiences, we must not scale our surveillance or our bias. Responsibility is a big, big price of innovation, right? So I just thought it's best to sound a note of warning at this stage so that everyone, AI is here to solve all our problems, but ethical AI use is not optional. So I'll round up, and hopefully the clips will be ready by then, by saying that the truth is that, we as leaders, business leaders in marketing, in branding, in communications, in media, AI will definitely not replace us. It will not replace our people. The fact is that leaders who embrace it very, very quickly will replace those who don't embrace it. So my challenge to every executive on the call here is, let's stop asking about, it. Let's stop talking about it. Let us start to think about what AI can do for your business and how you can apply it directly in your business. I want to be able to get onto the Marketing Edge show and see how people are actually using AI in their businesses on one of those shows. At TVC, the question has already changed. This question changed the way we work. It changed the way we engage and the way we grow in the business. So if you take a leap, LEAP, by listening, experimenting, aligning your, whatever it is you want to do to your business objectives, and actually performing, doing it, implementing it, I'm very sure that, the reach and the wins that we have achieved, you would also achieve the same. And so I'm going to end by saying that I love African proverbs. There's one I really like that says, when the rhythm of the drum changes, the dance must also change. So AI has changed the rhythm of the drum. If we keep dancing to the old steps, we'll be out of tune. And we do not want to be out of tune. There are too many Gen Zs in the workplace now. You want to catch up with them. You do not want to be out of step and eventually out of relevance. So let's, ensure that we dance to the changes of that drum. And that's my message from, my company, from myself to every leader out there. Let's make that move. Stop admiring technology from the sidelines. Stop treating AI like a shiny toy, and start acting today. Thank you very much. And I'll let the moderator, Ozone, play the clip if it can. If not, we can always share it with people so that we don't take too much of your time. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everybody. Ozone, you're muted. You're muted, Ozone. Ozone, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Wọ́n ní àfihàn yìí jẹ́ láti mú káwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà mọ oríṣiríṣi ìtàn wa, kí ó kó orílẹ̀-èdè jọ, kí ó mú wa ká fẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè wa, ká sì mọ bí a ṣe lè jẹ́ aráàlú tó dára. Ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti pín owó tó tó $153 bílíọ̀nù náírà fún ìdílé 6,800,000 káàkiri orílẹ̀-èdè nípasẹ̀ ètò ààbò àwùjọ orílẹ̀-èdè. Mínísítà fún ìṣúná àti ètò ọrọ̀ ajé Wálé Ẹdùn ni ó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ní Àbújá ní Ọjọ́rú lẹ́yìn ìpàdé àyẹ̀wò pẹ̀lú ẹgbẹ́ pàtó tí Ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu dá sílẹ̀ fún ìmúlò owó àwùjọ. Gómìnà Siminalayi Fubara ti tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Rivers lẹ́yìn tí Ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu yọ ìpẹ̀yà oṣù 6 kúrò. Ìkéde kan láti ọ̀dọ̀ ààrẹ sọ pé wọ́n ti tú Fubara, igbákejì rẹ̀ àti àwọn ọmọ ilé aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ náà padà sẹ́yìn pẹ̀lú Martina Mewule gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí ilé aṣòfin. Ọnọmẹ́ẹ̀bì tó jẹ́ agbábọ́ọ̀lù obìnrin ṣáájú fún Super Falcons ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ti kéde pé òun ti fọwọ́ sílẹ̀ kúrò nínú eré bọ́ọ̀lù ọjọ́ orí. Èyí mú òpin sí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ọdún 182 tó fi jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn agbábọ́ọ̀lù obìnrin tí wọ́n ti ṣe àṣeyọrí jùlọ ní Áfíríkà. Ọnọmẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ọmọ ọdún 24 fi ìpinnu rẹ̀ hàn nípa ìkéde kan tó fi síta lórí àwọn ayélujára rẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ Ìṣẹ́gun.
Thank you, Ozone. You don't need to play the other one. It's just a 1-minute clip that I showed there. There's Pidgin, there's Igbo, there's all of that. It's just to show people what you can achieve with AI. And yeah, that's it. Sorry, we showed the Yoruba one. There was Pidgin, which everyone on this call could have understood, but it was just to show you an example of how it is used. So over to you, Ozone. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Okay, I'm so sorry we were having a bit of a glitch with the control center. So because I don't control the unmuting, actually, yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Omotola. You did an amazing one, and trust me, there's a whole lot. In fact, I love your story on how TVC developed an AI model for broadcast. And of course, that this AI doesn't miss deadline is also an interesting one. So that brings me to the question, how can the media industry keep innovating with AI while protecting the integrity of these media agencies by maintaining trust in our industry? Can you just quickly speak to that, please?
On mute. Okay, great. All right. Now, the question is how the media industry can continue to use AI. Is that right? Oh, the muting and unmuting is trust. I think the question was around trust. Is that right? Just nod, Ozone, if you can hear me. Okay, let me answer based on what I thought I heard. How we can continue to build trust in the industry with the use of AI. Is that what the question was, Ozone?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you're very right. Trust and credibility is something that's central when it comes to media houses and people trusting that AI is not just a tool that we're using where nobody is behind it, which is why we've done certain things, and it's something that other media houses and broadcasters should ensure they do. So first off, when we wanted to implement this, we did a lot of research and we looked at what was obtainable across the world. In Africa, we couldn't really find. So we looked at what exactly is obtainable across the world when we're trying to implement AI. So we came up with an AI policy to start with. There is a policy, a very, very stringent policy we had put in place on the use of AI. There are certain rules around how people should use it in the company. For instance, transparency. Anytime you see anything that is put out and done by AI, we indicate that it is done by AI. On the video you just saw now, at the top right-hand corner of that video, it says AI there. We had put it there so that you know that this is not real, because when we started to do this, we used our own personalities, OAPs. We didn't take one off the shelf. That was the second thing we did. We personalized it to us, because a lot of AI platforms have what they call, avatars. So we have to be careful when we use. That's why sometimes when I see some AI campaigns in terms of adverts, it's the same faces I'm seeing. I'm seeing the same avatar that was used for brand A is now being used for brand B. So there's no uniqueness there. So the second rule, apart from ensuring you're transparent and stating to people that this was generated or created by AI, is also ensuring some form of personalization. That personalization to you makes it unique, which means nobody else can go into that platform, take that avatar that your brand, Marketing Edge has used that brand, Unilever would use that, everybody else will use the same avatar. Then there's nothing unique about it, right? So we decided it is our own OAPs that we will use. So the lady you saw reading, the avatar of the lady you saw reading the Yoruba news is someone who actually reads news in TVC. So it's relatable. They are our own anchors that we use. We chose not to do what is off the shelf. We chose to personalize it to us. So it gives us that uniqueness. Anytime we see that being shared somewhere, we know that is a TVC news anchor. However, if someone takes a TVC news logo and decides to put out something out there and say, oh, they're also creating it, we would know that that's not our anchor. You don't have anchors, it's unique to us. It wasn't off the shelf. So these are some of the things that help build credibility. Some of them know these anchors already, who have been in the industry for years. So when they see them, they know that, okay, this is, however, we are also indicating that this is AI generated. So there's openness there, but there's also some credibility behind it. Lastly, and a third thing is we do not source information from the web or, allow AI to generate the news for us. That's never done. So the rule of thumb is the credibility stays with us because first, we're licensed broadcasters. Our sources must be verified. So we don't just take whatever it is online. So it's not AI generated news. No, it is AI anchors simply reading the news bulletins, which the newsroom have generated. So there's a clear difference between just, someone, crawlers who have gone into the web, taking the news and just reading it out. No, it's still done in the newsroom. The news guys, the bulletin editors still do all the work that needs to be done. So that still keeps, and you maintain your credibility because the source is there. If you notice, we also put some videos there, some on the side to show you as the anchor is speaking, you could see that the anchor was, you were seeing some videos relating to what the anchor was talking about. When she spoke about sports, you saw the footballer there or the goalkeeper there. So these are some of the things that you do to maintain credibility. It has to be unique to each company, but generally the framework still applies. Be transparent, be unique in everything that you do, such that people cannot use the same sort of materials that any other person can, that's available on the shelf. So just small rules like this matter when it comes to maintaining credibility for your company, for your campaigns, and for whatever it is that you're doing in AI or with AI.
Beautiful, beautiful. This is quite interesting and impressive, Victoria. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Victoria Abiola Ajayi. Victoria Abiola Ajayi is the group CEO of TVC Communications, one of the biggest media houses in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Victoria.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. And Mr. Ajayi, I know that we share the same surname. People often think we are related, but yes, we are related in the industries. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm truly honored.
That's right. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day, ma'am.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, bye. Okay. And so that takes us to the last speaker. And that's the person of Dr. Omotala Bamigbeye Aleteyum. Elatuye, yeah. Dr. Omotala is a seasoned business leader with over 2 decades shaping brands across the Middle East and West Africa. She has navigated complex organizations with full P&L responsibility, earning recognitions in FMCG, strategy, portfolio management, and innovation. Her work includes Nigeria's first World Toilet Day campaign and health initiatives with the Ministry of Health. She drove landmark product launches from Nigeria's first global lager to a cream liqueur brand extension. Her vision created distinct consumption occasions for global snacking brands across sub-Saharan Africa. Beyond the boardroom, she chairs a brand advisory board and lectures as an adjunct. She is also the author of impactful, awesome, inspiring personal and professional growth, a fellow of the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria. She remains a thought leader in purposeful marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Omotala Bamigbeye Elatuyi. Omotala, are you here?
Hello, everyone. Yes, please, I am. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning. It's still good morning. My mind is in the afternoon. I'm in a race here. Good morning, everyone, and it's nice to be here. Thank you very much for holding PhotoZone. It's nice to always speak with you. And to the Marketing Edge team, I will say well done. This is always a pleasure to be here. To the speakers who spoke ahead of me, I just want to thank you for making my job easier as the last speaker.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't listened to all of the conversation. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll just breeze through that slide. They already talked about it. I'll just breeze through that slide. They already talked about it. So thank you all. And I think from Baba Awokwe who spoke first, to Osato, to Pritesh, and to Victoria. In fact, I like her own closing remark. That when the tune changes, the dance changes. And I think also TBC was the first to also do the avatar thing. It's commendable. So well done. I'm going to go ahead and share my slides. Please kindly confirm that
Yes,
you
we can see your
view.
slide.
All
Yeah,
right,
we
quick.
can see your slide. Right on.
So thank you very much. So I think for me, I've just called have reimagined, the business story itself. And just a little bit, I like to call AI the business sidekick, right? And why do I like to call it the business sidekick? Is just basically because it enables us to learn fast, right? I want to do something, but I want to be smarter in the way that I'm doing it, okay? So how can I ensure that my sidekick works for me? Because AI is there for everyone. But like the popular video on TikTok that we see, if you're still using it like a child, you're not set for AI. So yes, it's there, but I want my sidekick to work for me. I want it to be my sharpest human eye, and so that the magic can be created. So I'll really go through this real fast, because a lot of, as we said about it before, we're learning, the data is there, we're learning from the data. Is enabling us to be able to analyze information, to be able to identify trends, and then of course, when you then identify these trends, it's expected that your performance will improve over time, because you are going to learn from the data, you're going to draw insights from it. You recognize patterns as well, and then you can predict the future, which is what we're all trying to do. If my consumer is behaving like this today, what is it likely to do next? If my sales trend is showing these figures today, how am I able to accelerate the growth? And all those opportunities, all the gaps, all the white spaces, the data that we have will enable us to be able to see it. But how is AI supercharging the businesses that we have? It's making us free acting to do more creative work. Rather than churn and take the effort of working through tons of data, tons of information, Excel sheet after Excel sheet, it can get smarter. AI can do that for us because it is proven, and it's learning, machine learning that enables us to optimize processes for maximum efficiency. Our decision making is also fact-based, right? We can then have fact-based conversations, decision making that are drawn from insights, and of course, we're able to adapt faster from the traditional methods that we used to do, because our sidekick works, and AI is that incredibly fast sidekick that enables me to be at my best. Now, if you're looking at unlocking marketing in itself, I usually say that the marketing function has transited over the years. From when we used to have printing presses, we moved into mass media. And then, of course, we had the radio and the television, and then we moved into shared culture. But we didn't stop there. We are now in two-way conversations across all of the platforms that we have. So what is this saying to us? The marketing function and the marketing role itself is not behind. I will even say that we're in the forefront of what the adaptation to new tools that are happening. And if AI is upon us, then we're definitely in the forefront of adapting to it. Because in today's world, we're having personalized real-time, we're telling the stories real-time, yeah? And then, of course, let's look at a few places. The research tells us that AI could add up to 15.7 trillion to global economy. 80% of CMOs believe AI will transform marketing, particularly like this, because I haven't seen anywhere or been at any function or been at any review meeting where a CMO says, "Oh, AI is going to be challenging." Rather, it's been "Oh, AI will enable me to do much more. AI will enable me to be able to reach more potential. AI will enable me to be able to have precise marketing activities. AI will enable," is all I hear, which is a good thing. And we believe that it will transform marketing in the years to come. So AI isn't the future. It's already here. I mean, Pritesh has said it. Sato said the same thing. Awokwetu showed us data highlighting the same thing. It's already here. It's not in the future anymore. So whatever it is we're looking for, it's upon us. It's already here. And I kind of like the fact that all of the speakers across each of the conversations recognize that and brought that to limelight as well. But now that we know that AI is here, people don't buy products, they buy stories, right? And if we know that we are now using AI as personalized real-time storytelling, how are we updating that? conversations where real-time data drives the activities, where hello, please confirm that you can still hear me. Please confirm that you can hear me. I just want to be sure.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So, and then of course we move into the real-time storytelling, which for me is the way to go. A lot of people have, I mean, with so many examples. And another thing that intrigued me today is the fact that everybody who's come here today had an example to share. You know, while I was putting up my slides, I said, case study, okay, let me add one or two. But believe you me, all of the examples I had were examples that other people had shared. I said, we must really be thinking in the right space. Everybody's thinking in the right place, and we're super excited to share the success stories of others and learnings that other people have what have used AI to do. Okay, so the best stories, like I said, stories are the way to go. People don't buy products, they buy the story behind the products, right? But we want to co-create the stories. These stories need to be co-created in such a way that it leads to what? Brilliance, right? So brilliance is what we're looking for. And of course, when you're able to do that, you have human strategy plus AI execution. And that leads us to precision plus skill, because we can then assure of where we're going, how we're going to get there, and who we will meet when we get there. So we're more precise in the conversations that we're having. We're more precise in the storytelling. And of course, we're able to reach a large scale of people based on the conversations that we're having. And that also makes sure that the future of marketing is human plus the collaboration of AI. So AI isn't going to take our jobs away, neither will it take away from our jobs, but the human element laced onto the AI that we have, laced onto the learnings that we have from AI, enables us to be able to co-create the stories that we share. So AI will give us the data, we can draw insights from it. We lace on the human, the elements on it, because we know our brands, we know how we want to tell our stories. We can direct, the prompt engineering enables us to be able to also tell our stories in the way that we want it to be told. So let's look at a few examples. I mean, the Netflix example was a very good one. I think this is the second one that you're going to see today. That was I think in one of the presentations, that was already a Netflix example. So I'm not going to bore us with that, but what are we saying here? It's about personalizing trailers and recommendations with AI. The moment you log onto Netflix, you're able to, you watch a few shows, they can predict what you would like to watch next. They can predict what people like you have watched. And what does that tell us? It's amplifying that creativity. It's not taking it away. There's a typical example of how creativity is amplified. Now, when you also look at the Spotify example, because I know that the Spotify example was also shared earlier. Someone had already shared the Spotify example. It was about personalization and the ability to share. When I look at the songs I want to listen to, it can create me a list of songs. I don't have to search for the songs. It gives me a highly shareable experience, which is also becoming a global social media phenomenon. And you can readily agree with me, for those of us who are on Spotify or enjoy Spotify, we're able to drive organic buzz. There's loyalty. Everybody sign up onto Spotify. At some point in time or the other within the day, we're on that app. And of course, what does this tell us? Our audience are proud to share their journey with our brand, right? This is a typical example of how Spotify has been able to wrap everyone around the fact that you can listen to, you can be personalized, and you can share at the same time. If there are 1 billion people or 156 million people on this app, you are just as engaged as every other person who is on the app. Yeah. And then, of course, I want to share the example of the Maplewood Manufacturing. So Maplewood Manufacturing is another furniture company. And basically, I'm sure, you know, when we talk about furniture, like, so what would AI do for furniture? And I thought this was a really good example. And I said, look, but we want to be smarter, right? We don't want to have emergencies of fixing. We want to maintain, we want to predict maintenance so that we're able to do that. You know, they could spot errors before the errors even leave the production sites. The smallest defects, they want to spot even the smallest. And that also guarantees the quality, the amount of professionalism that goes into the products and services that you have. And then, of course, I like the fact that also this makes the supply chain to be efficient, because they can use the algorithms on sales to track the inventory, to track the logistics, to track raw materials. At the end of the day, with AI, Maplewood was able to transform from fixing problems to reimagining the entire operation. So, you know, it was an organization that no longer lived to fix problems. Before, they were just bogged down with fixing problems, which was one of the biggest headaches. By the time they were able to implement AI into their system, their supply chain changed, they became more effective, they became optimized, then their maintenance became free rather than getting into an emergency zone where repairs were the order of the day. They could predict maintenance, they could forestall the errors even before they left the factory site. And what is the result? What the business itself? What was the impact? They had reduced wastage, they had production increase, their employees became happier. So AI didn't just solve the problem that this organization had, it transformed the entire organization from the employees, because I know sometimes we think, oh, it's only in the processes. It's not only about the processes. So yes, the processes got some advantage. The organization itself became more optimized in terms of costing. Yeah, they could save better. They became faster in the operations, but even the employees were happy. So AI in itself may transform the entire organization, and the results were felt through from the numbers to the processes and to the people who worked in the organization itself. Another example is when you come into the healthcare. In today's world, I'm sure that we're experiencing it already. Your doctor will tell you, phone your doctor will tell you what is wrong, and then you might not even need to get to the hospital in today's world. So it's transforming healthcare. And you know, operations, emergencies can be dealt with without necessarily having to wait for long or analysis, the delays, the research involved into it. All of that has been transformed, right? All of that has been transformed because now it's easier to spot. What the issues are, the challenges are, and the precision in the treatments are getting better, smoother, faster, and more efficient. So with AI, they can, this is an example of a dental conversation with earlier detection plus more precise treatments became better outcomes. So the treatments were more precise because AI could enable the doctors to analyze dental x-rays, telling them or spotting where the challenges were. And of course, the medications became better. Earlier detection was also found out. And of course, a better outcome for everyone. Okay. Now, when it comes to the shopping as well, in the retail space, what I try to do is to take an example across each of the segments. In the retail space, Sephora was already talked about, and AI itself is transforming retail space into personalized shopping experiences. So with Sephora, you have the chatbots, which could help with reservation, product recommendations. You could, you get into the store, you're feeling special and understood because your shopping experience has been personalized for you. Your behavior has been looked at. AI has tried to suggest a few products to you based on your usage, based on the products that you shop, and based on the shopping environment itself and the journey. With Lowe's as well, you have the shelf monitoring cameras that were able to detect out of stock products. And of course, this also alerted staff instantly for immediate replenishment. So in the retail space, AI isn't just about recommendations. AI doesn't just want to recommend products to you, but your journey, the customer journey itself is taken note of. Your experiences, how you shop, the products you shop, when you shop, what is important to you. And then even when you didn't take note of it, it begins to study you to enable you to realize that there are more important details that go along your shopping experience. And in all, it creates a seamless shopping journey that makes customers feel valued and businesses run smoother. But the numbers don't lie. You know, well, let's take in all of the examples that we've shared, we've seen that businesses are 78% of businesses are adopting AI. There's the economic impact. A lot more people are saying we became more productive. And of course, there's this, we see that when we incorporate AI into the business that we run, it's transformative. We feel that we see the transformation. So AI is not just passing a fad, but a fundamental shift in how businesses operate, driving significant gains in efficiency, productivity, and economic value. Now, this is not to say that the challenges are not there, right? All of the speakers today talked about data privacy. They talked about the data, the quality of the data. I remember when Pritesh was doing his presentation, he talked about the quality of the data. And with AI, you put value in. When the value goes in, the value comes out. Because as marketing professionals, it mentioned the fact that we needed to check the quality of the data that we have. AI makes it even cleaner, okay? And then, of course, we look at the implementation costs, we look at upscaling the team, because it's okay for AI to exist, but they also know how to effectively use AI, understand the technology to get the best out of it. And of course, with the current systems that you have, how have you been able to integrate it? I particularly like the CVC example, because within their current context, within their current environments, within the current resources that they had, they were able to integrate it in such a way that it produced a better output for them. So with a good map, you can navigate these changes successfully. Think of the obstacles as opportunities. It shouldn't be a stumbling block. Technology should enable you rather than be a stumbling block. It shouldn't stop you or become a roadblock, you know, and then of course you build a stronger foundation for AI. So let's look at our journey to AI integration. Start small, pick a spot, solve that, and then we make sure that it's a manageable problem where I can make the difference. Because when you don't see the difference, you don't even know what the impact is. So, and that enables you to build confidence and provide the quick wins. And then focus on your people. Train the people, focus on teams for creative work and strategic work, and prioritize ethics. Data integrity is important. The transparency is important, and ensure that it is secure from the start, because that's what safeguards and guarantees the accuracy of the information, of the data, and of the outputs that you're going to get. So AI isn't just a new technology. It's a new way of thinking about what's the possibility, what are the possibilities for your business and for your organization. Now, if you are reimagining the marketing role, you know, we are becoming architects in the new AI age. We need data literacy skill, the ethical judgment, and the vision to create. All of the speakers today, I told you my job was the easiest, as I was the one who spoke last, and all of the conversations has been dealt with from all of the speakers. But in all, everybody talked about that the future belongs to marketers who blend data with empathy, okay? And the future is already here. We're all sure that the future is already here. But what do we expect in the future? It's about AI-powered targeting and immersive formats. AI that predicts the best audience segments. Augmented reality is here also. You have conversational ads, and more importantly, I'm going to ask everyone to please stay ahead by experimenting with emerging ad text and formats, because the landscape is evolving every day. So the future is human AI, the partnership between human and AI, and the future of businesses today isn't about machines taking over. I mean, today's conversation is not about machines taking over. All the speakers were clear, including me adding my voice to it. It's about a powerful partnership between humans and AI, where each one of them contributes what they do best. So the benefits of collaboration between human and AI is the shifting job roles and demanding new skills and fostering human ingenuity. It empowers our people to do more and achieve more, and of course, builds a dynamic and successful business together. And of course, my last point today is to say that the future belongs to those who learn to delegate to AI only what AI can do. Thank you very much.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, thank you. I want to say a very big thumbs up to Omotola for expanding our horizon. Yeah. And I have one first question for you.
Yeah.
Historically, previous technological inventions later became obsolete, of course, as a result of new ones. Yeah. So what's the guarantee that a new tech innovation will not replace AI in the near future? Can you speak to that, please?
Even if the new taxi, what did I say? To keep evolving, right? We're supposed to stay on track. We're supposed to be aware of it. And will AI be replaced by something else? It will only be an improvement. It will only be an enhancement, right? It will only be an improvement. It will only be an enhancement. But the most important thing is the fact that with technology, with the new rise of technology, it should never, ever be looked at it like a stumbling block, rather something that that enables us to become better, smarter, and optimal, become more efficient at our jobs, right? I gave the example of how we transition from press printing to media to two-way communication. Marketing has always been in the forefront of trying to adapt. So even if the new something else comes up on top of AI, it's an enhancement that the marketing team will happily embrace. Why? Because when technology comes, it not only comes for us, it comes for the entire world. And if our consumers are moving, we need to be moving just in line with them or even ahead of them. We shouldn't be left behind. Thank you. You're on mute, Ozone.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's a good one. And can I ask that, of course, do you think that with the disruptive nature of AI and imminent shift reshaping the roles of chief marketing officers, do you think agencies in 2030 will need marketing managers? Yeah, chief marketing officers.
I believe that the role will not be scarce, will not be scrapped. Basically, because even when you have AI, the human element is still important. The future is a fusion of human plus AI. So that already answers that. It's a fusion of human plus AI.
True that. And on this note, I would like to say a very big thank you to you, Ma. Thank you for your time, and we totally enjoyed your session, as always.
Thank you, too. I'm happy to be here.
Beautiful. And so this is where we will draw the curtain for our first segment. The next speaker will be up. But before that, I would like to appreciate or give a special shout out to our first session guest speakers, Baba Awekwetu, consultant, strategy, marketing, Stragma. Thank you so much for showing up. And our second speaker, Osato Evowoman, marketing director, Moet Hennessy Nigeria Limited. Thank you so much for your time. And we also had our Pritesh Selraj, Chief Executive Officer, Luris. Thank you, Pritesh, for your time this afternoon. And of course, Mrs. Victoria Abiola Ajayi, the GMD TVC Communications. Thank you for coming through, Ma. And our recent speaker, Dr. Tola Bamigbeye Elatiye, the Chief Operating Officer, Society for Corporate Governance, Nigeria. And if I may say, Dr. Tola, I don't know if you're still here because some persons just sent in another question while I'm doing this vote of thanks, and I don't know if you are still with us, so you can quickly take on that question. Oh, beautiful, she's still here. Okay, So the question goes, how best could human creativity and AI work in a symbiotic relationship? How
best can they work in a symbiotic
human
relationship?
creativity and AI work in a symbiotic relationship?
I think one of the things to look at is my closing remark was give to AI only what AI can do and give to the human what the human can do. We have the ability to be able to study, we have the ability to be able to think, and we have the ability to be able to look at where the direction of the conversation or insight is going. Because AI will give you all of the data, AI will give you all of the information. What you then do with that information is where the human element comes in. So how do you then do the symbiotic relationship? Is by taking your time to analyze the information that AI gives you, draw your insight from it, and relate it to your business at the time. Remember, no one can fit all. AI will suggest to you. You then have to now deploy that insight into your current situation, into the business that you run, into your current space, taking into consideration who your own customers are and what your brand stands for, your vision of the organization, your mission, whatever it is that you are standing for. So that fusion is at that point where insight becomes execution or insight leads into strategy. You take the insight from AI, you infuse it into your strategy because you are humanizing that insight by infusing it into your strategy. And only you know where it hurts or where you're trying to improve. The optimization, the efficiency is then driven or achieved as an output at that end, only when the fusion is achieved. Thank you.
You're on mute. Yes, yes. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Ma. And funny enough, one more question just entered. I think the flow is really getting more interesting, and we still have about 5 minutes to, wrap it up. Yeah. So this question says, with the proliferation of AI, how can industry practitioners curb over reliance on technology?
Now, when you say there's an over-reliance on technology, it's a bit, I'm not sure we've over-relied on technology. Why I say that is because data is everywhere, right? And AI is that only one tool that enables you to aggregate all of the data and summarize it. I can read information from this report, but it's a lot of work for me to summarize everything into one. AI pulls all those data from all the sources on the web, the whole web. It pulls all of the sources together, analyzes it into something concrete, summarizes it for me, and then I'm able to do something with it. So in terms of oversaturation, I do not know if that is existing. I'm not sure. I haven't experienced that, but what I have seen is the fact that you need to fine-tune the data that you have, right? If you put value in, value comes out. Now, the quality of the data or how clean that data is, before we say it's oversaturated, a lot of it might be junk. A lot of it might not be relevant to you. It might be obsolete. It might also be obsolete because data becomes obsolete at a point in time. As technology is upon us, so many things are happening. There are so many shifts happening. If you are not fast enough to keep up with that trend, that data that you think you have in your hand is already obsolete. People have moved on. In fact, the political landscape, the marketing landscape has moved on. You're still holding to that data. So is there a saturation at that point? I would say no. So that data was there, is still there, but is irrelevant to today's world. Might not be. So again, if you feel that there's an oversaturation, try and sift that data that you have. How relevant are they? Which ones are important to you? Do away with the ones that are not important. Be more precise. In today's marketing world, it's not about how much data you have. It's about how much precision you can get from the data that is available to you, how much insight you're able to get from it. So sometimes you don't need a lot. Sometimes you don't need a lot. That small data that you have, how accurate is it? How up-to-date is it? How valuable is that data? And how clean is that data? Can a decision be made from this data that I have? Those are some of the things you need to examine. So thank you for asking the question. please kindly do not get fixated with the oversaturation. You're not going to take data away. People are churning data every day, where access to technology, access to the internet is increasing daily. Hence, there will be more data in the future. So choose what works for you, deal with the data that is important to you, and be able to draw the right insights from it. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Omotola. And at this point, we will let you go. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you too.
Awesome. And for our first segment, this is where we draw the curtain, and Bolaji will be taking over. And before I bow out, I want to say a very big thank you to the entire Marketing Edge team that helped make this whole magic happen. Anete and the team, well done, well done, well done. And finally, a very big thank you to our host, Mr. John Ajayi, Chief Executive Officer, Marketing Edge, for this awesome platform that is shaking the industry. And to you, the listener, well done, well done. And sit tight, more is coming. Thank you, everybody. Bolaji, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ozone. That was a great and excellent moderation of our first session. I'm confident we all gain valuable insights into AI integration, leveraging new technologies to achieve business objectives. Now, as we transition into our second session, we'll be exploring a fascinating and timely topic, new creative value, a reassessment of the traditional creative industry. Guiding us through this conversation is our moderator, Peter Okurebo. He is a brand architect, cultural strategist, and creative leader with over 15 years of global experience. He has shaped transformative campaigns for Fortune 500 brands and top-tier agencies worldwide. As founder and chief executive officer of Black Hat, he redefines Black creativity in global brand storytelling. Under his leadership, the platform has become a cultural institution for equity, representation, and innovation. It curates immersive experiences at Cannes Lions, Afrofuture Festival, and other global stages. Peter also serves as co-chair of the Omniverse Africa, driving Black innovation at the intersection of tech and identity. His work blends cultural elevation with social impact, positioning creativity as a tool for transformation. Bold and visionary, Peter continues to architect a new paradigm in global storytelling. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, depending on what part of the world you're watching this event today. I want to welcome everyone to this amazing day, to the Marketing Edge National Stakeholder Summit. This is quite an intriguing conversation that we'll be having for the entirety of today. But first of all, we want to talk about the first speaker who will be joining me, who happened to be the Director General of the Council of Arts and Culture. In relation with that, I'm speaking of the person of Obi Asika. Obi Asika is the National Director General of Nigerian's National Council of Arts and Culture, has been a driving force in the creative industry for over 3 decades. He rose to prominence as co-founder of Storm 360, one of Nigeria's most successful entertainment brands. His credit includes producing global spectacles like the FIFA 20 World Cup, Big Brother Nigeria, The Apprentice Africa. A visionary, he also co-founds Social Media Week Lagos, Africa's largest tech and media conference. In public service, he served as a senior special assistant to the president on social media in 2015. He has lent expertise to more than 15 federal committees shaping national cultural and creative policies. Asika has served on boards including Dark Communications and the Copyright Society of Nigeria. He was a core member of the presidential team behind Nigerian Startup Act. Globally, he sits on the advisory board of the Smithsonian Museum of African Art. Obi remains a cultural architect, bridging creativity, governance, and global thought leadership. I would love to welcome Mr. Obi Asika to this conversation today. Welcome, Mr. Obi. But first of all, we'll be taking a question in relation to the perspective of what we perceive on our conversation today, and that deals with how best can digital platform owners ensure that revenue directly benefits creators? And that's the first question we'll be taking with Mr. Obi Asika today. And thank you and welcome again, Mr. Obi, for joining us today. Thank you.
Morning, man. Peter, good to see you. Thanks a lot for the introduction. Very kind of you. And good morning to everybody in the audience, all the distinguished people that I can see online. You know, I was supposed to be doing a keynote. I don't know whether I can jump into it, but certainly, I think in my keynote, one of the things I would talk about in terms of how creators can earn is that if you, I don't know how many people are aware of a platform called Selar, SELAR.com. One of the things we just put out through the council, we launched at GITEX, which is the biggest tech summit in the world, who we collaborated with to curate the creative economy stage, the speakers and the panels earlier this month. We launched the first Nigeria Creator Economy Report, and which is available and will be available to all the Marketing Edge people. I believe they're going to publish it in their paper in terms of the download link, and there's a download link which I've shared to them as well. But one of the things that came out, that work was done with collaboration with a company called Communique. Communique, an excellent company based out of Abuja. Two young entrepreneurs, David Adeleke and Elijah Afi, and they have a mailing list of about 50,000, which I find quite impressive. And they're specifically focused on the creative economy, the cultural industries, and the creator economy, and the media and entertainment segment. And one of the discoveries I had with them through this report, there's a platform in Nigeria called Selar, SELAR.com. And Selar is bootstrapped out of Lagos, young Nigerians. They have managed to build
Hello there. I think there seems to be a little technical hitch, but I will just have to wait until Mr. Obi comes back, and we can continue the conversation. Thank you, Obi.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back in. So they managed to build a platform which paid out 10 billion naira in 2024 to Nigerian creators who they're enabling to monetize their work. I find that very impressive because just yesterday I was doing a keynote to the Nigerian Copyright Commission talking about the age-old issue of collections and royalties in the Nigerian music industry, where we have seen enormous growth in the music industry, but it almost feels like all the growth has happened everywhere except Nigeria. And this means that one of the key issues for me is how do you move from influence to capital? Because in terms of influence, there's no doubt that Nigerian content is globalizing, not just here, but everywhere. Just to give you a snapshot of some quick numbers, Nigerian content on YouTube in 2024 into 2025 has achieved close to 20 billion views.
Hello, there seems to be a glitch, but we'll be right back as soon as this is sorted. So please do bear with us until Mr. Obi comes back to finish his keynote presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Peter. I think you can proceed to the next speaker, to when Obiasika joins.
Okay, thank you. I will. Hello, everyone. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Remy Ogupetan. I'm sorry if I pronounced that name wrongly. For more than 4 decades, Remy has stood at the forefront of Africa's media industry. He blends creativity with technical mastery to deliver television, film, digital, and live experience at global standards. From idea to execution, he manages the full content chain development, production, distribution, and archivery. His storytelling transforms briefs into powerful audience-ready content that resonates and drives results. He has mastered integrating hybrid, virtual, and remote streaming into complex productions. Embracing innovation, he deploys AI, VR, and data analytics to push creative boundaries. Global brands and institutions like CNN, BBC, MTN, and the World Bank has trusted his expertise. His work consistently meets tight budgets, tough conditions, and high expectations. Rooted in Africa's media landscape, he builds projects that balances the authenticity with global appeal. I want to welcome Remy to join us, and it's a pleasure to actually meet you, Remy. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Remy, you are to go ahead right now, and we can move forward with you in relation to certain perspectives, and I will take a few questions if you don't have a presentation. So I might decide to ask a few questions, and we can take you from there.
Okay. The main reason why we're here this morning, I believe, is to kind of like reassess the traditional creative ecosystem in Nigeria. And from my perspective, it's also maybe to look at defining new value points as we move forward. I think one of the most critical things we need to examine is what is, first of all, the traditional creative ecosystem. The traditional creative ecosystem has always been a linear value chain, where work is typically defined, especially in the area where I work, by agencies, the brief, the pitch, the production, the placement, and over the years, few players have this controlled access to audience. And as a result, what you have is a high barrier to entry, gatekeeping by ad agencies, broadcasters, record labels, limiting who could create and who could distribute. The audience and the reach of the content that is created within this ecosystem has always depended on mass media, TV, radio, print, and often required huge budgets. The money in the traditional creative ecosystem was mainly made by advertising retainers, production fees, sponsorships, record sales, and those kinds of income. And creative ownership was often controlled by the agencies, the labels, the corporate clients, and not the creators themselves. And we always relied on traditional ratings, circulation figures with limited feedback from audiences. But, there's a huge disruption happening, not going on, happening has happened, where through this intermediation, creators and individual creators can now reach audiences directly. Their social platforms, let's not mention YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Boomplay, Audiomack, and it goes on and on. There's so many platforms now where creators can now reach their audiences directly. There's a lower barrier to entry. The tools that used to cost, millions are now affordable. You can make content with smartphones. AI editing is revolutionizing how we create content. We can distribute, via cloud. And individuals can now compete with the big players. Engagement, community, cultural resonance is actually more polished now than it was ever before, and the productions are less expensive. We are able to drive our decisions with, with data analytics instead of guesswork. So that guides how people can be creative. It also guides how money can be spent today. And the revenue streams are very, very diversified. OTT, streaming, subscriptions, microtransactions. In the social media world, you have influencer partnerships, licensing, and ownership models are changing. Live digital events like the one which we are having right now. So we have a situation where content today, it's becoming hybrid. Creators, brands, and tech platforms can work together to create content, dissolving those traditional silos that we used to have before. As a result, Nigerian creativity is now part of a global content economy, from Nollywood to Afrobeats, our digital art, our literature, our art. It's going global. But we now have a situation where we're having to deal with AI and automation. And this is accelerating production workflows and the scalability of content at lower costs. It has its good side, it has its negative side. But for me, I think the main issues when we look at this transformation and reassessment is I think we must stop thinking of creativity as a service industry. And we need to see it as an intellectual property economy. The next wave of value for all of us, where we can create and make money and make impact, is not going to be in all these polished looking ads and, what we feel is amazing, but it's going to be in authentic, scalable stories that can travel across multi-platforms. If we try to continue to play in the traditional agency client model, we're going to miss that big ecosystem where creators, audiences, and technology meet. So for me, in reassessing where we are, I think what we need to understand is that Nigeria's biggest creative export is going to be our cultural influence. It's going to be up to us to now challenge ourselves how we capture and monetize that influence systematically. We need to understand that data is the new currency of creativity. If we can measure attention, if we can measure engagement, if we can measure impact, then we can make money from it. And finally, we need to take on AI as not replacing creativity, but as a collaborator with us, working as a partner in redefining the speed at which we work, our ability to scale and personalize content. And if we can do all of that, I think we will be able to be in a stage where we can give Nigerian creators an edge globally. I think those are the few points that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was quite a revelation, and it was quite an intriguing conversation. And we're looking forward to not just AI taking over jobs or the thought process that AI will replace creativity. That brings me to a question yesterday I had with someone in terms of creativity and in the subsectors of the creative industry. And the question was, for example, for creators, will AI replace certain creators in the future? And that was the most scary question in terms of what the possibilities for the future is. But it's not to replace it, but to see it as an enhancement for creativity and partnership for the nearest future, and how that can actually blend into what creativity will look like for the nearest future. And we're glad to have Mr. Obi back, and we'll go back to his keynote and his conversation while we're here. So thank you very much, Mr. Obi, for rejoining us again. We'll let you take over from here. Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies, guys. The internet is not allowing us to be great. Technology, the 5G feels like 3G. Yeah, so I was just talking about Selar.com to answer your first question, which I think is a platform that Nigerian creators need to become more aware of. They're really solving a problem that I think is a big issue in the Nigerian creator economy in terms of monetization. I think one of the things we're seeing is that Nigerian influence and the influence of Nigerian content is exponential and massive. I'll just give you some indicators. Nigerian music is loading about 5,000 original songs every single day of the year. Nigerian content creators are matching that, about 5,000 video pieces across all platforms, 30 billion streams on Spotify, 58 billion naira paid out to Nigerian musicians just on one platform. There's another 450 platforms, but we're still trying to measure that. We're actually in the process of completing the first Nigerian music industry report, which should be live by the end of October latest. We had actually done phase 1 of it. I don't know if some of you saw a report called Uncharted Waters, which talks about the late 24, which is $900 million, and it subtitles the report The Afrobeats Economy. And I think this is really important because it just shows that if you don't have music, you cannot animate nightlife, right? Nightclubs, lounges, bars, hotels, restaurants, so music is not free, which is something that for those of us in the music industry, we've been on for a very long time. But yes, I'm delighted to be here, hoping that the internet keeps me here. Keynote was going to share some thoughts around the topic of new creator value, where it lies, how we're seeing it, and how we're private sector partners to see if there's something that we can do to move things forward. I know that Anieta was saying I should share my files, but I did send it to him earlier, so I'm wondering it might be easier for you to share it from your side, and then I'll just talk through the slides so that we don't waste too much more of anybody's time. If Anieta is there, and if you can do that for me, that'd be a great thing. 1 second. So yeah, Anieta, is it possible for you to share the slides? I don't know if he's there. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, great. I'm sure these slides can be available. These slides are available with Marketing Edge. And just to say, yeah, I'm just going to talk through some of this. I'm not going to read it formally, but in terms of what we see happening and what we've been trying to work on, first of all, I think, and if you can go, yeah, you can go down a bit. I think the key thing we're seeing is that the creator economy, the influencers, I think is such a massive new segment of Nigeria's creative and cultural industries. The thing we just did is we collaborated with a company called Communicate that I mentioned, who are in Abuja, and Anieta will share the link. So you can get a copy of the first ever Nigeria Create Economy Report, which shines a light on what is happening. It's not totally comprehensive because there are some important segments that are not fully represented. But by the time we get to year 2 next year, and hopefully with the support of some of the members of the marketing communication industries who also require this information, then we can begin to dimension this even more. If you look at the numbers there, 6.3 million creators with at least 1,000 followers on TikTok, over okay, I'm back to you. All right, so I'm back. So you can go down. So you can go down. Thank you. You can go down. But keep going. So if you stop here, like I said, one of the things we've been doing is really doing a lot of data mapping, really trying to get the real numbers of what is really happening in our sector and what are the biggest segments. And the biggest segments that we see right now, the fashion industry, hair and beauty is absolutely massive. Nollywood is big, but it's constrained by certain issues, which I'll talk about later. Gaming and esports is really progressing significantly. Music we've talked about, but again, as I said, we have a music industry report that we're working on with Region Stone Capital, which has already dimensioned the music industry at a range of about $700 million in 2024. And right now we're just going through a validation process with a bunch of industry leaders to make sure that the numbers we're coming up with also matches their reality. And it's not just some thumbsuck in the air. But again, as we really dive deeper into these segments and these sectors, the idea is to create information, data, and economic data that you can use to take your decisions, whether you're in marketing, whether you're brand, whether you're corporate, whether you're government, in terms of how do you support this value? How do we grow it? You talk about the fact that podcasts grew 222% in the last year in Nigeria. And then there are grassroots creators who build businesses around digital products, community, and IP. That's like the Selar.com that I mentioned earlier. Please go down. Keep going, keep going. I know they're good looking people, but we need to get to the content. Right, I'll keep going, yeah. The Uncharted Waters report, which I will share with Marketing Edge, again, was the one that looked at Lagos nightlife and talked about the kind of money generated in 2024, which is quite incredible. And I think if you look at Lagos as maybe 40–50% of the Nigerian economy, and you think there are another 50 to 60 cities in Nigeria that have various nightlife at various levels, it would not be unfair to say if Lagos is 1.4 trillion, the rest of the country is at least 1.4 trillion. So you're getting close to 3 trillion, which is close to $2 billion in nightlife economy, which pretty much makes sense to me. You look at the average age of the country, you look at what people are doing. So yes, even in an economic downturn, we're still seeing people put up numbers that are significant. And these things are happening in a way and a style that it is clear. One of the things about social media that I think is really important for people to understand is that Nigerians are looking for Nigerians. On all the platforms they're on, their primary audience is Nigerian. It doesn't matter which platform. Even the Nigerians abroad are the ones looking for the Nigerian content. Everybody has a homecoming feeling. And this is one of the things that is driving that nostalgia, that desire to connect with home, with your own culture, your own language, your own music, your own fashion, your own food, are the things that are also driving the global expansion and opportunity for Nigerian content, Nigerian creators, Nigerian creatives, and all of that. Can you go down a bit? Please go down. Yeah, thank you. So Discover Naija, which is the key thing I want to to talk about today is one of the things that we're coming with. It's a national distribution and monetization engine. I talked already about the amounts of content that is being generated. Discover Nigeria will fully launch next year, but we're trying to get the pilot live in the last quarter this year. And we're inviting everybody in the advertising, marketing, and communication industries, and of course the brands, to join us at the ground floor. If you go down a bit, I'll talk a bit more about this. Discover Nigeria is really about the fact that discovery is the hardest thing for content in 2025. On Spotify, there are 19 million songs. On YouTube, there's over, I don't know, billions of videos. So how do you get seen? How do you get found is a really, really difficult issue, especially if you don't have a budget, you don't have marketing, you're just sitting on your phone somewhere in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, and you're trying to get attention. So Discover Nigeria is trying to come in and solve that specific problem. And we're looking at trying to onboard 250,000 creators within the next 3 years, and working with some of our superstars who will now be running playlists, showcases, and licensing and brand partnerships. And this is something that we're open to talk about with everybody from now. It is also tied to something we have called ICE, which is a national hub strategy, where we have converted our 22 locations in Nigeria to innovation and creative hubs, co-working spaces. So as we progress in the next 3 to 4 months, as we go live, we'll then be inviting the general public, anybody that wants to come and use the spaces, to use the spaces. What we found and what I've seen in the public sector is that the public sector has a lot of assets, a lot of buildings that are empty, not doing much. I have several myself in my institution, but to put the people to work is to turn them into functional spaces that are usable for the community, for creators, for creatives, innovators, for both for capacity building and for production. Please keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. So yes, so ICE is innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. Can you go back a bit? Can you go back up? Thank you, go, yes. Thank you, right. So ICE is really about using our offices, as I've said. We have been engaging with the Nigerian Governors Forum, who are the sort of policy secretariat for the states. And, you know, I believe, and I've found out, and I do see that Nigeria is really about the subnationals. It's about the states. The states are who drive the economic activity. The states are where the citizens are. So working with them, we're looking to activate one hub in every state capital, which would be 36, plus the FCT, making it 37, plus our 22 offices. The US have actually offered us 30 American corners to be part of the network. These are 30 spaces they have with digital labs already in Nigeria built up, which means we might arrive at about 100 locations nationwide by the end of next year. We're trying to target 1,000 people footfall through every single hub every single week, because the hubs come with digital labs, which are used in the daytime for digital skills training, STEM education, also post-production. In the evenings, they switch to gaming labs and gaming centers for the esports community. So everything we're doing in the hubs is multi-purpose, multi-use, and has an ability to self-monetize as we build community. Can you go down a little bit? Keep going down. Thank you. Yeah, so you can see there, slow down. You can see there some of the talent that we're looking at, some of the content we're looking at, some of the things that will be in the hubs. And if you could think about building out this kind of infrastructure to create a base for national creators and creatives and cultural innovation players to come into these spaces, use them as co-working, use the facilities, both for production, both for capacity building. And that content that comes out of these hubs comes out through the Discover Nigeria funnel, which will now make it discoverable for Nigerians who are looking for Nigerian content, Africans and global citizens who are looking for Nigerian content with a strong brand, with a process that enables them to get some level of marketing push, because we're using the principles of aggregation and digital marketing to push this forward, working with private sector partners and public sector partners. On capacity building side, as I mentioned, just some of our partners there, the British Council, UNDP, University for the Creative Arts UK, Allison, who are probably the biggest workforce development online training company in the world. And we believe we'll be able to train and upskill 2 million youth by 2030 or so, and unlock about $75 million in annual economic value. That comes out of the hub's revenue, once we get to scale of about 30 hubs. So we started in 2026. By 2030, we hope to be at much more than 100 hubs. But what we're looking for is to retrofit existing spaces. So we are looking for partners to help us shape, fund, and scale this infrastructure, and in many ways to build the biggest talent pool anywhere in the world for this country. We believe that the biggest asset Nigeria has is the Nigerian people, and that if you enable the Nigerian people with the platforms to express themselves in these sectors of innovation, digital economy, creativity, cultural industries, and media and entertainment, then they will exponentially outperform every parameter that you give them. And that is what the evidence has shown us across every single sphere of this country and our opportunities. And this is what we are focused on in terms of how we are pushing forward. I've told you about some of our public sector partners, some of our private sector development partners, and we also have private sector partners as well. And we are looking for more, and we're open, the door is open, keep going. So Nigeria is the world's largest Black creative market. I think we know this already. Our creators already command global audience. The challenge is not influence, it is capitalization. With the right partnership, we can show the world that creativity is the new oil, not just in a random statement, but in terms of real revenues and real decisions that enable us to see how these people are going in terms of capacity and income. Keep going down. Keep going. Okay, right. So this is our call to action. Slow down a bit, go back up a little bit. So to the marketing industry, to the brands, I think that there has been a level of separation in the way in which the creative industry has dealt with the advertising, marketing, communication industry. To me, the marketing and communication industry, the advertisers, the media buyers are literally the financial side of the creative industry. They're the banking, they're the distribution, they have the money, they're holding the brands. If we can collaborate effectively and bring them into the heart of the ecosystem and make them part of driving with the knowledge they have of the brands and the budgets, that is going to make our targets to hit $100 billion in this ecosystem by 2030 and $250 billion by 2035 absolutely realistic. Simply because we have arrived at where we are today. PwC puts it at $25 billion 2025, but as we have arrived where we are today without any real integrated, cohesive plan. We have a cohesive plan, we have a cohesive action. I'm here to ask all the players to come on board, engage us. We are available, we can be reached. So Discover Naija is the first structured national platform for creator activation, and that's what it will be doing. The ICE Hubs as a physical base for brand experience to co-create campaigns, test products, and connect with grassroots level. We'll back data-driven growth using the Creator Economy Report as a baseline, but we have many more reports. I must tell you, the minister has been able to do data mapping on 10 verticals within the ecosystem of the CCI, and the numbers are showing us that if we are able to unlock the resources, not only will we achieve our targets in terms of economic growth, we'll also achieve our targets in terms of jobs and actualization of 2.5 to 3 million jobs added to this ecosystem by 2030. Please keep going down a bit. Everywhere else in the world, slow down, slow down, slow down. Go back up. Okay. I say everywhere else in the world, marketing underpins creative industries. If Nigeria's marketing industry aligns with this ecosystem fully, instead of in an extractive manner, but in a collaborative manner, together we can build this ecosystem we're talking about and take it to exponential numbers. We are looking at the Nigerian music industry being at $2.5 billion standalone by 2030. And the most of that growth needs to come domestically inside Nigeria. Touring, merchandise, products, media, content, platforms. We need to grow domestically to grow globally. And I think when everybody understands that, then all of us can win. It's all well and good having all our stars touring the world, but if they haven't toured their own country, we're missing a big chunk of the food on the table. And that is a big thing. We are also focused on building physical hard infrastructure in terms of digital infrastructure, in terms of venues, production lots. These are key elements that need to happen. This money is not all going to be in government. Some of this money will need to come from private equity, from venture capital, from the ecosystem that exists already. But the simple fact of the matter is we have the capacity, we have the talent, we have the money in Nigeria to be masters of our own destiny, to write our own narratives, and to build the future that we want for all of us. Please, to the last slide. Next one, please go down. So this is my final thing here. This is Nigeria's moment. Our creators have already proven they can move culture. Now we must ensure they also move markets. Together with the government, creators, investors, and the marketing industry, we can write the next chapter of Nigeria's story, a chapter where creativity is not only our identity, but also our prosperity. Nigeria creates, the world listens, the future is ours, but it will only happen if we work together. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technology issues and the delay. I hope I didn't take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obi. That was quite intriguing and mind-blowing. We'll come back in relation to asking you a few questions in a minute, but first of all, we want to go over to Remy. Remy, we have a question that we want to be able to speak with you on. Now the question is, how do the marketing communication industry address the challenges of the vanity metrics that bedevils the creator economy, with thousands of creators, with massive followers, with the little or no ability of conversion? So basically, it's how do we convert, or how do creators convert the possibilities that they have into real-time opportunities? That's a holistic part of what that conversation encapsulates. Remy, Mr. Remy, are you there? I don't think Remy is available at this point, so I'll move back to Obi. Obi, you spoke about a lot, and that was quite mind-blowing. So the first question I have for you, from end to end, in terms of capacity building, and creating that structure for the creative economy in the sectors of the creative industry. How do you envision this program to be totally successful on one part, and two, and what do you see in terms of a hindrance to achieving this ultimate goal that's for Nigeria in particular in this creative space?
Thanks a lot for the question. I mean, just for the question you were asking, Remy, I just put in the website detail for Salar.com, who are the guys who are monetizing creators right now, 10 billion in 2024, which I think is enough credibility for everybody to engage with what they're doing. And they're doing this through premium subscriptions, merch, licensing, and everything except maybe specifically your sort of data rights on your platforms, in terms of if you're a music person, the metadata, which is how you would get your revenue streams. I think in terms of what we are trying to do, our biggest challenge is resource mobilization, in terms of making the powers that be in the private sector and the public sector understand that this is an economic sector, right? Yes, it is entertainment. Yes, there's media. Yes, they make people laugh and they dance and they sing, but I'm not a dancer. I'm not a singer. Don't invite me to that. I'm not coming to the party for that. We're very serious. This sector today, and I've been with the MBS, and they measured the sector at 1.5% of the ecosystem, and we objected significantly. It is more like 4.5% because they misallocated various segments of the sector. And what we're finding, and what I found, is that we are advocating on all levels. We're talking to all the financial players, both in government and the private sector, the big private equity funds, the venture capital players, the bankers, the central bank, the Ministry of Finance, Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated as well. So we're working with all of them on that side in terms of really re-educating people to understand the scale and size of the opportunity, not just for individuals, but for Nigeria as a country, the power of narrative, the power of storytelling, the power of really what this sector has the opportunity to do and why Nigeria needs to do it, not just for ourselves, but for the entire Black race everywhere. So that's one side of it. So resource mobilization is the most critical thing. And that's the thing that can also hold you back, because Nigeria is a big place, and to impact the way we want to impact, you need to do it at scale. You can't just do a nice little hub in Lekki One or Ikeja and affect Nigeria. From Kafanchan to Sokoto, from Enugu, from Abriba, all over this country, there is talent, there's creativity. Last year, National Festival for Arts and Culture, we saw Nasarawa State won the Jollof Wars, they won the dance-off, they were winning all sorts of things. Based on the normal perception in Nigeria, you wouldn't expect that to happen. So what I have seen in my short time in public service is the range of creativity, the range of heritage destinations, the range of cultures, and the range of connections that we all hold. Those opportunities also mean that we have not really told the stories of ourselves to ourselves, let alone to the world. So we haven't even really started marketing in the true sense of what we have as a people. And that is where the value lies, and that's where the money lies for the brands as well as everybody else. So for me, the only thing that can fail in terms of moving forward is if we all decide collectively to fail, and we don't decide to understand that the biggest asset Nigeria has is not oil and gas, it's not natural resources, it's the Nigerian people. I believe that once you focus on the Nigerian people, animate them, empower them, educate them, give them the platforms and the opportunity, they will consistently outperform their competitors everywhere on the planet, and they will drive the prosperity that we're all looking for and build the industries of the future. It's not by accident that 8 out of 10 African unicorns on the tech side are Nigerian, but there's something that people miss out. I tell all of them, the Nigerian tech boys, the soundtrack for all of them is Afrobeats. It's not just the soundtrack, it's the power of example. There was nothing else they could be looking at in terms of building something that was scaling, globalizing, monetizing, having currency, not just in terms of money, but in terms of focus and adaptability of the Paystacks, the Flutterwaves, and Dellas, and all the other brands. And I think it is time that we understood these connections. That's why I was so happy to see that Uncharted Waters report, which correctly ascribes that massive Lagos nightlife economy, again, to the Afrobeats and music industry. And that's one of the reasons why you've got to pay for rights. You've got to pay for rights management. We have to create a situation where in our country and in our market, an artist like Don Jazzy, at his peak, people think he's at his peak now. Yes, they've done a massive exit, and I think it's one of the things we don't talk about. Maven Records did an exit that has fetched them in close to $175 million. I think maybe with Inside Communications deal 10 years ago, those are the two biggest deals in the creative industry in the history of the continent, let alone, well, maybe, well, with MultiChoice now with Canal Plus, yes. But in terms of a bootstrap startup, started right in front of me in 2012, 2011, and 13 years later, you're in this position, plus you're Universal West Africa. Who's telling the story? Who's using it as an example? If you use these things as an example, it's easier for the next generation to raise more cap, build more businesses. And to me, these are the things we need to do. The power of example is the most significant power that can affect our people. We're Black people. We tend not to believe anything until we see it. So when you see it, then you can believe it, and then you fully understand what just happened. So for me, the only thing that stops us is us. The decision to move is ours. It's not even a thing of government. You can't blame the government. The government has not really been critical or crucial to the growth of these sectors. So for me, the role of government at this point in time is to try to enable, create access, provide more opportunities for the people who are already winning to keep winning, and perhaps to create more opportunities for those who don't have an opportunity to get onto this ladder and begin to build. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And and to your point, storytelling is very, very vital. I was speaking at a particular conversation about 2 days ago at a place during the UN General Assembly called Africa House, and part of the conversation was who is telling the African story. And that African story is very, very vital to the growth of what Africa is and Nigeria per se. And the point you make about Don Jazzy and who actually is telling those type of stories, it gives accessibility to an entirety of a generation to get opportunities, to get partnerships, to get funding for things that they need. And that's very, very vital. And the same conversation that Chika Nwuzi, I'm not sure I pronounced that last name right. She was talking about the diary of the CEO, and yesterday at an event in New York. And when she made referral to the diary of the CEO, she was speaking about that only happens in the US, but who's talking about the CEO down in Ogba that has made $20 million out of a business, just like Andala and the rest of them? Nobody's talking about those CEOs that come in from Nigeria that has made it globally. And Nigeria being the most important export is that human talent that Nigeria has across the globe. And that's very vital, that resources is put into that to generate more monies from the country than oil ever will. So thank you very much for that.
Just to say, yeah, Peter, just to say, I mean, Diary of a CEO, Stephen Bartlett, who is the principal man you're talking about, he's half Nigerian. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? We are everywhere. Our soft power brand is Nigeria everywhere for a reason. Because everywhere you go, there are Nigerians excelling, in spite of or because of the fact that they're Nigerian. I think one of the things we don't say and we don't do, we don't celebrate ourselves enough, right? If you're in America, they celebrate themselves every day. No matter what's happening, they're celebrating themselves. We have a whole bunch of incredible Nigerians that the world has not yet even celebrated, but they can't celebrate them if we don't celebrate them. So that's one of the things we're trying to do at NCAC, find a way every day and every way and every week to celebrate the best of our people, because we have exponential talent in every single space, not just in academia, not just in politics or in governance, but in creativity, in culture, in literature, in arts, in everything, culinary arts. I think Nigerian food is the next
So thank you very much again for, I think Obi's computer just froze a little bit. So while we wait for Obi, we want to quickly talk about the next guest that we'll be having while we're waiting for Obi. The next guest we're having is Femi Odubemi. Forgive me if I pronounce that last name wrong, Femi. Femi is a celebrated writer, filmmaker, producer, photographer with a career rooted in the authentic storytelling. As a founder and executive producer of Zuri 24 Media, his work spans film, television, docuseries. He holds voting membership in both the Oscars and Emmy, rare recognition for an African creative, and that's quite applaudable. Femi was the creative force behind the Tinsels series and hit drama like Battleground, Brethren, and Covenant. He features films and acclaimed documentary projects capture Africa's culture and resilience. Beyond the screen, he co-founded the I Represent International documentary. Obi is back. I will continue with Femi. I'll let Obi finish up with his statement before we go over to Femi again. Obi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I had actually kind of finished my comments at the time.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Okay.
if I'm not sure what the last thing you heard was.
Yeah, so I
I'm
have a
still-
question for you in relation to the conversation you were having. Intellectual property theft has been one of the major concerns in the creative industry lately. How can AI be used in conjunction with IP as a way forward, expanding on the business frontiers? That's the question I have in relation to the conversation.
Well, I think this is one of the reasons why, and it's funny. I mean, I'm happy you're here because you're a member, but it's good for me to announce this to this community. Sometime in August, the NCAC, with the approval of the minister, established the Council for Creative Technology Futures, which is chaired by Mr. Charles Amembolu, the chairman of ISN Hubs, who's a serial entrepreneur on the tech side. Peter Okrebo, who's moderating the panel, is a member of the council. We're proud to have him, and he's representing the marketing industries. We have 11 people on the council, people from the music sector, from the film sector, from television. We also have investment bankers. We also have virtual reality leaders and augmented reality leaders, because we believe that the segment which will be most disrupted by technology is our sector. The federal government, through the Digital Economy Ministry, has a full national AI strategy driven through NITDA, which we are aligning with, which is fine, but we really felt very strongly that we needed something very specifically focused to our sector. And the way in which AI is already applied and being used for film, television, and music, of course, there are concerns around IP. And if you follow that space, you will know there have been some massive legal cases already around how people are utilizing catalog, how they're representing talent. And I think there are going to be new legal maxims and new legal issues that are going to deal with that. But let me just speak about IP briefly, because I think there's something very important that's going to be coming very soon from government. My minister led a process through last year and into this year for an IP collateralization project, which involves the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. It also involves the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Digital Economy, and the Ministry of Trade and Investment. And this collaborative approach has led to a situation where we have agreements on the terms. This has gone to FEC, and we are awaiting FEC approval. When it comes out of FEC approval, it will then go to the Bankers Committee. And what this will mean in essence is that IP, intellectual property, your catalogs, your music catalog, your book catalog, your visual arts collection, your fabrics, your patterns, these things can be taken as collateral for loans. Now, this is very important because it means the Nigerian financial sector will have to be able to begin to finance ideas. This is what has driven and built the economies of the largest economies of the world, starting with America. The IP industries of America, principally looking at Silicon Valley and Hollywood, are driven by the fact that you can create and build platforms based on ideas, and then the bank is not going to come and ask you to bring your grandmother as collateral. So I think that singular action will animate and elevate and give options to creators, creatives, innovators, startups, anybody who's creating something new. But of course, if you're no man, no name from nowhere with no track record, it's still going to be a challenge. But of course, if you have Chinua Achebe's catalog, then your opportunity has now opened up massively, because you have a catalog showing Achebe, Adichie, people who have proven, Premier Records, 100,000 records, things like that. I think it's a big move for this ecosystem, and something that hopefully will be celebrated and utilized properly as it begins to come live. But yes, the council we set up is specifically to look at these issues. But I feel that the truth about AI is that everybody has to engage it. You cannot afford to be afraid of technology or to stay disassociated or away from technology in 2025. If you do that, you might as well be choosing an early death, because technology is coming to eat up a lot of stuff, but it will not eat up human invention, human originality. It will not eat up our original selves and our authentic selves and our authentic content. But it will animate it, it will activate it, it will expedite it as well. But I still believe the technology still responds to the human prompt. So what really is important is the level of the person pushing the technology, the curation, the approach, the intellectualism. These are the things that will enable you to master technology, not the technology to master you. But again, I cannot predict the future. I'm not God. But we have seen and we can understand, and this is one of the things I think is really important. When Web 2.0 was coming with the internet, there were not that many Nigerians that were proficient at that level. But today, we have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Nigerians that are proficient at Web 3.0. They're proficient in AI, they're proficient in augmented reality, in virtual reality. And one of the great things that has happened, the Minister of Digital Economy with NIDDAB have set up an AI Academy with 3,000 Nigerian AI professionals who are creating solutions and building stuff to help. We are going to lean into that. At the same time, we're also going to aggregate from this creative economy, from the marketing communication industry, people who are technology natives, who understand how technology and digital can help us to scale what we are doing. And even the question you asked, how do we protect in terms of IP? How do we protect? But as much as you want to protect, it's a bit like regulation. I do not believe that you should be regulating creativity. I think you have to enable it, right? So there are two ways to look at creativity. And my good friend Emeka Mba talks about the age of abundance. And I think he's 100% correct. We're in the age of abundance where everything is available. We're not in the scarcity days or the scarcity mentality. There's a billion ideas, there's a billion platforms. How do you become sticky? How do you become the one that everybody goes to? That's about authenticity, that's about storytelling, that's about branding. And I think Nigerians have enormous talent in that space, but maybe we haven't particularly focused on our own story, its real value, and how we can bring that to the world. And that's maybe part of what can happen in this next phase of growth of our ecosystem. You there?
Very much, Obi. Thank you very much. You always give those insights, and which is quite a handful for people who don't understand exactly what is needed in relation to the expansion of the creative space in the country, and the fact that we are currently looking into ways of security, especially in the creative space, and how private equity firms and banks can actually save and secure their investment is very, very vital. And the use of AI, the IPs, and all that stuff will be quite helpful in the near future. So I want to thank you very much for joining us today. It's quite an honor to be on your council and seeing how we can help shape the Nigerian creative industry in all the subsectors, and look at the future of how Nigeria can be at its full capacity in the creative space in all the subsectors, from tech to advertising to all other sectors, and all creators can actually get what is due to them. So thank you very much, Mr. Obi, for joining us. Thank you. Obi, are you there? So I'm back again. Okay. You have any final words you would like to share with us?
No, I mean, somebody asked how we are generating the data. We're generating the data through the way everybody in the world generates data, working with the biggest firms from PwC to Ernst & Young, also local firms as well. I mentioned Communique, working in the field, sampling, getting real data from real people. Nothing I'm saying, even in the data I'm spouting in terms of Spotify, YouTube, all these numbers are from their reports on Nigeria. We're not exaggerating anything, nor are we understating anything. I think Nigeria, this whole sector has been underdimensioned and underrepresented for far too long. And if the only thing we achieve is to make sure that all the economic decision makers are clear on the opportunity. When I go to the Nigerian Governors Forum, I don't go there to ask for favors. I go there to tell them that every single state in Nigeria can make a couple of $1 billion a year from the sector. But if you don't invest, don't expect any money. So you have to change your mindset. You have to look at the assets in your state. You have to look at the people in your state as assets. And then you have to understand the value chain and how to activate them. If you want us to help you do that, we will do that. We don't have all the answers, but we certainly have the network in the private sector. Even on this call here, Femi Odubemi, some of these people here have incredible knowledge who can activate exactly what I'm talking about. So for me, it's not about me as an individual. It's not even about my institution. It's about Nigeria. And the truth of the matter is, somebody just asked, what effort is my office making to put structure in our storytelling and movie making industry? We're not going to put structure in storytelling. That's not where it needs to go. Structure needs to go into the production process, which is a slightly different thing. Storytelling is a natural act that people either have the talent or they don't have the talent. But obviously, in terms of television and film, these are formats. So if you're in film and television, then you need to understand the format of how that is done. Just like if you're on marketing communication, you need to understand the format of how you create a TV ad to get somebody to buy, or the radio ad, or whatever it is you're selling in push marketing, direct marketing, programmatic marketing. So the idea that we are going to come and fix that for you is not going to happen. But certainly we'll expose you to the best of the best who can help you to improve yourself. Because you cannot expect that that knowledge is sitting in government. The knowledge is sitting in society. What we need to do is to bring the knowledge to the players, and for them to be open enough to take on board that knowledge and to grow together. Thank you for having me, and thanks. I'm always excited to be with people in the marketing communication industries. We can't do this work without this sector. That's always been my view. One of the things we've been trying to do is to create a situation where we can get the CEOs of the top 10, 20 agencies in Nigeria to have a private dinner with the minister, so we can sit down and they can really understand what our roadmap is and how they can fit in and really take up some of these opportunities, because we need those partnerships. This is advocacy work. It's not just about transactions. It is a much more deeper engagement than that. And I feel that all these brands and all these companies have the capacity to do this for their own benefit, for a win-win, both for us, for the country, and for everybody's businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obi. So we're going back to Femi Odubemi. Femi Odubemi is a celebrated writer, a filmmaker, producer, photographer with a career rooted in authentic storytelling. As the founder and executive producer of Zuri 24 Media, his work spans film, television, docuseries. He holds voting membership in both the Oscars and Emmy, which is quite applaudable and very, very rare for an African creative. Odubemi was the creative force behind Tencels and other hit dramas like Battleground, Brethren, and Covenant. His future films and acclaimed documentary projects capture African culture and resilience. Beyond the screen, he is the co-founder of I Represent International Documentary Film Festival in Lagos. He has mentored countless talent as the pioneer director of MultiChoice Talent Factory, West Africa. Honors include the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Nigerian Film Corporation. Femi Odubemi remains a custodian of culture and one of Africa's most fluent creative voices. Welcome, Femi, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I've been on this link for a long time. My people are telling me I may not be able to use my video if I wanted the internet to work a bit more smoothly. So please forgive me. Maybe I'll try it when we're about to do Q&A, if there is that time. Well, thank you very much, Peter. And I want to salute, those who have spoken in this panel already. It's really amazing the work that I'm sure Marketing Edge has done to bring to this particular panel, Remy and Obi Asika, Remy Ogunpito and Obi Asika, obviously giants, who I think are relevant to this conversation because they've constantly been able to connect the dots for the creative economy, what's happening in technology. And so I'm very happy to just join them and listen. That's really what I would have done. But I'm glad I'm getting an opportunity to say a few words. And really, I will try to just limit my comments and thoughts to obviously my area of expertise, which is storytelling, and also to just tap into the fact that I also have a background in brand storytelling. I spent upwards of 13 years in advertising, basically writing for big brands like Coca-Cola and Nestle and all these other brands that have also been very vital in terms of their brand story. They've been vital to many things within the creative industries. It's been the brand story industry, which includes the marketers and the brand custodians and the advertising agencies. It's that community that's really grown many parts of the creative industry before the emergence of the Netflixes and the Amazons and the Disney worlds. The marketing industry have been the principal investors to the growth of the creative industries, especially in growing the facilities, the opportunities, the growth of talent within the industry. Has been principally by the intervention and investment of the marketing industry. So I am very glad that this conversation is happening and that we're connecting the dots and we're speaking as one integrated industry because we understand that the growth and progress of each industry is reliant one to the other, and that, you know, the coming of the generative technologies and however algorithm is able to empower us with data, with capacities, with processes, we will have to confront it together. So the idea of this theme for me is so important. New creator value, how do we reassess our traditional industry? So I want to think about it as this industry being one, not one simply being a supply to the other. So really, it's an honor for me to really be here. And I think this is a very important summit. I'm trying not to repeat things that have been said already. And I think a lot of what's been said, both in this panel and the previous panel, I think already caters to questions of you know, the vital importance of engaging artificial intelligence, how these generative technologies can help us to, you know, nail down, you know, research and data and how we tell our stories and the processes that we use. All of that, I think, has been well addressed. And of course, Obiasika, who I have an incredible amount of respect for and really salute for the work that is being done right now by the Ministry of the Creative Economy, I think is addressed the issues of possibilities and potentials. So I want to just pivot to be able to address how do we get to the place of impact as well. And by that, I mean impact separate from making money, separate from eyeballs and the data of how many people are buying our products. It's important that what maketh a brand is beyond the sell. And that for me is what I just want to address. How can our brand story industry be impactful, influential, very much at the center of nation building and culture shaping is what I think I want to talk about quickly, and I'll try to spend as little time as possible. So for me, the real question when we talk about you know, a reassessment of our industry is what must marketing become for us to remain relevant, impactful, trusted, and effective in this new technological environment with the opportunities and possibilities. First of all, I think we need to begin to understand beyond the surface how marketing is storytelling. If we ask the question, how do we become impactful, trusted, relevant, effective, all of that, I believe the answer is simple. but it is profound. It's that marketing must rediscover itself as storytelling, so that we understand that the opportunity we have now is not just for those who can write slogans, but for those who can tell a story. It's not just stories about the products, but stories about our culture. It's not just about visibility, but also about relevance. The future of marketing is no longer in the 30 seconds ad. It is now in the immersive brand story world. And to build these worlds, we must embrace what I consider the totality of our creative industry. How the agency, how those in the teams of creating the communication between brands and consumers, how they think, the kind of people that we bring into the mix have to be different. Film and TV writers are different from copywriters. And now we have to think differently in such a way that we're engaging the totality of the creative industry. You know, the film and TV writers, they know how to structure stories that will live more in memory. Production designers, they can create visual worlds that are even more unforgettable. Music producers, they can give us more emotional rhythms and linger longer after our messages ends, not just because, you know, someone can create a jingle that's singable, but, you know, they can engage the emotion with a little more power. How do we engage animators and illustrators and game designers? Because these are the modern day engineers of imagination that these technologies are empowering. Why, I mean, and to climb on top of that is how do we build our communication in these cinematic universes of culture and of identity. And for me, you know, one of the things that I think is the opportunity open to us is how do we infuse identity, culture? How do we infuse values into what is the brand story? And where better in the world do you find culture? Do you find identity and values and opportunities for modern technology to expand our capacities? Apart from Africa, we are the continent of languages. We are the continent of idioms and symbols and sounds. Each of these are a reservoir of value, waiting for our brands, you know, to tap into them. Imagine marketing that doesn't just sell, but sings with our music, dances with our rhythm, speaks with our wisdom, our tribal idioms. Imagine campaigns that can bring characterization alive, heroes and heroines that challenge stereotypes, stories that, you know, affirm diversity, visuals that reflect our heritage, while still steeped in the modernity and the youth population that our brands love to bring on board. When we build brands this way, we don't just gain consumer loyalty, we create cultural ownership, which is what I think is the best way to engage with some of the points that Obiasika has raised in his keynote. We need to be able to make people proud to carry, to wear, to share our brands, acknowledging that our brands are as indigenous as they are. The second thing I want to talk about, of course, is imagination engineering. There is a deeper responsibility to making money, to building brands that gather audiences. And I truly believe that marketing cannot just be about commerce, cannot just be about selling. It also has to be about nation building. I call it imagination engineering. The stories we tell in our campaigns influence how we see ourselves as Nigerians, as Africans, what we believe is possible, and who we aspire to become. Most of us, when we were younger, we took a lot of cue from the TV advertising. That's why it's so usual that you'll find lingos and idioms from the advertising commercials seep and become part of our languages, our speaking styles. We translate them into into what I call the urban culture of speaking.
Our brands, our marketing communication in this age must become engineers of imagination. We must begin to look at our brands doing much more. Our brands creating the heroes who embody the integrity and the innovation that we want within our country. It must become, our brands must become the generators of that, equality and empowerment that we think democracy owes us. We must, today in Nigeria, our brands need to tell stories that are replacing cynicism and negativity. We need to be the ones who are telling stories using the modern technologies of the digital environment that we're in to combat, to provide optimism and to combat what I consider to be an ongoing fatalism about the country that is negative for every ambition that all our brands and all our people contribute to our economy are looking for. So for me, brands need to begin to tell stories and become agents of hope, agents of cultural identity, agents of projecting a certain Nigeria as a brand that is intrinsically interwoven with the ambitions and purposes, of the brands of the products that we're putting out there. And what this means for agencies and our brand managers is that roles must shift. You're not just campaign executors. You must become cultural architects. And when you design a campaign, you need to be asking, how will this message, how will this story, how will this thing we're putting, this content we're putting out there, how does it shift mindsets? Not just how does it sell units? What values are we embedding in the brand stories that we're pushing out there? Which filmmakers, storytellers, which musicians should we be collaborating with to expand the cultural footprint of each of our brands? And most importantly, how do we ensure that every touch point, whether it's TV or it's TikTok or it's a billboard or a song lyric, how consistently our brands carrying these values? So for me, we're in an era of new creator value. New creator value is not just in the money, it's not just in the eyeballs, the data, research of how many people we're converting. The value lies not just in the products we market, but in the societies that we are shaping. Our creative industries, film, music, design, storytelling, they're no longer peripheral to marketing. They are also the new strategic partners. And I feel like when brands align themselves with identity, with culture, with imagination, they do more than sell. They begin to inspire, they begin to lead. And that's also why they are able to endure. And for me, this is the new frontier of marketing. This is how we reassess and renew and engage our industry and our brand story with all the emerging technologies. The capacities are there. The possibilities are limitless. Anything that we can imagine is possible now with these generative technologies, but we cannot just use them to make money. We also have to figure out how we use them to make impact. And making that impact starts with how we shape our brand story and how we engage with this very exciting and evolving creative industry that Obiasika is speaking about. How do we engage it in such a way that its best resources, its best capacities are deployed to shape what our brand stories are today and going into the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Femi.
Everybody.
Thank you very much, Femi. That was very insightful. Storytelling is very vital, and how we tell those stories is very important, because the stories we tell is part of how people will see us and how people perceive us. So it goes beyond just writing a copy. And now you have to understand the new idea behind creativity. It's not just writing a 30 seconds campaign that only sells a product or a service, but you have to go beyond that to tell a story behind it. And that's how awards are actually won these days. That's how global awards are won, and that's where creativity has to go beyond just the product itself, but actually relate that to culture and actually look at the positivity of how that affects the community and in total the country. So before I introduce Sam, I might take a short question. Storytelling is one of the biggest strengths in Nigeria. When I'm sure this is a question. When we watch Hollywood with the first few minutes, we already know how the movie is going to end. But in Nigeria, bringing a very fresh perspective to storytelling that the world needs. What effort in this? Oh, sorry. I think this question was directed at Obi. So so we don't have any current question in relation with this, so we will go on to Sam. But thank you very much, Femi, for being part of this. Sam, better known as Samo, has built a powerhouse career at the crossroad of media, technology, and youth culture. As the senior vice president of Trace SA, he drives growth in music, content creation, digital learning, and global brand partnership. From Disney in California to MTV Nigeria, Samo has shaped platforms that defined Afro-urban culture, including Trace Nanja and Trace Gospel. His academic background from Boston University powers a rare mix of business, suavity, and cultural fluency. Today, he champions African creators, building pipelines that turn talent into thriving business. Welcome, Sam. I will let you take it from here. Thank you very much for joining us today. Samo.
Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. How do you do? I hope you can see some slides. Is that correct? Can I confirm that the slides are showing?
Yes, they are.
Excellent. So, guys, thank you so much for having me. Please, everybody, no vex now. My phone is natural. It's me. So just manage with me, and please also my very, very pigeon does not clearly explain that I actually am born here in Lagos. I've grown up in Lagos. My mom came to Nigeria in the 1960s. My mom came to Nigeria in the 1960s and worked in teaching. Close the door. And stayed and spent most of the Biafran War in the East, in our village, and only went back to the US towards the end of the war. I was born here in 1971 and have grown up as a proud Lagos boy. Like I said, don't mind my accent. But I'm very excited to be here today and really appreciate the invitation from Marketing Edge, and definitely give a nod to my Egbons, Mr. Obi Asika, who has not only taken me as a friend and a trusted friend, but I see him as an advisor and a visionary who I look up to about many things to do with with entertainment. And I'm so proud of what him and Her Excellency the Minister are doing for the creative industry. And then, of course, speaking to my other Egbon, Mr. Femi, nod to you. And that was a very interesting presentation. So I really respect all the work that all the people here are doing. I will take a few minutes to speak about how I look at new creator value and reassessing my thoughts about the traditional creative industry. And before I even go to my slide 2, while I let you look at this wonderful lady and my opening slide, is that I would we are very much a traditional media. Satellite and cable around the world is what has I won't use the word suffered, but been changed most by the digital ecosystems that we all live in now, right? So TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, it's really traditional TV broadcasters like us who've had to really adapt. And I thank God at Trace we've been able to do that, and we continue to go through that. So for me, I am Sam Onyemelukwe. I go by Samo, always have, probably always will. I am the SVP for Business Development at the Trace Group. Trace SA actually is, SA is not South Africa, it is the symbol for a corporation in Europe. Our central office is in Paris. I have a second job because I manage the business here in West Africa, so I'm obviously based here in Lagos, but I do work across our entire network in business development, which means partnerships, both with advertisers and sponsors, but also partners with like YouTube, MasterCard, African Union for communications campaigns reaching our fans and viewers and creators around the world. I started my career in Obodo Igbo in Los Angeles. I worked actually first at Disney and then went to Universal Records, at which point is when I first started to come home to Nigeria, to Africa. And at DKG, some might remember, if there's people over, I guess, over 30 here on the call, that you would know my work maybe at the time, because I promoted and worked with a group called Kush. As you can see, even in my photo there, it was taken by my good friend T.Y. Bello, who I was promoting back in the day as a proud member of Kush. And that's how I started my career really in entertainment back on the continent. I have an MBA and a master's in information technology from Boston University. So yes, true, a lot of that Yankee stuff. But my real education has been here on the ground over the last 25 years in entertainment. So today I'm not here to talk only about me. I'm also here to talk about the change of entertainment. And for me, I always think very deeply about the simple fact that entertainment, was always a collective, right? After the day's farming, we went out, and I'm talking 500 years ago. Our great-great-great-great-grandfathers and grandmothers, our ancestors, after the day's farming, they still wanted entertainment. So they would all gather in the night at the village square, and that's where that very famous phrase and that very famous show comes from, Tales by Moonlight, right? But if you really think about it, that was just entertainment industry. That was just stories. Their movies of the day, maybe they couldn't project the movie or watch it on their new Android device, but the same thing was happening. And stories and songs passed from hand to hand, mouth to ear. It was the way we entertained and shared stories. We talked about our predecessors and great feats of bravery and strength, and that is what we still do today in many ways in the entertainment industry. And value was created through that shared experience of being together, sharing memories, and that's where, in fact, to me, I love this phrase because that's where narrative, the term narrative really comes from, is how we thought about ourselves, how we think about ourselves, what stories we tell ourselves. And this is so important to me because I remember 30 years ago, right, in the mid-90s, of course, any of us that have been in the entertainment industry that long in Africa, at that time, when we said we're in the entertainment industry or I wanted to make music, our parents looked at us like we're mad. We had two heads. Are we not supposed to be studying and reading medicine, law, or engineering? Those were our options. And now today, we all know that's very, very different. Now I have parents call me every week. Oh, my son is an artist. My daughter is a fashion. Can you help them? Right? Because now people recognize the power and the impact and the sheer money around the creative industry. So, but I think it's very important to start when we want to talk about about the new ways that we use traditional entertainment today, how it plays, is to remember that past. Am I free to continue? Am I doing okay? I'll take your silence as a yes.
Yes, you're doing well.
All right, excellent. So, against this very, very powerful background, and literally, if you take a minute, either close your eyes or a second and close your eyes and really think about it, your great-great-great-grandfather was doing the same thing that we do every night. We sit down with our kids and watch a movie or take them out and go to a concert or some music show or whatever. It's the same exact spirit that lives on today. So today's entertainment, of course, completely transformed. While the roots remain, everybody's too loud. While the roots remain the same, it's a very different world today. So from our communal nights where the entertainment was having the people with you, now we're there staring into a device, and it's no less entertaining. In fact, it's downright addicting, right? I mean, which one of us here has not scrolled our Instagram, put the phone down and said, I'm tired of this, and 20 minutes later, you're back staring at your phone and like, when did I pick this up? When did I pick this up? So we know the addiction and but it's the reason it's so addictive, well, apart from the fact that they build it into the algorithms and everything, the reason it's so addictive is just because it's downright fun, right? I mean, checking out fine people, laughing at funny memes is amazing. So platforms like Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, we know where they sit. They dominate. They're outstanding. And the fact is, what's even more incredible for business people like me is that all the content, they don't even have to make any content. We give them the content freely. Users are uploading pictures and videos all day long. The content cost for Facebook or Meta, I should call them, or for ByteDance is zero, right? Yet they have the most content in the world. So it is incredible. It's an incredible business model. And as I said, content flows endlessly. It's accessible anytime and anywhere. And entertainment value is now driven by speed, virality, and visibility. Excuse me while I pause for a drink. So in today's world, this fact that I'm laying out for you, this fact that I'm painting the picture of for you, and you put that against the other picture of our grandfathers doing Tale of Moonlight, right? It shows that the foundations are similar. We want to be entertained. We want engaging stuff. We want to hear a story. We want to see something funny, or we want to, right? But the way in which we're doing it is very different, right? The other aspect that I will add is that, let's face the facts. We're not the richest continent in the world. We're not, Africa isn't that bad. And the way that some people talk about it, I think that it's very important that we ourselves, we as professionals, we as leaders, we as listeners, we as practitioners, we as entrants into the entertainment industry and the creative industry should hold on to the fact that we have proud history, and all the problems of Africa are not only in Africa. They have those same problems everywhere in the world. We are not destitute, we are powerful, and we need to own and be proud of our history and where we're going to. I guess I'm going off on a tangent. I'm going off on a bit of a tangent. Hold on one second. Going on a bit of a tangent. But the fact is, what I'm saying is that the foundations of that content, the foundations of this entertainment is still the same. We ourselves in the room need to remember that Africa has a proud history. And now, as I come to how we now play that in today's world, is that even though we have a proud history and we're a wonderful continent, a wonderful country full of amazing talent, amazing people, amazing things, we are not the most rich, right? And a lot of our communities, are still we're still all hopefully working together to find our way of rising up, the quality of living, the income and of the country and the income of individuals. So, but as of today, I always remember that we live in a bit of a sachet economy, right? When those marketers at whatever brands it was over the last 20 years started to make sachet, we found that Africans may not have, the same levels of income as they do in the West, but we're willing to pay for what we want. We maybe just have to pay small, right? And it's under that context that I then can now think about the future of entertainment. I can think about how entertainment adapts in today's environment. And what I'll say is very simple. I mean, we all are already talking about AI and streaming, but I, along those things, again, like to put in experiences, music, content, alongside algorithm streaming AI, because algorithm streaming apps and AI alone do not satisfy. They don't meet the need to be entertained and all the wonderful things that the creative industry and we as creators do for them, do for the market, right? So without experiences, content, and music sitting alongside these amazing technologies, nothing changes. So let's remember, even while we think of the future and adapting, that the foundations are still the same. If content is king, if the story is powerful, people will want it. People will listen to it. If the music is amazing, people will dance to it. Like I said, if the fashion is outstanding, people will wear it. So we have to keep our eye focused on real, true art. And I find my job in many ways as an executive is to create a conducive environment for creators. I want the guys who do the content and produce the obstacles that Lagos puts in our path, but to make their lives only focused on making the music or making the content. That's our job as executives, right? And then the other aspect is so then they can, that's our jobs as executives, so they can produce the content, the experiences, and the music that we all love. And then amongst the context of the technology, AI, streaming, and apps, is that we need to now think, those are our routes to market. That's our distribution. How do we get it to the people, right? Of course, streaming, is a crucial one here. Whether, no matter which app you use, whether it's, and I'm talking of all streaming, whether it's literally, streaming video, streaming music, or for that matter, reading books, which is a form of streaming online, right? Which is a form of streaming. It's just you stream it into your own head, right? But all of those apps and ways of doing it are literally just the delivery method. And the third thing is, how do people pay for it? Or how does it monetize? And again, I talk about that sachet economy, making stuff available, in easy to pay, easy to buy ways. Because just because we're not the most prosperous continent doesn't mean we're asking for handouts or we want things free. We're willing to pay, right? But make it so that we can pay small. So to summarize, I don't have a summary slide, so I'll leave this. I'll go back up to my first one, just to give us a nice image to look at, a beautiful Black woman, is that I would say, to summarize, when you think of entertainment or creative industry in today's and how we reassess it, remember the foundations. It's gotta be good. It's gotta be Tales by Moonlight. People gotta want to watch it, listen to it, consume it. Number two, how do we get it to them? That's where you need new thinking, young people, technology, creatives who can come to you and say, no, let's do it like this. Let's reach them like that. Me, I'm not that one, no. Me, I'm old. I don't even pretend to know the best ways to do that. But what I do know is if I can open up the environment in my business for people to do that better than me, then they're very good at it, right? So number two, how do we get it to people? And number three, how do they pay? How do we pay, right? Advertising and sponsorship is a way of consumers to pay. It's just a brand is paying for their eyeballs, just like my Oga Femi just said. But obviously, if we're asking people to pay through their data to stream it onto their phone, or by actually paying a subscription, whatever that is, make it adaptable to market. So I summarize by saying, or close out, I should say, by saying foundations, delivery. Sorry about that, I'm still on. Foundations, delivery, and convenience in terms of pay are the crucial things that I point to. Oh my God. Sorry about that. Somebody keeps calling me. I didn't mind turn it off. Those three things are what you need to have in the background when you think of adapting the traditional creative industry, reassessing the traditional creative industry. So I hope my talk has been useful. I hope it's been helpful to think of it from my perspective, and that there's some value in it. Oga Peter, I don't know the exact format of this.
Thank you.
Questions, but I thank you for your time,
much, Mr. Samo. I have a question for you here. In the act of leveraging AI, how do we play safe creatively in a multicultural space like Nigeria without hurting religion or culture?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. You know, I thank God that that there are a number of very smart people working on this exact point, and that it's been recognized early that AI is biased towards the West and towards white and white men in particular, right? I think that number one is that that there's a lot of opportunity there, number one, for business in terms of training, making data available to train AI on local. I'm sorry?
Okay.
Okay, you weren't talking to me. I think there's a massive business opportunity in producing and making data available to train AI on traditional stuff. I know there's an AI that speaks Pidgin. That's a friend of one of the guys here in the office is doing. I think it's a bit bigger than just sounding like a friend. But it's very, very important that we maintain and protect our culture and African sensibilities within AI. And so one way to do that is literally, first, the long term is training AI and making data available. My Egbon Obi said something so interesting to me a few weeks ago, that in the north, deep in the north, all these mosques and so on, they have huge libraries of ancient writings and so on, and in Benin Kingdom, and it may be the art and the tradition, that content needs to be fed into AI. But that's the long term. The short term is talk to it, learn to prompt properly, learn to push the AI to go and research deeper. ChatGPT-5, is all in one. And it's important that you guide it. You don't just ask it open-ended questions. You guide it specifically. So you tell it how to act and you tell it where to get the information so that it balances. I hope, Peter, in the long way around, I've helped answer that question. But AI needs to be trained, but in the meantime, you tell it where to go and get the information.
Thank you very much. You did answer the question. The second question I have in attention span, right?
Attention span.
Attention span is no doubt becoming a very short thing.
Yeah, I can't believe I've even managed 20 minutes here.
Despite that fact, Nigerians love storytelling telling.
Yeah.
How do we balance the two, right? In shortchanging and the other.
Yeah, look, I mean, the answers to that are, well, I mean, I guess they're obvious to me, so I hope they're obvious to everybody else. You know, look, clearly, you know, we've seen attention spans actually diminish because of technology and because of how much content we can consume, you know, short videos coming across every minute. And of course, one of the most powerful responses we've seen to that are microdramas. I'm sure many people on this call have gone down the rabbit hole watching microdramas. I've even done it and been annoyed at myself while doing it, right? So it's adapting our own storytelling. I'm not saying that everybody should go tomorrow and start doing microdramas because it is a really powerful thing and it is having a huge impact on how stories are told. But don't forget that full-length feature films are still generating, you know, $1 billion, you know, at the box office, individual films. So it's not either or. It's again taking these three principles I talked about. What is the foundation? Great story. How are we getting it to them? Short. How are they paying for it? Short. So microdramas really tap into that framework that I offered. And but I think that it will continue to change and new things will surprise us every day. It's not only short content. You know, I've also seen such things as multiple endings, write your own stories, which are more and more becoming, you know, coming back into vogue, and we'll continue to diversify how we interact with content.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Samuel. I definitely learned a few things from you, and definitely you fully Nanja.
Thank
Yes,
you, bro.
and that's quite. I do hope we do get to connect sometime soon. But thank you very much for taking
Thank
our
you,
time
everybody.
today to join us. We do appreciate you taking our time to join us today.
You're
Thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome. What I would say lastly is, as I say on my LinkedIn, you know, I speak sometimes at these types of things, and people tell me they get something out of it. I truly hope so. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. So thank you, everyone. We basically are waiting for our next panelist. But what I've been able to grasp so far from this basically summit is AI plays a vital role in building Nigeria, and also human input is very, very vital to how we structure the creative industry, especially that in storytelling, and how we tell our stories is very unique to how others will see us and how we sell ourselves and how we are able to get funding to expand and to grow as a country and as a creative people. So we want to push forward that everyone that's taking our time to listen to this today, look at the perspective of how they can be able to build on that. So I will go on to our next and final panelist for this session, Dare At-Alade. I actually met Dare for the first time last year at the Martel building, where I held an event in Lagos, and we had an awesome conversation. It's good to see Dare again. Dare At-Alade, widely known as Dare, stands tall as one of Africa's most influential creative voices. The award-winning artist and cultural architect has spent over 2 decades shaping Nigeria's creative economy. Born into music, he first rose to continental fame as a Project Fame South Africa finalist. Since then, his journey has stretched beyond music into broadcasting, production, and entrepreneurship. As the co-founder of LifePort 360, he has delivered iconic campaigns for global brands like Amazon, Netflix, Disney, and Meta. His production, Love Like a Movie, Live Sport X Festival, and Entertainment Week Africa, set new benchmarks in Africa's entertainment. Dare has also produced top television formats, including The Voice Africa, the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. More recently, he has ventured into filmmaking, blending music, emotions, and Africa storytelling. Through LoveSpot, he mentors young creatives, building the next generation of African talent. From working with Beyoncé to hosting world leaders, Dare continues to bridge culture, creativity, and commerce. Welcome, Dare, to the Marketing Edge Summit.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me and see me clearly. Thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
So Dare, we're going to basically go into this. You telling us your perspective of what you think about creativity, storytelling from the Nigerian perspective, and how Nigeria can reclaim or position itself on the global stage in terms of our storytelling, from music, from art, just like you an icon when it comes to the Nigerian music scene. How do we able to position, or the next generation of creatives able to position themselves in the light form of where Nigerian creativity is heading globally? Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much. It's been an honor to be to have listened in, tuned in all the way from when Obi was speaking, and our dear Uncle Femi as well, and Sam All. And yeah, I'll share a few thoughts of mine, just tracking my thinking around the topic. I have a few slides, so we'll get into that.
Yeah, Gary, you want me to
am
look
I on
bad,
now?
eh? Your slides look great.
Sorry. Oh yeah, that was the point, Samo. You know how it is now. You know we're very competitive.
Nice one, bro.
Thanks for the light remarks. So if everyone can see the slides, we'll just go right into it. I mean, it's trying to relook at the traditional creative industry, and these are just some of my thoughts and take. So For the introduction, I think some of the slides we will, of course, jump over because time is fast spent, and we have touched on, quite a few elements of this topic. But yes, as we all know, the entire industry is in a state of transformation. We're constantly evolving, and I think it's now about moving. Beg your pardon, moving beyond, what the obvious is. What's pretty much brought us to where we are today. And we've been at this for decades, and to see how we can convert all of that energy, all of that experience into this paradigm shift of actual value creation. And I think that's what we're all, get towards. You touched on some of the things that I've done, in my career and my background. And I think that, what I've been fortunate to do over the years has really, brought that unique perspective to this evolution, and I think the phrase that really drives it home for me is, by creatives for creatives. So as a creative entrepreneur and an executive, spending the last 10 years, not just participating as, maybe front of the camera, but also actively behind the scenes, building these systems that are much needed and that will, define the industry's future. And evidently, I think it goes without saying that all of us on this call, we're all working on something that will outlast each and every one of us. So it's again, just sharing some insights, some thoughts on how we can collectively navigate this shift. How can we build a more equitable, sustainable, and impactful creative economy, right? So here we go. So the traditional creative industry, just looking at where we're coming from, where we sort of currently are trying to escape, or at least transform out of. So looking back at that is that, to call out, some of the things just for us to have this conversation is that, there's a shift, right, from the content economy to a narrative economy. Uncle Femi touched on the importance of storytelling, so we won't really delve too much into that. But we have gone from just simply supplying content, just content creation in general, to becoming more deliberate architects of culture and community. And we have to strengthen that pillar, by the way. But we'll talk about that some more in the near subsequent minutes, in the near future. The digital revolution, if we take a look at it totally annihilated this centralized model, right? So, value is no longer just about the creative product itself. It's now anchored in the storytelling that the product sells, and the narrative, it helps to build. Evidently, nobody really wants to be marketed to anymore. It's all about emotional storytelling now to be able to, capture new audiences and really to sell products. So anyway, that's still part of the traditional, background we're coming from. Looking at it again, you see that most influential brands and artists of today, the successes that they achieve are really rooted in the ability to craft and control that powerful narrative. And that, like I was saying, is what resonates directly with the audience, especially nowadays. So that compelling narrative can only but further deepen emotional connections. And then all of that is what we can use to transform, your hitherto passive consumers into engaged collaborators. That's where you start talking cult following, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a strategic advantage that, of course, builds brand loyalty and builds lasting movements. Now to, sort of where we are now is the new metrics. With some people have talked about it already, from the algorithm to new capital, data, and IP as well. So the key call outs for me in this conversation is, for us to be able to make a dent, in this new landscape, we have to discard that old scorecard, because what value is, or what it used to be, is not the way we can't measure it the way we used to measure it anymore, which is by external validation, sort of, for example, charts, ticket sales, et cetera. Now it's about influence, right? So the rise of influencers, cultural impact, and of course, most importantly, ownership of IP. And that's a strong point for us to moving forward, telling our own stories, but also owning our own platforms where we're using to tell those stories. So yeah, another key call out for for this particular moment that we're in is data. Yes, it's the new currency. It's a very saturated phrase, but we now know that we have unprecedented access to insight, how it works, the numbers, where people are, what they're doing, from where they're doing it from. The analytics are there, the metrics are there. And this data really allows us to be a bit more precise, in our creativity and our strategy as far as, business is concerned. And yes, the dynamics are shifting. Creators are now leveraging, direct platforms and communities to co-create value, and therefore, by extension, bypassing traditional gatekeepers, absolutely and entirely. So if I use myself, my own evolution as a case study, you see my transition from being a performer, like I said, in front of the camera, to becoming a builder. And this was a direct result of, and of course, the shift in my focus from the ephemeral fame to something that's more durable, data-driven, building platforms, building assets, and of course, being able to for me, most importantly, is to carry, that the development, to carry the next generation, preparing them for what's to come. So if we look at infrastructure as our key driver, as our creative foundation, we would look at it in multiple buckets. The first bucket will be to look at it at talent. Yes, talent, having incredible talent is a great catalyst. It's definitely needed. It's not the only thing that's needed, but it's part of that underlying infrastructure that provides sustainability. So in Africa, of course, our creative industries, they require robust systems. We still have a lot of pipelines to build and develop on. We need policy support. We need funding models to scale. Obi's talked about quite a few of those things and actions that are being done in that regard. But the key point is that without these structures, the real risk that we might end up repeating this same cycle of exporting our raw talent, and it's across board, the entire value chain. So whether you're a writer or you're a filmmaker or you're a lighting tech, we've seen it, especially in recent times, where we're not able to retain any full economic value from training some of these guys, and because they're now sort of world class based on the international and local exposure and training that we've been able to give them, we risk that brain drain. So that gap that it creates, that all of these negatives, as it were, creates, is that it's what has driven us, particularly at LiveSpot, is to continue to build platforms and systems where it's not just a singular marketing vehicle, but it's an entire ecosystem where music, entertainment, the brands, and everything creative can have a strong intersection. And if we're able to sustain that, we're going to be able to continue to build the right framework. And that is like a practical example. It's a tangible solution to a really foundationally, foundational problem at its core. So that leads me to kind of reassessing the global versus local, storytelling, retaining African value. And what we've seen with African creative works is that, yes, we gain global attention, but still, we see that we're looking for external validation, and we sacrifice that on the altar of that validation, because we forfeit a significant portion of that cultural value that's created. The true reassessment, as it were, also demands and dictates that we have to redefine what success is. It can't be about global charting anymore. It can't be about winning awards anymore. It also needs to now, more than ever, be about retaining local equity. Again, I refer to Obi, and I don't want to try and, repeat a lot of what's been said, but the touring circuit is a big example where it doesn't matter how huge you are as a global artist. What have you been able to do at home? What have we achieved with our local network? Taking shows on the road, taking artists and taking experiences and various, productions and platforms on the road. So we have to retain local equity, and we also have to, build on our intellectual property rights. So IP is, also up there in terms of what needs to be done. And yeah, for example, again, we'd like to talk about these things, but more importantly is actually doing something about it. And I think each and every one of us in one way or the other has been actively engaging various stakeholders over the last decade. And it has birthed, initiatives such as Entertainment Week Africa, which we conceived several years ago, which is really to foster development, deal making, local and global collaboration, and just ensuring that value and ownership remains anchored at home. How we're building the next generation of various creative superstars, across the value chain, where we can continue to own our narrative, tell our stories, and very, very importantly, own our IP. So yep, this leads me to this segment where we're talking about the ecosystem of creation and the power of the unseen. And for me, it's let's look at a viral moment, for example, or a hit song that just blows up the entire ecosystem. It's something that if you look behind it, it has a whole gamut of various people who are linked to that, the producers, the people who design this and that, the technicians, the managers that are behind that craze or that fad that can, that's gone viral. And if we look at the traditional way, the traditional creative industry, it really didn't really play up, these roles and these people who were behind the scenes doing, being responsible for this fad or this virality, right? The traditional creative industry really didn't, pick that up, as it were. And you see that this new creator economy has to be able to recognize, reward, and integrate the entire value chain that's behind a lot of these, these viral moments or these viral elements, as it were. And I think that really just underlines the fact that there's a critical need for mentorship and training, and I think Sam, he touched on some of this in the sense of really, without, for lack of a better word, is the rules and regulation. Who are these people who are in the creative sector? What guidelines are they bound by that will help us to be able to train consistently, so that we can, the kind of quality of talent that we're churning out, is consistent, and we can build that next generation of behind the scenes builders and innovators. So it's something that we should be thinking about. And talking about thinking, legacy and long-term thinking is something that we can also look at, trying to wrap up this conversation. True creative value is not just a long-term asset. So it compounds when you invest in infrastructure, the structures that will outlive our personal careers. Yes, the spotlight eventually fades. Look at me, as an example. So as a musician, I won't say that in comparison, my current situation in comparison to the heydays, or the where the spotlight was much stronger as an artist, as putting out music, dropping music videos and all of that. So it eventually it changes, so it definitely fades. But what's the value that what have you done that you're able to do to build systems, or the opportunities? What's the legacy? That's the thing that's going to be behind, that's going to endure. So it's something that we all should take, much more seriously, because it's enough of a catalyst, to make you think about that next generation. Because you see your big artists today, your big, movie stars and the big filmmakers, but who's got next, and we have to still, be part of that conversation. Otherwise, we tend to lose it all when the next big thing, takes over the global world creativity, as it were. So yeah, again, using myself, I've used myself as an example a lot in this conversation. When I began chasing the spotlight, today I find myself, being more excited, and ending up, fostering collaborations, connections, building, the next opportunity for others, and I think that this is the ultimate form of value creation, really, just that, to be selfless enough to look at what the problems are and look at how we can find lasting, solutions. So yeah, I think I recognize that guy in this last slide somehow. That's some of the thoughts that I've had, over the moments that, since when I got the brief to join this, and I hope that I've been able to, share my thoughts and share some insights, on what we can do to move things forward. Thanks for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to questions and concerns and comments.
Very thought-provoking conversation. I've got some questions here. Let me start with the first one. Where is the importance of native speakers in refining AI's cultural relevance?
I think that native speakers, great question. I think that native speakers need to embrace AI. If they are not able to embrace AI, we need to look at our AI developers, who I think Obi also talked about a lot of, through the Minister of IT, ICT, the various labs and hubs that are being strengthened and empowered, because the programming, with AI is garbage in, garbage out. You find a lot of comments online nowadays where they say, "Oh, ChatGPT, is wrong about something," or came up with an idea that, just doesn't make any sense. It's really garbage in, garbage out. So if our AI, if our cultural custodians, the stakeholders, as they were, are able to embrace AI, we're able to train AI in our own cultural way, teach it languages, teach it the history, teach it, give it all the different scenarios, because when you now start to, bank on it for, the information that it already has, that you fed it, you're able to extract, you're able to sweat it in various ways, that can, again, it becomes a conservatory of our information. We are able to store it in the cloud, able to teach it, train it, and we're also able to use that to teach the next generation, because, love it or hate it, everybody's learning in different ways now, and the next generation will be using new technology and new tools. So instead of being afraid of it, or being wary of it, I think that our cultural custodians need to embrace tech generally.
Thank you very much. One more question. How can we use AI to prioritize authenticity and cultural relevance so as to move beyond broad campaigns to embrace local voices?
Okay, I think some of the response to that question as well is from my previous. What we could also do is, education policy could embrace AI, make it more important, make it more, what's the word that I'm looking for? More, you must do this, so put it in the curriculum, embrace it from a young level, as far as the educational system is concerned, and look at what China is doing, look at what, other countries in the world are doing, catch them young, let people be able to embrace. And with time, with a very stringent program, you can see that if we do XYZ over, ABC length of time, and we do, put this effort in by year, so and so, we should be able to, and that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Yes, it does. Thank you, Dari. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Now let's move on to, thank you. Let's move on to our next speaker, Dr. Apologies for that. I was locked out. Internet network issues. So I'll just take the profile again. The profile of Dr. Bada Akintunde Johnson. Is a country manager for Paramount Africa. Is one of the continent's most influential media and marketing voices. It drives the vision of global brands like MTV Base, Nickelodeon, BET, and Paramount Pictures. His career spans top roles at TBWA, Center Spread FCB, ITV, and after starting out at Galaxy TV as a celebrated sports media personality. Beyond corporate success, he co-founded Africa Creative Market and established the Peaceview Foundation, empowering young African creatives and talents. Honored with a doctorate in 2021, Dr. Bada continues to shape Africa's creative economy and global entertainment footprint. Welcome, Dr. Bada Akintunde Johnson. Is he here with us? I guess he was also locked out too. We're all done for him. We'll hold on a bit for him to join us. Okay, Dari, are you still with us? Some questions came in while I was reading Dr. Bada's profile. Are you still with us, Dari? Is Dari still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. So let me just let me ask the questions before we go to Dr. Bada Akintunde Johnson. So the first question, can you elaborate on how creatives can stay rooted in today's changing world?
Can I get that again? Did you say how is creativity still rooted?
No. Can you elaborate on how creatives can stay rooted in today's changing world?
Or how creatives can stay rooted?
Yes.
Well, what do you mean rooted? I'm trying to, so I can answer the question.
I think the question is, with AI, the new technologies, and those that are still rooted in the old form of making music or making art. Yeah. So how can they still stay relevant? I'm sure that's what it is.
Well, I think that times change, tech comes and goes, the way we do things, switches as along the way. It's important to be flexible. I think that it was Uncle Femi that used the word pivot when he was speaking. It's important to be able to adjust easily. You have to be nimble. So as a creative, you have to embrace new technology. You have to, that's what gives you your style, right? Your at the end of the day, the way you do certain things, the way you write, or the way you create as a creative generally, will always change depending on what tools and processes that you imbibe over time. So you're going to mix a little bit of tradition, which is where you're coming from, your background, the experiences that shaped who you are, up to today. And then you're going to take a little bit of what is available today and mix all of that up into what you're going to become, in the near future. So if you're not able to adapt or embrace, things like that, then you're not going to be as flexible as others.
Thank you very much, Dari. So, Dr. Bada Kintode Johnson, let's move to you. You're around. We can see you.
Yeah, I'm here. Apologies
That's
for
fine.
the glitch earlier. My internet went off, but it's good to be here. Great to be on this panel of very eminent speakers, and I'm honored to be part of this year's Marketing Edge event. And it's a great privilege to be speaking here, without a doubt. So I only just joined when Dari was making his beautiful presentation, and I do hope everyone can still hear me. I didn't realize that we were going to be making presentations, but I did prepare my notes. I thought we were having a traditional panelist conversation. So essentially, I had prepared notes along the lines of, the new creative value, a reassessment of the traditional creative industries, which essentially is the topic. And I know that, Sam, my big guys have spoken, the DG before me, and would have done tremendous justice to the topic in terms of just assessing the traditional platforms, traditional opportunities for creators to express and for creators to monetize. But I want to sort of piggyback off some of the things that they would have touched on before going into the future. So in the way that I prepared my notes, it's to look at what currently exists, what the reality within which creators practice is, and then consider some of the things that I think we could do differently to create value before going into what I consider the definitive future of the creator value chain. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes, I can.
hear you better.
Definitely.
Fantastic. All right, thanks for the feedback. Okay, so when we talk about creators, typically where our minds go will be music, film and TV. We talk, comedy, and its more recent digital expressions in terms of platforms. And of course, within those various contexts, we've had great expressions of creativity. We've got great creators of international repute, particularly, within music and film. No disrespect to other art forms, but yeah, those are the more popular one and maybe the more, lucrative ones that have consistently provided creators an opportunity to express their talent and monetize sustainably. And I do believe that, there are still, like I said, opportunities that we're not optimizing on, that we may need to focus on as we assess, the current realities or the current creator value or traditional, as it was called in the topic. So take music as an example, and I know the DG would have done tremendous justice to sort of unpacking some of the areas where we can do better. Yes, we focus a lot on streaming and the few Nigerian acts that are playing shows in arenas and stadia across the diaspora. But clearly, there are opportunities back home that, due to insufficient or completely absent structures, we're not necessarily able to, put our crafts on or create on, and consequently, we're unable to monetize. So, for instance, whereas it gives us a lot of pride that the Burners and the Davidos and Wizkids and Ashakes are playing all these venues abroad, we would like to see more of them at home and not just in December for a few weeks. And I know, yeah, December is a great opportunity that we can touch, we can feel, we can see, we've experienced it, and we obviously can expand on that. But what happens with the remaining 11 months of the year? So it's pretty important that we are able as creatives and creative executives or creative entrepreneurs to look at some of the challenges across the value chain and reimagine things and disrupt. And I know that if we were to unpack what the challenges around just our inability to play shows all year round are, we could spend the whole time. But those challenges call for creativity in answering those questions or solving for those challenges in terms of what can we do differently, how can we connect to our audiences, considering the peculiar challenges within the context of things such as lack of disposable income. So if you were to do a show where the expectation is that majority will pay a couple thousands to attend, then we might find it a bit challenging. So how do we deliver these shows in a cost-effective way across maybe more venues? And the DG has been of tremendous help in helping to sort of assisting and facilitating a potential solve, which I am a part of, which is a chain of 6 concert venues that we're hoping to deliver over the next couple of years, called MEFA, which I'm doing in my private capacity alongside a few partners. The DG has been of tremendous help to the point where we've done groundbreaking in Abuja, and hopefully in a few weeks, we'll start to build that out. And the idea there is basically in 6 key locations to be able to deliver these venues that can host events all year. And I'm talking from your 500 capacity events to 5,000 to 7,000 capacity events, which afford both not just the artists that are popping now, but emerging artists and artists that are no longer at the height of their powers to be able to draw a sizable number from their fan bases and be able to deliver live experiences and live performances to them. And
so some of us can still hit the road, brother.
Without a doubt, bro. and kudos to you for what you guys are doing with Dirty December. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, the December economy is very promising. But what we're trying to do is to sort of build around that as well, to ensure that guys who are not sort of getting played every day on radio or doing crazy streaming numbers, but who still have loyal fan bases, can draw out the odd 5,000, the odd 500, the odd 1,000, paying something that is affordable, but having that happen frequently, and being able to create an economy, around that, where not just the performers themselves, but dancers, backup vocalists, instrumentalists, everyone within that value chain is gainfully engaged almost all year. Yes, ambitious dreams, but hey, we only have one life, so we might as well leave it daring to dream and daring to do. So yeah, I use that as an example of how we can look at some of those challenging areas structurally, in terms of system, and try to reimagine how we can do that. So MEFA isn't looking to raise thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars to build those venues. They're pretty nimble structures that you can sort of set up with pretty minimal investment and continue to scale up as you go along. And the people who are sort of cut off with the mega concerts that happen typically on Saturday on a few Saturdays and Sundays in December. Mostly the emerging acts, and like the people, like I said, the people who are no longer popping. So you can get them back on the road. You can get them monetizing still. And we can build other opportunities around that. What other digital assets do we need to build within the music ecosystem? That means that those who are not big enough to draw streaming numbers from the diaspora, from the UK, from France, from the US, can still be selling locally. Do we need a couple local streaming platforms that are priced a bit differently? And Dari spoke excellently about how we need to teach AI to help us here. You may have an opportunity where someone in southwestern Nigeria, pulls together a bunch of music from the past that still, do a lot of informal numbers, I would say, in Ogbomoso, in Ijebu, in all those areas. Can you aggregate, the music of the Daudai Kwakaras and the Ike Dairos and all the legends of the past, and serve those on some other platforms to the hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Nigerians who may still have great appetite for that, maybe leveraging mobile networks to reach those sort of people and being able to monetize. And I'm basically just pulling these ideas off the top of my head. But that basically is how we're going to have to first look silly in reimagining the problem. But as we continue to sweat the ideas, we'll gain clarity and come to positions where we can build out the real solutions to tackle some of these problems within the traditional creative setups that we have. So, I touch on that within the music space. Another space where I think that maybe we're not optimizing what currently exists is film and TV. And I was speaking at a Film Finance Forum last week, and one of the things that I said we need to probably get better at or start to do differently is leveraging free content platforms to get our movies, to get seen by millions of Nigerians. So now the platform of choice seems to be YouTube. So you do a movie and you get a few millions of views on YouTube, and then YouTube AdSense and different monetization structures, pay you something back. Filmmakers will be in a better position to tell whether they're making commensurate value for the kind of creative product that they're putting on the platform. But I do believe that those couple millions can grow into a couple hundred millions. And there are examples from similar markets like India, where or even South Africa, where just taking that same title and dubbing into languages. And that's where I think, maybe AI and tools like that can help us in the future, where imagine you do a film in English and Pidgin, or English or Pidgin, or a mix of both, but you are now able to dub into the three major Nigerian languages, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Imagine the number of additional, audiences that you can unlock just by putting those on these free platforms. Yes, paid subscription models are still, difficult to monetize, but YouTube is proof that free ad-supported platforms will get the numbers, will get you the eyeballs, which obviously you can monetize from advertising revenue. But yes, we're getting some encouraging numbers, but we can get a lot more if we rock up in a world very quickly where we can use AI tools to deliver or dub those things into other major languages, but also other languages. Imagine that woman who's sitting in Ijebu Mushin or Ijebu-Ode, whose children have bought a phone for maybe trades and is able to afford a smartphone as well, who's connected to the internet one way or the other. Imagine if she could watch a popular title, maybe, something that in Lagos, in the major cities, is quite popular, but in those parts is not, because it's not been rendered in a language that they would consume content in regularly. Imagine how many additional millions of people that you can unlock if you did that across different languages in different regions. And like I said, you can look at South Africa as an example where community that community TV channels do in South Africa is staggering, says my internet connection is unstable. I hope you guys can still hear me. Maybe I can turn off my video so that
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's proof that as Africans, we're big on our languages, we're big on our cultural elements. And I feel that dubbing can be a game changer for our films or for our stories, particularly on free ad-supported platforms. Still talking TV, because of just the economic challenges, and there's no point trying to pretend that they don't exist. It is what it is. It's about finding ways around some of the challenges that stand in our ways. Traditional TV, like free-to-air TV, is still going to be around for quite a while. Most Nigerian TV households still only watch free-to-air TV, but creators are not currently monetizing because one, those platforms are not measured in terms of number of audience. So we don't know for a fact, for instance, how many millions of people watch AIT, STV, NTA, On TV, all of those platforms. But I know for a fact that we're stepping into a future very, very, very quickly where we would have what is called television audience measurement system terms, with which we can tell who's watching, for how long, what the agenda is. And, we would have granular scientific data behind these things. And what that will do, hopefully, is that it would right-size the market in a way where these channels, which form the majority of TV platforms in Nigeria, will then be able to commission content themselves or be able to license already made content. So you would have more uptakers for the creative product that is being developed by the creators in the current reality. So it's not only the pay TV platforms that are now able to pay for titles. Our free TV channels would now be able to also license titles, which just widens the market for creators within the current reality of the traditional models. So that's something to get excited about, which is based on the information that I'm privy to, should be upstream in the next, say, 12 to 18 months. All right. So for me, we've got to look at, how to disrupt within those opportunities. Funding models, for instance, even if they can't, maybe those channels in the first 24 months are not able to pay upfront, what sort of creative commercial deals can we do? Creativity doesn't only apply to the product, it also applies to how we price it and how we structure deals. So, can we go into some kind of initial minimum guarantee, deals, and then some rev share on the back of that, to mean that, we're not just walking away from opportunities that can crystallize into meaningful numbers for us down the line, just because there is no initial commitment that meets our valuation or that meets our expectations. So for me, those are the sort of obvious opportunities. I've spoken to music, I've spoken to film and TV. And then, of course, digital as well. Digital platforms are becoming more and more popular, but maybe not as popular with the brands who have the capacity to pay as yet, you know. So digital continues to gain more share of spend, but still at a pretty slow rate. Most, you know, brands still spend majority of their budgets on traditional platforms because that's what Nigerians watch. If you check out the number of Nigerians who are on social platforms, for instance, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok combined, I'm not sure they're up to 100 million, which is less than half of the population. And if you drill down to the number of people who are on those platforms who are consuming content sustainably and for long hours, it's even, you know, a smaller number. So monetization on digital platforms for a few, yeah, great. If you look at skit makers, for instance, and the numbers they're doing on YouTube, it's pretty, you know, mind-blowing, talking 7 figures in dollars, but that's not the reality of most. So you know, digital platforms, like I said, you know, we can still unlock value with dubbing, for instance, but we need to diversify in terms of, you know, positioning ourselves in a way where, yes, we're pushing to monetize on digital, but we're also taking advantage of traditional platforms, on offline platforms, and giving ourselves more opportunities to make money. So in terms of you know, what the traditional models offer within the creative industries, those are the sort of opportunities off the top of my head or from my nose that I will speak to. But also, I will touch on very, very briefly how creators can thrive in the multi-platform, fast-evolving landscape of the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas, and clearly because of, you know, just the population profile of our country, which is the youngest country on the youngest continent in the world, is going to be the platform for the future, the definitive platform for the future. And I just wanted to share a few key points. Number one, which will be around building and leveraging new audiences. You have to be, you know, looking at good direct to consumer models, building direct fan communities on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Patreon, on Substack, such platforms. You also would have to look at cross-pollination, where you're moving audiences from short-form platforms like TikTok and Reels to deeper platforms like YouTube, podcast, and newsletters. So cross-pollinating, you know, audiences will be key in terms of how you're able to build and leverage new audiences on those kind of platforms. And then you've got to also consider how, you know, to move audiences from niche to global audiences. So authentic Nigerian and African content, Afrobeats, Nollywood skits, comedies, and whatnot, now having the capacity to travel globally. And I thought, listening to Thames's, you know, manager the other day talk about how they were able to take her music and seed it in countries where Afrobeats wouldn't typically you know, be your go-to market to distribute. So places like Sweden, you know, like in Scandinavian countries generally. So you've got to look at the numbers that you're getting on the back end and paying attention to what countries, you know, you're getting uptake from. And sometimes you may think that it's Nigerians who live in those countries that are consuming the content. You may be wrong. If you drill further down, you may find that you are lending your creativity to, or the appeal of your creativity is cutting across ethnic lines to reaching you know, people of different races and ethnicities. The number 2 point will be optimizing content for platforms. So it's about, you know, platform specific optimization being key here. For TikTok and IG, obviously, the shorts are king there. They've got to be punchy. They've got to be trend driven. YouTube, you're talking longer storytelling. You're talking live premieres. You're talking being able to monetize through ads. Podcasts is about deep dives. It's about, cerebral content. It's about interviews, niche expertise. On Twitch and live streaming, it's about real-time question and answer. It's about gaming and performances. And then you're talking being algorithm savvy, for retention, for engagement, for watch time, reach fueling or driving. And then also talking about, data-driven decisions, being able to make those, analytics guiding what formats you're producing and the timings of those and the themes. The third point will be, expanding your monetization. It's about having multiple revenue streams. I spoke about that as well within the traditional models that exist. Ads, sponsorships, branded content, merchandise. In the diaspora, mostly merchandising will take off at some point in the future here, but for now, you monetize only minimally. Live shows, subscriptions, NFTs, Web3 licensing, and stuff like that. And then fan communities, and this is great because here people have a lot of followers, but they have very few fans, and that's because we haven't quite hacked, how to build communities, and we've got to become better at building communities, turning fans into call them cult followers, people who build or establish almost lifelong relationship. And when I say life, I mean it both in the sense of the lifetime of the artist and the life cycle of the artist's career, So, you look at, I think Cisco is playing a show in Nigeria in a matter of weeks. The last time Cisco dropped a mainstream hit, as far as I know, was in the early 2000s. But it still has loyal fan bases across the world, alongside his group, Drew Hills, as well as so many other, American and, global or international artists who have passed or who are past their sell-by dates, who are still, playing shows. And what they're leveraging essentially is that cult following, is that, lifelong relationship that they build. So we've got to be able to get better at building fan communities, because our ability to monetize long-term is very, very tied to this. And then events and experiences, I already spoke to how we've got to fix up the domestic market for concerts, and not just limited to Dirty December, but, find solutions around how to translate that culture to become an all-year thing. And then you have to look at global context, African opportunities. It's about cultural authenticity, lending us to new places, taking us across the world. Global audiences are building for African films, African music, African fashion, other cultural elements. So our authenticity is our strength. We can't rock up in the world where all of a sudden there's a dilution now and we lose our originality. And these new audiences are the ones dictating the nature of what we're creating. That should never ever happen. And we need to build local platforms, push for African-owned platforms to trap the value that we're creating here. And then export versus ownership. Beyond exporting talent, we must own IP. We must, keep our data, and then we must prioritize those audience relationships I already spoke to. So bottom line, distribution has been democratized. Strategy is going to be very critical to win. And then creators who master cross-platform optimization, use data intelligently, and retain audience ownership and capture or retain ownership of their IPs will be the ones to capture the most value. So I hope that I've been able to touch on a few new elements outside of what my big ogas had spoken to prior. So I'll drop the anchor here for now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bada. That was very, very insightful, powerful message there. But yeah, we have some questions here. The first one, with what the media landscape is currently witnessing, which of the platforms would you say would attract more advertising spend come next year? And why do you think that platform will attract it?
Next year, because next year is just a matter of a way. It's so close. So I think that the dynamics of spend will not change very significantly. Over the last 5 years, though, the biggest growing or the fastest growing category is digital. So it would be, pay TV, which still gets 60-70% of total ad spend within the space. It would be the digital space, maybe in second, or pay TV first. Maybe if we're able to start audience measurement, then I fancy free-to-air TV to come in second, and then digital third. But as we, go further into the future, in another 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I expect that to sort of shift, especially with what's happening with digital switchover, what's happening with audience measurement. I expect that within the next 24 to 36 months, that FTA, free-to-air TV, will probably be the leading platform in terms of ad spend.
Thank you. One more question. CTV.
I'm sorry. Could I? Sorry to
Yes, you
interrupt.
can. Yes, you can.
Bada, can you just repeat that last 2 lines you just said?
So I was saying that over the next 12 months, I don't expect that the current picture would have shifted significantly. So pay TV would still be, driving most of the revenue within the space. And then digital, which has been over the last 5 years, has been the fastest growing. It keeps getting more and more market share, or share of spend, I meant to say. But as we go into the next 24 to 36 months, I expect the impact of DSO and audience measurement to right-size the market in a way where free-to-air TV accounts for majority of ad spend within the space, and maybe pay TV second. Pay TV has experienced massive declines, particularly over the last 12 months. About the key players have lost about half their subscriber base. And if the macros don't change significantly, that decline might continue. And what I expect would happen is that once digital signals are standardized for free-to-air TV, they would be the ones to gain majority of that market share that is being lost by pay TV.
100, great stuff. Thank you. Sorry to barge in. Good talk.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more question, Dr. Bada. Connected TV, CTV, is no longer just an add-on to digital platforms in some clients. It's like the center screen in many countries. But do you foresee the same for Nigeria?
Yes, without a doubt, connected TV will continue to grow as internet penetration continues to grow, as we put more smartphones in more hands, and as we're able to connect more Nigerians to the Internet of Things, and we will have connected TV gaining more and more adoption, without a doubt. Already a couple connected TV specific media agencies have contacted me in recent weeks. I've taken a couple of meetings. Like I'm talking media agencies that are specializing on connected TV. They are beginning to emerge, and that's to tell you that certain professionals are positioning for that future that I'm describing. We're going to arrive at in a not so distant time. The simple answer to that question is that connected TV, as huge as it is in other developed markets, is going to gain grounds and continue to gain more and more audiences within the Nigeria context, in relation to internet penetration, affordability of data, better data experience, meaning how enjoyable it is to use your data because you can have data connection, but you know, if you have buffering, then your experience is not optimized. But with one of the things I also know with the digital switch over is that it will free up the spectrum that analog TV channels currently occupy for internet users. So our internet experience should get better with digital switchover. So yeah, connected TV will be a beneficiary of that as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akintade Bada. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the session with you.
I wish we were doing this in person, but you know, this is the next best thing to that. So thanks for having me on the platform. It's been fun doing this, and yeah, congratulations to you guys, and wishing you all the best with the rest of your activities.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of the National Summit, but we'll invite Mr. Ralph Tagata to give us a vote of thanks. Mr. Ralph. Mr. Ralph, I think is here.
Okay. Am I coming up now?
Yes, please.
All right. On behalf of the Marketing Edge Group, I thank everyone who has participated in this year's Marketing Edge National Marketing Summit. Right from Baba Awokwetu and Mr. Obi Aseka and all the panelists. I must confess that the themes of this year's summit actually received justice in terms of the deliberation and exploration of all the themes from every angle, even beyond the marketing communications industry. It's the panelists and all the panelists and the keynote speakers touched profoundly across all the industries, including the entertainment industry. So on behalf of our Managing Director, Mr. John Ajayi, and the entire Marketing Edge team, I thank all of you. And we promise, as the Marketing Edge Group, that going forward, we'll continue to keep our promise of promoting the brand idea across all the continents and not just Nigeria and Africa, because we have our panelists and speakers, including the keynote speakers, addressing us from Canada, that's North America, some from Europe, South Africa, and across all the continents. So what it means is that Marketing Edge is not just a Nigerian brand, but a global brand at this point. We thank all of you, and we promise to take it even higher in 2026. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ralph. We appreciate that vote of thanks. So we've come to the end of the Marketing Edge National Stakeholder Summit 2025. Thank you all for being a part of this. We hope you learned a lot. We hope you're going on with something tangible to speak up with. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. Bye. Africa, East Africa,